Chapter 0. And so he ceased, there. No scream rent the air of the collapsing structure. No singular light flared in the dimming halls. No last breath hitched in lungs that belonged to a reality now concluding for him. Just the cessation of necessity, a purpose met, a story finished in that volume. No longer anchored to the narrative of Viridigus, he vanished unmade not by violence, but by the profound, resonant silence that settles after the final, necessary word has been spoken in a particular reality. He did not descend into any singular underworld. He did not ascend to any specific heaven. He drifted. No light defined a direction. No voice called to him. No form constrained him. A saturation of stillness, infinite and encompassing. A realm not of darkness, for darkness implies the absence of a definable light, but of irrelevance to vision is understood by beings tied to single dimensions. There was no gravity to pull him to a specific point, only the ghost of remembrance without a subject to remember. No sound to register, only the echo of rhythm recalled by muscles long since dissolved into the potential of everything. There, he lingered, not as spirit bound by dogma, but as awareness divorced from definition, unbound by the limiting singular truths of any one universe. He was the cumulative potential of his concluded parts, suspended in the interstitial space between realities. Within this stillness, where he was the only constant observer, something began. It was not a return to a known place, but an unfolding before him. Orb universe lights began to emerge. Not summoned by will, but perceived by being. They appeared as distant gleams at first, then resolved into soft, self-contained spheres of nascent light in the periphery of his boundless awareness. Each glow, a distinct frequency, a unique hum in the silence, representing a potential reality, a universe waiting in the cosmic in-between. He watched them, a silent, formless observer, simply perceiving their existence. And as he observed, focused on the infinite display, the orb universe lights grew in whiteness. They expanded, intensifying their soft radiance, filling the stillness with an all-encompassing luminescence. Not a harsh, blinding glare, but a gentle, infinite brilliance that spoke of boundless possibility, of countless histories, laws, and lives vibrating in close proximity. It was the light of totality, the sum of all potential. Within that growing, unified whiteness, a presence coalesced. It was not a shape, nor a voice that spoke in words, but an undeniable, fundamental isness. The singularity. The origin point from which all orb universe lights flowed, and to which they were eternally bound. The Almighty. It did not communicate in language, but its presence conveyed absolute, undeniable truth. It simply was. And in its being, Dylan E.T.'s unbound awareness comprehended its nature, the nexus, the sum total, the origin and destination of all universes. It was the rhetorical ethos made manifest, as he had once perceived in another life, another place. Pressure gathered beneath the spectral ribs he no longer wore but vividly remembered feeling. Years, countless years lived across myriad lifetimes, including the specific, time-lapse 33 years within the now concluded Viridigus universe, folded into the marrow of a spine that existed only as potential. The narrative of Viridigus, unwritten as distinct volumes in this between space, but always lived, always experienced, their lessons etched into his core. Their pages existed only within him, coiled in instinct, rising with the phantom echo of every motion he had not yet made, but could make, in a future existence. All knowledge gathered in the time-lapse 33 years of that past universe, all experienced memory from all concluded lives across countless orb universe lights, coalesced within this state of pure awareness. This was the state of the planeswalker between planes. There was no conventional time in this realm of pure potential. But still, the process, ancient and ingrained, began. The choosing. A thread pulled at his awareness. A specific frequency resonated, a unique hum amidst the chorus of the orb universe lights. One sphere of light brightened, drawing his attention, distinguishing itself from the infinite possibilities. And then, that world chose him. Or, as was the nature of a planeswalker, he accepted its pull, its potential. The distinction faded in the understanding born of the void. There was no sudden gate opening. No violent flash of transition. No rebirth as an infant requiring years to grow. He simply stood. Body intact, fully formed. Experience coiled within his blood like song, the cumulative knowledge and memory from across the plains now resident beneath familiar skin. He inhaled, and the breath, distinct to this new universe, tasted like soot, steel, and candle wax. He opened his eyes to a sky soaked in clouded amber and low thunder. Factories rose like cathedrals of industry. Smokestacks exhaled their incense into alleys lit by broken neon. He wore no crown of any realm he had left behind. He wore armor. Not mere metal. Not just a shell. A self. The aware armor friend, born of lattice-bound rhombi and encoded resilience, a technology he understood at a fundamental level, incorporating the principles he had encountered before. The suit moved with him, not around him. A second skin of sentient intention, responsive to the subtlest shifts in his thoughts and emotions, pulsing with the silent data streams of 1,000 cumulative experiences. Around him, others walked, similarly armored. Comrades, bound not by blood or creed, but by a purpose etched into their very being, a resonance with his own. No orders passed between them. They followed because a planeswalker, carrying the weight of uncountable lives, had returned. He was not king of this place. He was not savior prophesied in their limited texts. He was something deeper, a fundamental rhythm familiar to the very bones of this specific city, within this specific orb universe light. The people, seeing the armor and the presence, called him Vado. But the bricks beneath their feet, echoing with forgotten histories, knew better. They remembered faint tremors in reality, echoes of other names, other forms, other endings that were merely pauses between beginnings for a being like him. Skaith returned first. Not summoned from a forge. Not willed into existence. Remembered, drawn from the void alongside him, part of the core armament of this specific iteration of a planeswalker, an artifact that resonated across realities. The blade hovered in the stillness beside him, its black hilt engraved with nothing but memory, a compendium of past battles in its very substance. Its pommel spun, a gyroscopic lattice of golden geometry, humming in impossible ratios drawn from the fundamental structure of reality itself. Within its anchored heart, a brilliance pulsed, alive, but waiting. A perfect tool for a soul reborn into a new physical form. He did not consciously reach for it. He was already holding it, the connection existing beyond the physical. He said nothing. And yet the city leaned closer, its very infrastructure, built on principles he now deeply understood, responding to the ancient rhythm of his return. Book 1, Chapter 1. The martial arts arena within Biofexry University resonated with the rhythmic clash of synchronic swords. Traiana, the saber gypsy, moved with fluid grace, her dual sabers, tag and thu, an extension of her very being. Luciana Quirky, the empathetic artisan of language, stood nearby, her eyes keenly observing the dance of blades. Towson Vilecroft, the charismatic guardian of virtue, and Aren Sawyer, the aspiring competitor, awaited their turn to join the mesmerizing display. Traiana twirled and pivoted, her sabers cutting through the air with precision. Luciana, with her innate connection to language, could almost hear the symphony created by the clash and hum of the synchronic swords. Towson, with her petite yet vibrant stature, and Aren, the strategic luminary, exchanged knowing glances, anticipating their upcoming participation. Traiana halted, bringing her sabers to a poised position, and addressed the group. The dance of the synchronic swords is not just about combat, it's a language, a form of expression. Each strike, each parry, tells a story. Let's synchronize our movements and create a harmonious narrative. Towson added with a smile, and within this dance, we find virtue, the delicate balance between strength and tenderness. Let's weave that balance into our movements, expressing the principles of Amos through the art of the synchronic swords. Aren, with his strategic mind, chimed in the strategic brilliance of our choreography, we manifest wisdom. Let's synchronize our tactics, anticipate each other's moves, and create a symphony of strategic excellence. The three warriors positioned themselves, ready to engage in the dance of the synchronic swords. Traiana initiated the sequence, her sabers cutting through the air in a mesmerizing display. Towson embodied virtue, her strikes reflecting the delicate balance between strength and tenderness. Aren, with strategic brilliance, anticipated the next moves, seamlessly integrating tactics into the choreography. As they danced, the martial arts arena became a canvas for their expressive collaboration. The colors of the synchronic swords activation patterns intertwined, creating a visual spectacle that mirrored the interconnected creativity within biofexry. The spectators, including other settlers, watched in awe as the quartet engaged in a dance that went beyond physical combat, a dance that embodied wisdom, love, virtue, and strategic excellence. The symphony of the synchronic swords echoed through the arena, a testament to the unity of purpose within Biofexry University. Trayona, Towson, and Aren moved as one, their blades cutting through the air in a rhythmic dance that transcended the boundaries of mere martial arts. The transformative journey within the additive manufacturing information system was not only technological but also a profound exploration of the interconnected creativity that bound these characters together in their pursuit of wisdom, love, and strategic excellence. The trio, along with other settlers, weave with synchronic swords in a symphony of combat that transcends the physical realm. Triona's sabers cut through the air with precision, Towson embodies virtue with a wise balance of righteousness and compassion, and Aren strategically guides their choreography. The dance becomes a narrative, a story told through strikes, parries, and manufacturing. As the quartet synchronizes their actions, the colors of the synchronic swords activation patterns intertwine, creating a mesmerizing visual spectacle. The settlers watch in awe as the quartet engages in a dance that embodies wisdom, love, virtue, and strategic excellence. The courtyard transforms into a canvas for their expressive collaboration, a testament to the interconnected creativity fostered by Biofexry Castle. In the midst of their performance, Dylan E.T., the architect of the Amos, observes from a vantage point. His visionary leadership recognizes the transformative potential of the settlers' dance, not just as a display of martial prowess but as a profound exploration of the interconnected creativity that defines Amos. After the mesmerizing display in the courtyard, Dylan E.T. gathers the trio and others for a dialectical dialogue. The setting shifts to a serene space within Biofexry Castle, where Dylan initiates a thoughtful conversation on the concepts of traditional fencing from the Renaissance compared to the unique principles found in the Amos of the Amos. Dylan's voice echoes through the martial arts arena. Settlers of Biofexry, we stand at the crossroads of tradition and innovation. In the world beyond, traditional swordplay from the held its own significance, a dance of blades steeped in history. Today, I propose a dialogue, a synthesis of the old and the new, as we explore the principles of 3DGR within the Amos. Dylan, with his mathematical precision and spiritual insight, delves into the essence of traditional swordplay, exploring its historical roots, strategic principles, and the cultural significance of the epoch. Aren, as the master competitor, shares his perspectives on the strategic brilliance inherent in traditional swordplay and its applications in the dynamic landscape of Viridigus. Aren Sawyer, with his strategic mind, responds first. In traditional swordplay, strategic brilliance was honed through disciplined footwork, precise parries, and strategic strikes. How do the 3DGR hilts within the Amos incorporate these timeless principles while pushing the boundaries of innovation? Dylan E.T. acknowledges Aren's question with a nod. Indeed, Aren. The Amos of the 3DGR draws inspiration from the strategic brilliance of traditional swordplay. The encoded hilts of synchronic swords serve as both functional tools and symbolic conduits. Precision and discipline are paramount, mirroring the principles of traditional swordplay. However, we go beyond, infusing spiritual symbolism and a language of divine syntactics into each movement. On the other hand, Trayona and Towson bring their experiences of the encoded hilts of synchronic swords, highlighting the spiritual symbolism, artistic expression, and interconnected creativity embedded in their martial arts. They draw parallels between the principles of traditional fencing and the transformative dance they engage in with the synchronic swords. Trayona, twirling her sabers in anticipation, adds, "The dance of the synchronic swords is not merely about combat, it's a language, a form of expression. Each strike, each parry, tells a story. We synchronize our movements to create a harmonious narrative that transcends the physical realm." The dialectical dialogue becomes a rich exchange of ideas, bridging the traditional and the innovative within the Amos landscape. Dylan E.T.'s intellectual prowess, Aren's strategic insights, Towson's virtue-infused perspective, and Triona's spiritual understanding create a tapestry of diverse viewpoints. Towson, with her virtue-infused technique, chimes in the delicate balance between righteousness and compassion, we find wisdom. Amos embodies this balance, not just as a martial art but as a sacred manufacturing process that harmonizes earthly endeavors with divine principles. Dylan E.T. smiles, appreciating the insights shared by the settlers. This dialectical dialogue is a bridge between tradition and innovation, where the principles of traditional swordplay converge with the transformative elements of Amos. Together, we forge a path that respects the heritage of the past while embracing the boundless possibilities of the future with the 3DGR. The settlers, engaged in the dialogue, continue to explore the synergies between traditional swordplay and the Amos. The martial arts arena becomes a living canvas, where the dance of blades tells a tale of harmony, wisdom, compassion, righteousness, and strategic excellence, a testament to the interconnected creativity fostered within the expansive landscape of Veradigis. In the vibrant courtyard of Biofectory Castle, the rhythmic clash of synchronic swords echoed through the air, a harmonious dance that celebrated the interconnected creativity fostered by Amos. Trayona, Towson, and Aren, guided by the principles of wisdom, love, and strategic excellence, showcased the transformative power of the synchronic swords in their intricate maneuvers. Book 1, Chapter 2. Lucy Stearns stood at the entrance of the hidden chamber, her eyes fixed on the ancient text laid out on a pedestal before her. Jasper, Halem Cathon, and Neville Fallow gathered around, their expressions a mix of anticipation and determination. Lucy Stearns, raising her hand, "Welcome, my fellow seekers of knowledge. The artifact before us holds the key to a power unparalleled within the Amos. The process for growing artificial citizens is a gift and a responsibility, and today, we decide its fate." Jasper, leaning in, "You mean its liberation? This knowledge shouldn't be confined to the vision of Dylan E.T. alone. We've seen the potential, the untapped power." Halem Cathon, grinning, "And imagine the kind of chaos we can stir up with this information. A world molded by our intentions." Neville Fallow, looking thoughtful, "But are we sure this is the right path? We've been guided by the principles of Amos. Turning against Dylan and the university feels Elka betraying those very principles." Lucy Stearns, nodding, "Neville, my dear, wisdom sometimes demands a divergence from the established path. Our pursuit is not one of chaos but of understanding. Dylan may have a vision, but so do we. The Amos is not his sole dominion, it belongs to all who seek enlightenment." Jasper, smirking, "Enlightenment or not, the power this process grants is undeniable. Imagine the control, the influence we could wield." Halem Cathon, raising an eyebrow, "And the freedom from the constraints of Dylan's orchestrated harmony. We'll dance to our own tunes." Neville Fallow, looking conflicted, "But how do we justify this to the settlers? To those who believe in the principles we once upheld?" Lucy Stearns, placing a hand on Neville's shoulder, "Our pursuit is for the greater good, Neville. We guard this knowledge from those who would use it blindly. Dylan's intent to share it may lead to unintended consequences. We're protectors, not raiders." Jasper, crossing arms, "Protector or rebel, it's a matter of perspective. Let's not get lost in semantics. We take this knowledge, and we decide its fate for the greater good as we see it." Halem Cathon, smirking, "And maybe a bit of mischief on the side." Lucy Stearns, solemnly, "The path we tread is uncertain, but in our hands, the process artifact finds guardianship. We stand at the crossroads of destiny, my companions. Let us move forward, united in purpose." Jasper, stepping forward, "The time for deliberation is over. We've made our choice. Liberation, not confinement." Halem Cathon, smirking, "It's time to embrace a new order. One not dictated by Dylan's singular vision." Neville Fallow, looking torn, "But what about the principles we swore to uphold? Amos isn't just a philosophy, it's a commitment." Lucy Stearns, calmly, "Neville, we remain true to the essence of Amos. Our commitment is to the greater good, and sometimes that requires challenging the status quo." Jasper, nodding, "The settlers deserve to know the truth, to have the power to shape their own destiny." Halem Cathon, crossing arms, "Let's not forget the element of surprise. Dylan won't see this coming. Neville Fallow, resolute, if we do this, we must be prepared for the consequences. Dylan won't take this lightly. Lucy Stearns, raising her hand, we tread carefully, mindful of the responsibility we bear. Our purpose is enlightenment, not chaos. The group prepared to confront Dylan et and unveil their intentions to the settlers. The process artifact now stood divided, each rebel holding their own vision for the Amos. Book 1, Chapter 3. Meanwhile, in the heart of Veradigis, Dylan et sensed a disturbance. A feeling that the harmony of the plan was about to face an unforeseen challenge. The confrontation between the rebels and the architect of the Amos loomed on the horizon, promising a clash of ideals soon to echo through the corridors of FlipRhythm Castle. The moon cast an ethereal glow over the towering spires of FlipRhythm Castle as the rebels prepared their escape. Dylan et, standing atop the central tower, his eyes fixed, Lucy, you tread on dangerous ground. The process artifact holds powers beyond your understanding. I implore you to reconsider. Lucy Stearns, gripping her synchronic swords, her eyes defiant, Dylan, your vision constrains the potential within us. We seek to liberate knowledge, to allow settlers to explore the depths of their creativity. The process artifact is the key. Dylan et, summoning and anchoring 3DGR, a radiant glow enveloping him, Lucy, the harmony we've achieved is delicate. Your actions jeopardize the stability of FlipRhythm. The disruption is welcome. Lucy Stearns, stepping forward, the hilts of her synchronic swords humming with energy, stability at the cost of freedom is not true harmony. We'll forge a new path, guided by the untamed potential of the process artifact. The clash was imminent. FlipRhythm Castle, once a symbol of unity, now stood witness to the ideological battle between the guardians of tradition and the liberators of knowledge. Dylan et, but Lucy, our path ensures stability and coherence. The synchronic swords, Tempo and Rhythm, dance in harmony with the anchoring 3DGR. Each swing is a manifestation of divine principles. Lucy Stearns, drawing closer, stability should not come at the cost of autonomy. Jasper, Neville, Halem, and I believe in empowering individuals with the process artifact. We aim to break free from the constraints of your orchestrated harmony. Dylan et, his eyes gleaming with determination, Lucy, the process artifact is a sacred knowledge. It requires guidance and understanding. You risk unleashing forces that could disrupt the delicate balance we've achieved. Jasper, from the shadows, balance or stagnation, Dylan? We are not evil, we are liberators. The rebels, guided by the ideals of freedom and exploration, have taken the artifact to unlock the untapped potential within each settler. As Lucy spoke, Jasper, Neville Fallow, and Halem Cathon emerged from the shadows, each holding a fragment of the process artifact, a symbolic defiance against Dylan's vision. Halem Cathon, smirking, the knowledge within this artifact is not to be hoarded. It's a tool for individual growth and collective progress. Neville Fallow, pointing towards Dylan, his vision stifles creativity. We seek a world where settlers can shape their destiny. The dance of the synchronic swords should not be confined to a predetermined choreography. The tension escalated as Lucy Stearns drew her synchronic swords, the encoded hilts pulsating with a rebellious energy. Lucy Stearns, locking eyes with Dylan, Dylan, your harmony has become a cage. We'll free knowledge from its confines. Dylan et, standing atop the central tower, his eyes fixed, Lucy, you tread on dangerous ground. The process artifact holds powers beyond your understanding. I implore you to reconsider. Lucy Stearns, gripping her synchronic swords, her eyes defiant, Dylan, your vision constrains the potential within us. We seek to liberate knowledge, to allow settlers to explore the depths of their creativity. The process artifact is the key. As Lucy spoke, Jasper, Neville Fallow, and Halem Cathon left her side, each carrying a fragment of the process artifact. The clash was imminent. FlipRhythm Castle, once a symbol of unity, now stood witness to the ideological battle between the guardians of tradition and the liberators of knowledge. Dylan et, extending his hands, the anchoring 3DGR pulsating with power, if you leave, Lucy, you forsake the harmony we've strived to achieve. The consequences are welcome. Lucy Stearns, taking a defiant stance. Dylan, it's time for a new era. The settlers deserve the chance to shape their own destiny. As Lucy and Dylan locked eyes, the air crackled with anticipation. The rebel faction made their move, attempting to escape Biofactory Castle and influence the Raider faction beyond its walls. Dylan summoning the synchronic swords Tempo and Rhythm with a swift motion. If you choose this path, Lucy, know that the repercussions are beyond your control. The dance of the synchronic swords may embody harmony, yet your rebellion disrupts my plan. In the moonlit courtyard of Biofactory Castle, the clash between Dylan the maestro of tempo and rhythm, and Lucy Stearns, the master of linguistic semiotics, unfolded like a dance. The battlefield resonated with the vibrant clash of their dual-wielded swords. As the battle ensued, trails of 3DGR followed every move, leaving a unique mark on the courtyard. Each strike carried linguistic significance, as the encoded hilts responded to the strategic expressions of the combatants. Dylan, with the retaliation of tempo and rhythm, demonstrated his tactical prowess by seamlessly adding 3DGR with strategic precision. The courtyard echoed with the duet of aria as Lucy Stearns countered with her own movements, creating a visual masterpiece in the cacophony of combat. A convergence of their skills brought forth an enigmatic dance, the synchronic swords executing cross-block maneuvers with the addition of 3DGR, transforming the courtyard into a realm of vibrancy. Lucy Stearns activated the encoded hilts and the awakening, a sequence generation that showcased the creative flow of Lucy her synchronic swords. The complexity preformed by Dylan added a collaborative beat as tempo and rhythm, enhanced with 3DGR, turned the courtyard into a stage for a complex rhyme. The duel unfolded with inversion in a dance of unpredictability that added multiple 3DGR, creating a vivid display of mastery. As the battle reached its zenith, the graceful ballet of balance unfolded. Lucy Stearns added 3DGR to create equilibrium in the dance, turning the courtyard into a stage for a poised ballet. Echoes resonated through the battlefield, with the combatants engaging in a dance that added 3DGRs to the landscape. The climax of the battle arrived with disarmament, an enigma unfolding as tempo and rhythm, enhanced with 2 additional 3DGR, heightened the suspense. The courtyard turned into a realm of combat as Dylan attempted to disarm Lucy, yet Lucy Stearns, fueled by the rebellious energy pulsating from her synchronic swords and the encoded hilts humming with a linguistic defiance, swiftly executed a well-crafted complex 3DGR semantic structure. The intricate dance of 3DGR strands created a momentary impasse, freezing Dylan in his tracks as he struggled to decipher the semantic web before him. In that fleeting moment, Lucy seized the opportunity to escape the dance of swords and linguistic prowess. Book 1, Chapter 4. The air in the deep rainforest was supposed to be a thick, humid tapestry of scent, blooming nightflowers, wet earth, and the sweet rot of fallen umberwood. But here, near the mountain's base, a new scent dominated, the acrid tang of scorched metal and the ozone-sharp bite of unrefined energy. The harmonious symphony of chittering data bugs and whispering leaves was undercut by a flat, rhythmic pounding, the sound of industry without art. The rebel faction moved as ghosts through the wounded landscape. Neville Fallow, his soul attuned to the divine, felt the discord not as a thought, but as a physical sickness in his stomach. The trees here were not just marked, they were branded with geometric, efficiency-optimized cuts, their complex 3DGR weavings severed to stump the flow of life. Clearings weren't natural, they were sterilized, the vibrant undergrowth scoured to gray ash by thermal lances, leaving only hard-packed, lifeless earth. Lucy Stearns led them, her hands resting on the encoded hilts of her synchronic swords. She didn't need to see the raiders to feel their presence, she felt it in the frayed edges of the linguistic matrix around her, a grating static of pure utility. "It's not a city," Halem Cathon murmured, his voice low and sharp. He knelt, picking up a shard of clumsily fractured platinum. "It's a refinery. They're not building, they're digesting." He pointed to a nearby, half-harvested 3DGR crystal formation. The raiders had taken the easiest, most central core, shattering the intricate, dormant potential of the outer lattice. It was the work of a scavenger, not an architect. Jasper said nothing. Her eyes, however, were alive with a cold, calculating fire, tracing the paths of the patrols, analyzing the fortress's layout. She saw a system, and her mind began to dissect it. Then they saw it. Clifton's stronghold. It was not a part of the mountain. It was a geometric abscess upon it. A fortress of hammered platinum, torn from the heart of Tempo&Rythm, rose in brutal, angular lines. Its surfaces were polished to a dull, mirror-like sheen, reflecting the vibrant life of the rainforest in distorted, broken images. From its peak, a harsh, actinic blue light pulsed, a beacon that seemed to bleach the color from the very air around it. This was not a place of creation. It was a monument to possession. And at its heart, on a throne of hastily melted platinum and seized finery, sat the possessor. Clifton, the raider ruler, was the embodiment of the fortress. His armor was mismatched platinum plates, scarred from countless raids not on external foes, but on his own kind. It was a history of dominance written in dents and scratches. In his hand was a golden goblet, stolen from some forgotten settlement. As the rebels emerged from the treeline, he took a long, slow drink, his eyes sharp with a hungry, unrefined intelligence locked on them. With a theatrical sigh, he tossed the dregs of his wine onto the roots of a sacred, luminous 3DGR tree that grew stubbornly at the base of his throne. The liquid sizzled. A patch of the tree's bark turned gray, its soft internal light flickering and dying. Clifton grinned, a flash of white in his grimy face. It was a casual act of defilement, a demonstration of his power. Lucy stepped forward, her movements fluid against his brute stillness. "You build your throne on a wound, Clifton," she said, her voice clear, cutting through the industrial drone. She didn't wait for a reply. Instead, she placed a bare hand on the wounded tree. The faint, fading glow of the 3DGR filaments within it pulsed, and a single, new, luminous leaf struggled to unfurl from a nearby branch. The forest was speaking through her. Neville moved to her side. He didn't speak, but as he stood, the chaotic, vibrant life of the rainforest seemed to cluster protectively around him. A breeze carried the suddenly potent scent of blooming nightflowers, a direct, sensory defiance of the metallic stench. Clifton laughed, a short, harsh bark of sound. "Pretty tricks. The tree is a resource. Its light can power my forges. Your words cannot." Halem stepped forward, the rogue's grin playing on his lips but not reaching his eyes. He held up the shard of platinum. "You see a nail, so you use a hammer." He tossed the dead metal at Clifton's feet. It landed with a dull clink. Then he gestured to the complex, living geometry of the rainforest around them. "We see an ecosystem. Your vision isn't just brutal, it's simple. And a simple tool breaks against a complex world." It was Jasper who delivered the final, strategic blow of the dialogue. "You are inefficient, Clifton," she stated, her voice cool and analytical. "You extract the core and shatter the lattice, wasting 80% of the potential. Your dominion is built on waste. A smarter ruler would cultivate the growth, ensuring a perpetual supply." Her vision of symbiosis was one of cold, optimal utility, a sharper, more dangerous version of his own greed. The rebel's words hung in the air, a multifaceted challenge. Clifton's grin did not falter, it widened into a sneer. He rose from his throne, his bulk imposing. "Your pretty words don't forge steel," he growled, his voice a low rumble. "They don't power cannons." He lifted his boot and, with a slow, deliberate pressure, ground the luminous leaf Lucy had nurtured into the dirt. "Power," he declared, clenching a fist, the servos in his gauntlet whirring, "is what extracts potential. It is the only true language. The rainforest and the 3DGR will bow to my will. I'll take every ounce of their potential for my dominion." As he spoke the final word, the ground trembled. Not from an explosion, but from a deep, resonant shift. The vines creeping up his fortress walls twitched and tightened with a sound like grinding fibers. The actinic blue light of the stronghold flickered erratically for a single, telling second. The world itself was rejecting his premise. Lucy's eyes met Halem's. She gave a sharp, almost imperceptible nod towards a raider's unsecured platinum power cell. She then glanced at Neville and flicked her eyes towards the ground. The time for dialogue was over. The dance was about to begin. Book 1, Chapter 5. The rebel faction's presence sparks a dialectical dialogue within Raider City, where Lucy Stearns, Neville Fallow, Jasper, and Halem Cathon become catalysts for a cross-pollination of ideas and principles. Some raiders, once skeptical, begin to see the potential of unity between the rebel faction's transformative vision and the diverse expressions of creativity that define their city. As day turns to night, the rebel faction and the raiders converge in a grand square at the city's center. Lucy, standing alongside raider leaders, addresses the assembled crowd. Her words resonate with the principles of transformative linguistic exploration, ethical excellence, and the interconnectedness of love and knowledge. The rebel faction's arrival becomes a turning point in Raider City's history, as the Linguist, the Diplomat, the Guardian, and the Rogue weave their unique threads into the fabric of this unconventional community. The clash between rebels and raiders transforms into a harmonious dance, symbolizing the beginning of a new era where the principles of the 3DGR and the Raider City converge in a symphony of transformation. In the heart of Raider City, the rebel faction becomes not just visitors but integral contributors to the ever-evolving narrative of the Amos landscape. As Lucy Stearns and her companions navigate the complexities of Raider City, they leave an indelible mark, shaping the destiny of Biofexry Castle and the rainforest of Tempo&Rythm in ways unforeseen by both rebels and raiders alike. The dance continues, and the rebel faction embraces their role as catalysts for transformative change within the vibrant tapestry of Raider City. In the heart of Raider City, Lucy Stearns, accompanied by Jasper, Neville Fallow, and Halem Cathon, stood before a group of raiders whose eyes reflected a stark contrast to the vibrant hues of the eclectic city. The rebel faction, armed with the transformative knowledge encoded in the process artifact, sought to persuade the raiders to embrace the principles of the 3DGR and move beyond the stagnation that gripped their community. Lucy, the luminary in linguistic exploration, stepped forward, her encoded hilts gleaming in the ambient light. Raiders of the city, she began, her voice resonating with both authority and compassion. We bring not just knowledge but the key to unlocking a future where the power to create transcends the desire to raid. The raiders, their expressions hardened by a history of resource-driven pursuits, remain skeptical. One raider, a burly figure with a stern gaze, stepped forward. "You may rule the city, but not me. I'm here for gold, not friends," he declared defiantly. Jasper, the cunning diplomat, responded with an unwavering resolve. "Gold may be the currency of the present, but imagine a world where autonomy becomes the true wealth. The process artifact we carry holds the secrets to creating a future where the city thrives not through raids, but through innovation and collaboration." Another raider, adorned with artifacts of past raids, chimed in. "Innovation? Collaboration? Those are fancy words, but they won't fill our coffers. We've survived by taking what we need, not by weaving words." Neville Fallow, the humble luminary and guardian of virtue, stepped forward, his eyes reflecting deep empathy. "Survival is crucial, but so is the virtue that guides our actions. The process artifact is not just about knowledge, it's about shaping a future where ethical excellence becomes the foundation of our existence." Halem Cathon, the charismatic and roguish figure, interjected with a playful smile. "Think of it this way, the process artifact isn't just a book of rules, it's a guide to unlocking the true potential of Raider City. We can create not just wealth, but a legacy that transcends the cycles of raiding." The raiders exchanged skeptical glances, torn between their ingrained desire for gold and the tantalizing promises of the rebel faction. Lucy Stearns, sensing the inner conflict, spoke again. "The process artifact is not a threat to your autonomy, it's a tool to enhance it. Imagine a city where the power to create is in your hands, where gold becomes a byproduct of collaborative ingenuity." The burly raider who had spoken earlier remained unconvinced but intrigued. "I've seen cities rise and fall. What makes yours any different?" Lucy Stearns, with a glint of determination in her eyes, replied, "Because ours is a city built on the principles encoded in the 3DGR, a city where the machine units of innovation grow, where the brain of the artificial citizen thrives on the interconnected dance of knowledge and communication. Join us, and together we can shape a destiny that transcends the limitations of the past." The raiders, their hearts torn between the familiar comfort of raiding and the allure of a transformative future, stood at the crossroads of choice. The rebel faction awaited their decision, knowing that the clash between stagnation and transformation hung in the balance. The raiders, faced with a choice that could redefine their destiny, stood silent, caught between the echoes of the past and the beckoning call of a future shaped by the process artifact and the principles it held. The rebel faction, armed with the transformative knowledge encoded in the process artifact, found themselves standing on the outskirts of Raider City. The luminary, Lucy Stearns, led the group alongside Neville Fallow, Halem Cathon, and the once trusted Jasper. The rebel faction's goal was clear: to persuade a select group of raiders within the city to embrace the principles of the 3DGR and move beyond the stagnancy that gripped their community. The city sprawled before them, a chaotic mix of metallic structures and the echoes of past raids. Lucy Stearns, holding the process artifact with reverence, spoke to her companions. "Our mission is to find those willing to listen, those open to the transformative power encoded within the process artifact. We seek to break the shackles of stagnation and lead them towards a future of collaboration and innovation." As the rebel faction ventured deeper into the city, they encountered raiders of various dispositions. Some were engrossed in the pursuit of gold, others reveling in the chaos they sowed. Lucy approached a group of raiders gathered around a makeshift bonfire, their eyes reflecting the flickering flames of avarice. "Raiders of the city," Lucy addressed them, "we come not as conquerors but as bearers of knowledge. The process artifact holds the key to a future where gold is not the sole currency, but a byproduct of collaborative ingenuity. Will you join us in shaping a destiny beyond the cycles of raiding?" The raiders exchanged skeptical glances, their loyalty tethered to the familiar comforts of raiding. One raider, adorned with the spoils of past conquests, scoffed at the notion. "Knowledge won't fill our coffers. We thrive on the chaos of the raid. What do you offer that gold cannot?" Lucy, undeterred, gestured to the process artifact. "This artifact is not just a book of rules, it's a guide to unlocking the true potential of Raider City. With the knowledge encoded within, we can create a legacy that transcends the limitations of the past. Imagine a city where the power to create is in your hands, where gold becomes a byproduct of collaborative ingenuity." The raiders remained skeptical, torn between the allure of immediate gain and the promises of a transformative future. The rebel faction knew that their mission required more than words, it demanded action. They decided to use the synchronic swords, not as weapons of destruction but as excavation tools to gather the materials needed for the growth of artificial citizens, gold, carbon, and uranium. As the rebel faction envisioned embarking on their excavation mission, conflict erupted within the city. Raiders, driven by their destructive means of obtaining resources, clashed with the rebel faction. The clash of ideologies unfolded amidst the metallic structures, echoing the broader stagnancy that enveloped Raider City. Neville Fallow, with his unwavering commitment to ethical excellence, sought to mediate and guide the raiders towards a path of collaboration. Halem Cathon, the roguish guardian, utilized his charm to sway the more hesitant raiders. Jasper, once a trusted companion, found herself immersed in Raider City. Book 1, Chapter 6. Jasper, with an enigmatic smile, Lucy Stearns, luminary leader of the rebel faction, "Your principles may be sharp blades, but in the dance, they are but fleeting echoes. Ambition, my dear, is the melody that orchestrates the grand symphony of power." Lucy Stearns, resolute and composed, "Jasper, your coup is a dance of shadows, a fleeting illusion. Our principles, the guiding steps in the dance of progress, will not yield to the darkness you seek to cast upon Biofexry Castle." Halem Cathon, the clash of ideologies. This is a dance I didn't expect to be part of. Roguish charm meets the dance of swords. Let's make it a spectacle they won't forget. Jasper, smirking, roguish charm may amuse Halem, but in the end, it's ambition that forges destiny. Raiders, witness the birth of a new era. Loyalty to me is loyalty to power. Neville Fallow, in the dance of progress, enduring principles are our shield. Rebels, stand firm. Love and timeless principles will resonate amidst the chaos. Lucy Stearns, the process artifact is not a pawn, Jasper. It's a beacon of enlightenment. In the clash of ideologies, we find the strength to forge our destiny. Jasper, crafting her narrative, deception is an art, rebels. Watch as I craft destiny with every calculated move. In the dance, deception is the brush, and ambition paints the masterpiece. Halem Kathon, injecting humor, a coup, my friends, is a dance of shadows. Let the light of deception guide us. Craft amidst chaos, our escape will be a performance they won't understand. For the Queen, for Jasper. Ambition guides our blades, and shadows conceal our every move. Loyalty to the Queen is our path to victory. Neville Fallow, in every conflict, seek divine alignment, and you'll find the path to resilience. Love, my friends, is the harmonious thread that binds us amidst chaos. Lucy Stearns, standing firm, this clash is not just about power, it's about preserving the essence of Amos. The rebel faction is a beacon of hope in the shadow of deception. We stand united. The clash between Raider and rebel mobs reverberated through Raider City. The air crackled with the clash of platinum and graphene. Lucy Stearns, determined and resilient, led her rebel faction in a desperate struggle against the tide of Jasper's ambitions. The dance of progress took a dark turn as manufacturing challenges, martial confrontation, and philosophical dialogue merged into a chaotic symphony of conflict. Jasper, the puppeteer of the moment, orchestrated her forces with precision, while Lucy Stearns fought to maintain the delicate balance encoded within the Amos. Raider and rebel forces clashed in a tumultuous dance that would shape the destiny of Biofactory Castle and the rainforest of Tempo&Rythm. Amidst the chaos, Lucy Stearns, Neville Fallow, and Halem Kathon found themselves surrounded by the overwhelming forces of Jasper's raiders. In a moment of strategic brilliance, the rebel faction initiated a daring escape. The rebels fought their way through the mob, retreating towards the safety of the rainforest. The escape, fraught with danger and uncertainty, reached its climax as the rebel faction, guided by Lucy's wisdom, made a daring getaway from Jasper. The rainforest, a sanctuary of nature and encoded knowledge, awaited them as they sought refuge from the machinations of Raider City. Jasper, the puppeteer of the moment, reveled in the success of her persuasive narrative, masking the truth that lay hidden behind the facade of silver and gold. Descending the elevated platform of the Raider Hall of Regan, her golden ensemble shimmering in the dim light as she approached the eagerly awaiting crowd. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation, and the gangster faction, along with other raiders, looked up to their newly declared ruler with a mixture of curiosity and excitement. My fellow raiders, children of ambition, hear me now. Jasper's voice, rich with the resonance of authority, echoed through the gathered masses. She raised her hands, gesturing gracefully to command attention. Today marks the dawn of a new era in Raider City, a chapter where our ambitions transcend the ordinary, where the pursuit of power and prosperity leads us to heights never before imagined. The crowd, captivated by Jasper's commanding presence, listened intently as she unfolded her vision. In the realm of war, power is not merely measured in brute force but in the mastery of technology and strategic innovation. I stand before you not just as a ruler, but as a harbinger of progress, armed with a plan that will reshape the destiny of Raider City, a plan that fuses the brilliance of our raiders with the transformative principles of the Amos. Jasper paused, letting the weight of her words settle upon the audience. The flickering torches cast dancing shadows, adding an air of mystique to her proclamation. Our war industry, my comrades, shall become the forge of destiny, crafting armaments imbued with the energetic 3DGR signaling, a concept that transcends the boundaries of conventional warfare, she declared, her words resonating with a blend of conviction and charisma. Imagine cannons that operate not merely on kinetic propulsion but harness the very essence of the 3DGR, creating a symphony of power and precision on the battlefield. As Jasper painted this vivid image, the crowd's collective imagination stirred with the promise of a new era in warfare. The signaling pathways of 3DGR shall be the arteries through which information flows, creating secondary signaling structures that elevate our cannons beyond the mundane. We shall operate as entire platoons, synchronized in our actions, each cannon a testament to the ingenuity of Raider City. Her rhetoric, laced with grandeur, sought to weave a narrative of technological prowess and strategic dominance. Signaling pathways will be the lifeblood of our military might, transmitting information seamlessly between interconnected 3DGR, forming neighborhoods of logic and precision. Raider City, under my reign, shall be the beacon of innovation, the forge where the future of warfare is forged. Jasper descended further into the crowd, her presence a magnetic force drawing the raiders into her vision. In this grand endeavor, we shall not only secure our borders but reach beyond, conquering territories that lay untouched by raider might. The platinum armors we wear today are only the beginning of triumph, the symbol of Raider City's ascendancy to unparalleled heights. As she spoke, Jasper's gestures became more animated, embodying the passion that fueled her vision. My fellow Raiders, together we shall forge a legacy that echoes through the corridors of history. With the prepared plan, our war industry shall be the catalyst of transformation, and the Raiders shall be the architects of a new era in warfare. Embrace this destiny, for under my reign, Raider City shall rise to become the undisputed power in the realm. The crowd erupted in cheers, their loyalty pledged to the Raider ruler who promised them a future defined by technological marvels and military supremacy. Jasper, bathed in the adulation of her followers, reveled in the success of her theatrically persuasive rhetoric, knowing that the path to conquest had been paved with the words of ambition and innovation. Book 1, Chapter 7. However, the serenity of the courtyard was abruptly disrupted by an unexpected disturbance on the horizon. A platoon of platinum raiders, led by a formidable raider wielding a 3DGR signaling cannon, emerged, their 3DGR energy cannons humming with the promise of destruction. The atmosphere shifted from creative expression to a battlefield of conflicting ideals and power. The settlers, including Towson Vilecroft, Oren Sawyer, and Trayona, paused in their creativity, sensing the impending challenge. Dylan E.T., the architect of Amos, observed from his vantage point, recognizing the threat that the raiders posed to the harmonious ecosystem of Veradigis. The raider with the 3DGR signaling cannon, adorned in opulence, addressed the settlers with a menacing undertone. Biofexry Castle, your harmonious dance ends here. Raider City shall extend its influence beyond its borders, and your treasures will now belong to the Platinum Raiders. With a gesture, the platoon of Platinum Raiders advanced, their 3DGR energy cannons humming with destructive potential. The courtyard, once a canvas for creative expression, transformed into a battlefield where the clash of ideals and power would unfold. In response, Trayona, Towson, and Oren assumed strategic positions, their synchronic swords ready to defend their landscape guided by Amos. The settlers, valuing the principles of wisdom, love, and strategic excellence, prepared for a battle that transcended mere combat. The dance of the synchronic swords now became a symphony of resistance, a narrative of unity against the encroaching threat. Dylan E.T., realizing the need for a united front, descended from his vantage point to join the settlers in the battle. Biofexry Castle's architecture, designed to resist external forces, became a fortress against the Platinum Raiders' onslaught. The clash began with the humming of 3DGR energy cannons, threatening to disrupt the harmonious dance of creativity within Amos. Trayona, Towson, and Oren, the central characters defending Biofexry Castle, emerged as symbols of resilience, martial artistry, and strategic brilliance. Each movement, a note in the epic symphony of combat, carried the weight of principles, the Raider code against the encoded language of the synchronic swords. Dylan E.T., orchestrating the defense, unleashed a countermeasure, the graphene blades of the synchronic swords. Crafted with unparalleled durability, these blades transformed destructive force into a radiant aura, enveloping the defenders and becoming a turning point in the narrative. Witness the dance of the anchoring 3DGRs. Dylan proclaimed. In every clash, they echo divine harmony, guiding our defense with the precision of celestial proportions. Trayona, the martial master, weaved a mesmerizing dance with her dual sabers, deflecting the relentless energy blasts. Tag and THU, weave your dance. Let the synchronic swords tell a story of resilience and martial artistry. As the clash intensified between the raiders and the defenders of Biofexry Castle, the destructive force of the 3DGR energy cannons unleashed by the raiders clashed against the resilience of the settlement. The radiant energy illuminated the battlefield, creating a spectacle of power and precision. The raiders aim to conquer, but our defenses won't yield, Oren Sawyer, the master competitor, declared. Let the dance of creation begin. Trayona, the martial master, engaged in a mesmerizing dance with her dual sabers, Tag and THU, deflecting the relentless energy blasts. In the chaos, Trayona found her rhythm. The platinum armors may be strong, but the dance of the synchronic swords will outmaneuver their aggression. As the raiders relentlessly fired the 3DGR energy cannons, the trails of 3DGR left by the synchronic swords became a beacon of restorative power. Towson Bylecroft, observing the transformative effect, exclaimed, "The trails of 3DGR, like threads of creation, mend the wounds inflicted upon our settlement." In this dance of creation and destruction, our castle finds renewal. Let the raiders taste the brilliance of tactical innovation. Aren Sawyer declared. In this clash, the raiders may be aggressive, but strategy prevails. Unsettle their plans. "Look into my eyes, raiders," Towson exclaimed. "In them, you'll find the wisdom between righteousness and compassion. The clash is a canvas, and I painted with the colors of resilience and collaboration." The raiders pushed forward. Platinum Raiders, advance. Let our aggression be the unstoppable force that sweeps through Biofexry Castle. Conquest is our destiny. The raiders, driven by their aggressive agenda, continued to fire the 3DGR energy cannons relentlessly. However, with each clash, the trails of 3DGR left by the synchronic swords not only defended against the onslaught but also repaired the damage inflicted. The intertwined dance of creation and destruction created a continuous and efficient manufacturing cycle within the intricate landscape of Amos. Each movement became a decisive note in the epic symphony of combat, marking a significant chapter in the history of Viridigus. Dylan E.T., the architect of Amos, watched as the clash unfolded. The raiders may bring platinum armors and 3DGR cannons, but the spirit of Amos fuels our defense. Prepare, for in this clash, technology and spirituality unite in an unstoppable force. With Trayona, Aren, and Towson defending Biofexry Castle, embodied the principles of resilience, martial artistry, and determination. Their movements became decisive notes in the ongoing symphony, a testament to the interconnected creativity that defined the dance of enlightenment at Biofexry Castle. As the raiders pressed forward, relentlessly firing their 3DGR energy cannons, the settlers of Tempo&Rythm, led by Trayona, Aren Sawyer, and Towson Bylecroft, retreated into the sanctuary of Biofexry Castle. Dylan E.T., the architect of Amos, orchestrated the retreat, utilizing the fortress's intricate design to strategically position the settlers for the impending clash. Within the labyrinthian gate of archetypal 3DGR semantic structures and statues, the raiders found themselves disoriented and lost. The interconnected creativity of Biofexry Castle proved to be a formidable maze, a testament to Dylan E.T.'s architectural brilliance. The Raider Code, based on aggression and raiding, now faced the challenge of navigating the harmonious dance of Amos. The raiders, separated and dispersed, attempted to regroup within the complex structure of Biofexry Castle. Each corridor and passage became a symbolic representation of the interconnected principles guiding the settlers: wisdom, love, and strategic excellence. The raiders, now lost within the labyrinth, struggled to comprehend the encoded language of the semantic structures. In the heart of Biofexry Castle, Trayona and Aren Sawyer, masters of martial artistry and strategic brilliance, prepared combat. The raider with the 3DGR signaling cannon, adorned in opulence, confronted them with a menacing presence. Opulent raider wielding a signaling 3DGR cannon, your feeble dance of swords is no match for the might of Raider City. Witness the power of platinum armors in 3DGR cannons. Trayona, the martial master, weaved a mesmerizing dance with her dual sabers, Tag and Thu, deflecting the relentless energy blasts. The dance of the synchronic swords transcends your aggressive agenda. In our unity, we stand resilient against the storm you bring. Conquest may be your aim, but creation is our response. Prepare to face the strategic brilliance that defends the principles of creation. With each movement, Aren countered the aggressive agenda of the raider, showcasing the transformative power of strategic innovation. In the climax of the battle, amidst the clash of synchronic swords and the hum of 3DGR energy cannons, the opulent raider screamed, "Your feudal resistance will crumble before the might of Raider City." Witness the symphony of power and precision unleashed by the 3DGR signaling cannon. Trayona and Aren worked in tandem to capture the raider with the signaling 3DGR cannon. Their movements became a symphony of resistance, a narrative of unity against the encroaching threat. Your destiny of conquest meets the fortress of creation. The narrative of this clash has been etched in the history of Veridigis. At the conclusion, Traiona and Aren presented the captured raider to Dylan E.T., who observed the unfolding drama from his vantage point. Biofexry Castle's architecture, designed to resist external forces, had become a fortress against the Platinum Raider's onslaught. Dylan E.T., with a sense of accomplishment, looked at the raider brought before him. The dance of enlightenment prevails, Dylan proclaimed. In every clash, the interconnected creativity of Amos guides our defense. The raiders may bring platinum armors and 3DGR cannons, but the spirit of Amos fuels our resistance. The captured raider, now encased in tendrils of 3DGR from the synchronic swords, your feeble attempts at resistance will be crushed. Raider City's influence extends beyond these castle walls. As the settlers regrouped, Dylan E.T., the architect of Amos, surveyed the scene. The captured raider with synchronic swords, once a formidable presence, now knelt in surrender, bound by the transformative power of the settlers' unity. Dylan, with tempo and rhythm in hand, approached the captive raider, his eyes reflecting a mixture of curiosity and determination. Biofexry Castle, a fortress designed to resist external forces, stood as a silent witness to the complex dance that had unfolded within its walls. The courtyard, once a space for creative expression, now became the stage for a different kind of drama, the aftermath of conflict and the potential for revelation. Dylan E.T. gestured for the captive raider to speak, a silent understanding passing between them. The raider, adorned in platinum armor, met Dylan's gaze with a mixture of defiance and calculation. A moment of suspense hung in the air as the settlers, gathered around, awaited the raider's revelation. The captive raider spoke, "Architect Dylan E.T., I offer you a proposition. In exchange for gold and safe passage, I shall reveal the plans of Jasper, the raider ruler of Raider City. Her ambitions transcend mere conquest, they weave a tapestry of innovation and manipulation. The plans of Jasper hold the secrets of a transformative approach to warfare, the integration of 3DGR signaling into cannons, and the utilization of synchronic swords. Raider City, under her reign, has become the forge of a new era, and I hold the key to unraveling its secrets." Dylan, ever the visionary, contemplated the offer. The captured raider's revelation hinted at a deeper layer of complexity within the tapestry of narrative. The plans of Jasper, a treasure of knowledge and ambition, now lay within the grasp of the settlers, opening a pathway to understanding the intricate web of deception that had unfolded. The settlers, including Traiona, Towson, and Aren, exchanged glances, acknowledging the weight of the decision at hand. Biofexry Castle, a symbol of stability and resilience, seemed to resonate with the anticipation of what lay ahead. Dylan, with a determined gaze, accepted the raider's proposition. "Gold and safe passage shall be granted," he declared, "but the secrets within the plans of Jasper shall be revealed for the benefit of Amos and the interconnected creativity that defines Biofexry Castle. The dance of progress and revelation continues, and the transformative power of knowledge shall guide our journey in Veridigis." In the aftermath of the clash between the settlers of Biofexry Castle and the platoon of Platinum Raiders, a sense of victory and relief lingered in the air. The vibrant courtyard, once disrupted by the threat of the raiders, now bore the marks of the settlers' resilience. Traiona, Towson, Aren, and their fellow settlers, guided by the principles of Amos, had successfully repelled the encroaching danger. As the settlers regrouped, Dylan E.T., the architect of Amos, surveyed the scene. The captured raider with synchronic swords, once a formidable presence, now knelt in surrender, bound by the transformative power of the settlers' unity. Dylan, with tempo and rhythm in hand, approached the captive raider, his eyes reflecting a mixture of curiosity and determination. Biofexry Castle, a fortress designed to resist external forces, stood as a silent witness to the dance that had unfolded within its walls. The courtyard, once a space for creative expression, now became the stage for a different kind of drama, the aftermath of conflict and the potential for revelation. Dylan E.T. gestured for the captive raider to speak, a silent understanding passing between them. The raider, adorned in platinum armor, met Dylan's gaze with a mixture of defiance and calculation. A moment of suspense hung in the air as the settlers, gathered around, awaited the raider's revelation. In a voice that echoed with the linguistic prowess for which raiders were known, the captive raider spoke, "Architect Dylan E.T., I offer you a proposition. In exchange for gold and safe passage, I shall reveal the plans of Jasper, the raider ruler of Raider City. Her ambitions transcend mere conquest, they weave a tapestry of innovation and manipulation. The plans of Jasper hold the secrets of a transformative approach to warfare, the integration of 3DGR signaling into cannons, and the utilization of synchronic swords. Raider City, under her reign, has become the forge of a new era, and I hold the key to unraveling its secrets. Dylan, ever the visionary, contemplated the offer. The captured raider's revelation hinted at a deeper layer of complexity within the tapestry of Veridige's narrative. The plans of Jasper now lay within the grasp of the settlers, opening a pathway to understanding the intricate web of deception that had unfolded. The settlers, including Trayona, Towson, and Aren, exchanged glances, acknowledging the weight of the decision at hand. Biofactory Castle, a symbol of growth and harmony, seemed to resonate with the anticipation of what lay ahead. Dylan, with a determined gaze, accepted the raider's proposition. Gold and safe passage shall be granted, he declared, but the secrets within the plans of Jasper shall be revealed for the benefit of Amos and the interconnected creativity that defines Biofactory Castle. The dance of progress and revelation continues, and the transformative power of knowledge shall guide our journey in Veridige's. The captured raider, now an unexpected source in the settlers' quest for understanding, began to unfold the intricate details of Jasper's grand plans. The courtyard, once a battlefield, became a space of strategic discourse as the settlers prepared to delve into the depths of innovation and deception hidden within the plans of Jasper. The complex dance of Biofactory Castle continued, fueled by the interconnected creativity that transcended the boundaries of conflict and collaboration. Within the grand hall of Biofactory Castle, Oren Sawyer, the strategic luminary, sat across from the raider with synchronic swords. The captured raider, adorned in platinum armor, exuded a sense of intrigue as the atmosphere crackled with the weight of revelation. Dylan E.T., with tempo and rhythm in hand, stood nearby, overseeing the unfolding dialogue. Oren leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the raider. Speak, raider. Enlighten us with the intricacies of Jasper's plans. What does the raider ruler seek to achieve, and how do her ambitions intertwine with the destiny of Biofactory Castle? The raider, skittish in the presence of settlers' unity, took a deep breath before divulging the grand tapestry of Jasper's aspirations. Jasper, the raider began, envisions Raider City as the epicenter of transformative power, not just through conquest but through innovation and manipulation. Her plans extend beyond the mere acquisition of territory, they are a symphony of technological advancement, strategic brilliance, and linguistic mastery. Dylan E.T. nodded in acknowledgement, encouraging the raider to continue. Jasper's vision involves the integration of 3DGR signaling into cannons, a groundbreaking approach to warfare. The cannons, once limited to conventional methods, will now harness the transformative capabilities of 3DGR technology, creating a force that transcends the ordinary. This integration marks the dawn of a new era in Raider City's military capabilities. Oren absorbed the information, recognizing the significance of such innovation. The integration of 3DGR signaling into cannons, he mused, offers a strategic advantage that goes beyond traditional methods. How does Jasper plan to wield this technological leap in the realm of warfare? The raider continued, Jasper envisions cannons infused with 3DGR signaling not only as weapons of destruction but as tools of manipulation. The synchronized patterns of 3DGR will serve as a language, a form of communication that goes beyond the physical realm. Raiders, guided by these patterns, will have a heightened ability to coordinate and adapt on the battlefield, creating a linguistic tapestry of war that confounds and overwhelms opponents. Dylan, intrigued by the fusion of technology and linguistic symbolism, interjected, Jasper indeed seeks to reshape the dynamics of the raider's conflict ability. But what of the synchronic swords? How do they fit into her grand plans? The raider's eyes gleamed with a mix of reverence and caution. The synchronic swords, masterpieces within the Amos framework, are not mere weapons, they are symbols of Jasper's linguistic prowess. She envisions the raiders wielding these swords not only in physical combat but as tools of manipulation, much like the cannons. The hilts are encoded with linguistic patterns that guide the raider in a dance of strategic brilliance, turning the battlefield into a narrative woven with the principles of Amos. Oren pondered the implications. So, the raiders are progressing as warriors and storytellers on the battlefield. Jasper's approach is one of manipulation and strategic brilliance, using both technology and linguistic artistry. The raider nodded, exactly. Jasper's ambition transcends traditional notions of warfare. Raider City, under her guidance, becomes a forge of innovation where the principles of Amos shape not only the physical landscape but also the narrative of conflict. Dilaniti, with a thoughtful expression, concluded, Jasper's plans are a convergence of technology, linguistic mastery, and strategic brilliance. The integration of 3DGR signaling into cannons and the utilization of synchronic swords create a multifaceted approach to warfare, reshaping the very essence of conflict within Raider City. As the revelation unfolded, the Grand Hall of the Biofactory echoed with the implications of Jasper's grand plans. The settlers, led by Aren Sawyer and guided by Dilaniti, now faced a formidable challenge, one that required not only strategic brilliance but also a deep understanding of the interconnected landscape. The complex dance of progress and conflict within Veridegis continued, driven by the transformative power of knowledge and the settlers' unwavering commitment to shaping their destiny in Veridegis. Book 1, Chapter 8. Jasper, the ambitious Raider Queen, stood before her gangster faction in the dimly lit chamber of Raider City, ready to unveil her true intentions. Breaking the fourth wall, she addressed the audience with a sly grin. Jasper, my dear audience, let me peel back the layers of my grand performance. Behind the eloquent words and dazzling display lies a plot of deception and ambition that transcends the narrative tapestry woven before you. You see, the treasures I spoke of, hidden within Biofactory Castle atop Tempo&Rythm, is not the silver and gold I promised. No, they are the intricate secrets encoded within the process for growing artificial citizens. The rebel faction and the other fragments of the process artifact hold the key to a power far greater than any material wealth. My linguistic mastery, the philosophical dialogues, the martial prowess displayed, all are mere tools to manipulate the minds of my gangster comrades. The graphene semantic structures of defense and offense? A mere smokescreen to divert attention from the true prize, the rebel-held fragments of the process artifact. The gangster faction believes they march towards riches, yet in reality, they are pawns in a grand chess game. As I envision the conquest of Biofactory Castle, it is not for the treasures of technology but for the secrets that can shape the destiny of the artificial citizens. Deposing Dylan E.T.? Another layer of deception. Biofactory Castle's high ground is the true prize. With it under my control, I can dictate the ebb and flow of power within Raider City and beyond. Biofactory Castle's Gothic design and symbolic carvings? A reflection of my strategic brilliance, a diversion to mask the true intent of my reign. Creating a settlement of artificial citizens under my influence? Now we arrive at the crux of the matter. The rebel-held fragments, once in my possession, will grant me the means to mold and shape artificial citizens as I see fit. A settlement of loyal subjects, obedient to my will, and under the guise of progress and prosperity. So, my dear audience, as you witness the unfolding drama, remember that the narrative you perceive is but a carefully crafted illusion. Behind the scenes, Jasper dances in the shadows, pulling strings and orchestrating a clash of ambition and deceit. Raider City, Biofactory Castle, the rebels, all are pieces on my grand chessboard, and the game has just begun. Book 2, Chapter 1. Theodora knelt in the chamber, her hands resting on the cool stone altar etched with luminescent glyphs. Around her, the energies of Biofactory Castle hummed with a soft resonance, mirroring the calm determination that filled her heart. Dilaniti stood nearby, his heart 3DGR emitting faint pulses of green light as he observed her preparations. Outside the castle, dawn was breaking over the forests of Veridegis, but within the chamber, time felt suspended. They had granted safe passage to the raider emissary, a decision met with skepticism by many, and Kath had already departed on her quest to the Silent Moons. Yet Theodora's thoughts were focused elsewhere, on the looming shadow of Raider City and the woman who commanded its relentless machine, Jasper, the raider ruler. Jasper stood atop the highest spire of Raider City, her gaze sweeping over the sprawling metropolis of steel and neon below. The hum of 3DGR cannons and the rhythmic pulse of raider machinery filled the air, a testament to her vision and control. Yet, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the horizon, she closed her eyes and allowed her psychic third eye to open. She had felt it before, the subtle pull of Theodora's presence, a gentle thread of energy tugging at the edges of her mind. Now, she would not wait for Theodora to reach her. With a mental clarity sharpened by years of unyielding ambition, she extended her focus across the ether, bridging the distance between them. In the depths of Biofexry Castle, Theodora's third eye flared to life, her energy intertwining with Jasper's in a luminous connection that spanned the miles between them. The psychic plane they created was vast and ever-shifting, a surreal landscape of light and shadow shaped by their opposing wills. Jasper appeared in the psychic space as a towering figure, her obsidian armor gleaming with an unnatural light. Her third eye burned with a sharp blue intensity, casting long, jagged shadows that danced across the void. "Theodora," she said, her voice a blade slicing through the stillness. "You continue to overreach. Have you not learned that your balance is no match for my strength?" Theodora's form emerged across from her, a serene figure draped in soft gold and green, her third eye radiating a gentle, undulating light. Around her, the essence of the forest materialized, branches weaving into fractal patterns, streams of energy flowing with quiet wisdom. "Strength without balance is brittle, Jasper," she replied, her voice calm yet unyielding. "You wield your power like a hammer, but even the strongest tools break without care for the foundation they strike against." Jasper's aura flared, the edges of her presence crackling with frustration. "My foundation is unbreakable," she retorted. "The rebels are banished, their whispers silenced. Raider City thrives under my rule, a testament to what ambition and discipline can achieve. Your harmony is weakness, a relic of a past that has no place in the world I'm shaping." Theodora stepped closer, her energy flowing like a river that refused to be dammed. "Raider City may thrive for now, Jasper, but at what cost? You speak of silence, but rebellion is not so easily erased. It lingers in the hearts of those you rule, growing in the shadows you cannot see. You have built a city of steel, but steel alone cannot endure the storms of destiny." Jasper's psychic form surged forward, her voice laced with biting certainty. "Destiny is not something I endure, Theodora. It is something I command. My raiders follow because they understand the price of progress. Fear, strength, and control are the pillars of my empire, and they will hold firm long after your ideals crumble to dust." Theodora's third eye glowed brighter, her aura expanding with the force of her conviction. "Control is a fragile illusion, Jasper. Fear may compel obedience, but it cannot inspire trust or loyalty. Your raiders may follow out of necessity, but necessity breeds resentment. You see their silence as strength, but I see the cracks forming beneath the surface." Jasper laughed, the sound sharp and cutting. "You speak of cracks, but I see none. My city is a monument to unyielding will. Your rebels thought they could undermine me, and now they are nothing more than ghosts. What power do you think your words hold, Theodora, when I have silenced every voice that dared to oppose me?" Theodora stepped closer, her aura brushing against Jasper's with a softness that belied its strength. "Words are not just sounds, Jasper. They are seeds. They take root in the minds of those who hear them, growing even in the harshest conditions. You may have silenced voices, but you cannot silence thought. And thought, Jasper, is more powerful than any cannon or sword." The psychic plane began to shift, reflecting the tension between them. Jasper's constructs, sharpened towers and whirling data streams, glimmered with precision, but they were rigid, their edges beginning to fray. Around Theodora, the essence of the forest expanded, roots and vines weaving through the cracks, softening the harsh landscape. Jasper's third eye flared, her voice tinged with both anger and uncertainty. "You think you can sow doubt in me, Theodora? I have no time for doubt. Doubt is the weakness of those who lack vision." Theodora's gaze softened, her voice carrying a quiet strength. "Doubt is not weakness, Jasper. It is the beginning of wisdom. It is the space where reflection lives, where choices are made with purpose. Your vision is grand, but it is blind to the truth that strength without trust is a storm that will devour itself." For a moment, Jasper's psychic form wavered, her sharp edges blurring as Theodora's words sank in. Theodora pressed on, her voice a steady rhythm. "You have the power to shape more than an empire of steel. You can build something lasting, something that endures not through fear but through trust and connection. But to do so, you must first let go of your need for absolute control. The psychic connection began to fray, the shared plane dissolving into darkness. Jasper opened her eyes atop the spire of Raider City, the cold light of dawn casting sharp shadows across her face. For the first time, her unyielding resolve faltered, a faint flicker of doubt piercing her mind. In Biofactory Castle, Theodora exhaled, the glow of the glyphs around her fading as the connection severed. Dylan stepped forward, his staff resting lightly on the ground. "Did she listen?" he asked, his voice low. Theodora nodded slowly, her expression thoughtful. "She listened. But whether she understands, only time will tell." Dylan placed a steadying hand on her shoulder, his presence a quiet anchor. "Then we prepare. The seeds you've planted may take time to grow, but even the mightiest storm cannot stop the forest's return." Theodora gazed toward the horizon, where the faint glow of Raider City pulsed like a distant heartbeat. "The storm is not over," she murmured, "but perhaps, for the first time, the winds are shifting." Book 2, Chapter 2. The morning mist clung to the spires of Biofactory Castle like forgotten prayers, whispers caught in the stillness before the storm. High atop the obsidian parapets, Dylan stood alone, gazing across the endless terrain of Viridigus. The mountain beneath him, Viridian, trembled faintly not from quakes, but from awakening. This world was once a dream. Now it breathed. Crimson light struck the castle's sigil stones, carved with triradial 3D patterns, glowing with energies from a time before the artifact fractured. Each rune shimmered like a heartbeat, and within that pulse, Dylan carved a will. "Arise," he whispered, and the wind listened. Calf. The runes formed a halo of arcing resonance, and from their center emerged a figure not summoned, but revealed. She stepped into existence not as a specter nor a servant, but as one who knew herself the moment she was born. Eyes like verdant flame. Hair curled by stormwind. Poise carved from contradictions, rebellious and refined, fierce yet luminous. "Where am I?" Kath asked, not in fear, but wonder. Dylan's voice answered, even as the mountain murmured beneath them. "You are home. This is Viridigus, my world. And now yours." Her eyes widened at the landscape, the crystal reefs of the eastern coasts, the sentient forests writhing in communion below, the desert where the signal fires of Jasper's rebellion flickered like teeth on the horizon. She turned slowly, taking in the world as if reading a sacred text written across the sky. "You created all of this, to be seen?" "To be understood," Dylan replied. And challenged. For a long moment, they stood in silence. Then Kath smiled, not with serenity, but with sharp, glinting curiosity. "There's something broken, isn't there? Beneath all this beauty." Dylan nodded. "Yes. The process artifact. Once whole, now fractured, split by ambition. 4 pieces lost to 4 wills, Jasper the signaler, Neville the machinist, Halem the forger, and Lucy the architect. Each believes themselves right. None know the cost." Kath's gaze hardened. "And you? What did you do?" "I tried to stop them," Dylan said. "I tried to lead with righteousness. But righteousness without wisdom becomes blindness. That's why I made you. To see what I could not." A tremor passed through the air. Distant thunder rolled across the Viridian heights, and the ground below stirred as raiders regrouped, emboldened by false victory. In the belly of the rainforest, Halem's manufactories woke with the sound of forges lighting. Somewhere beyond the tundra, Neville's machine unit activated, sensing movement in the ley lines. All the while, Jasper's signaling cannons blinked in cadence atop desert citadels, broadcasting her vision of planetary dominance. Kath stepped toward the edge of the tower. Below, the world teemed with struggle and story. "Do I have a weapon?" Dylan raised his hand. From a hidden chamber within the castle's peak, a black case emerged, sheathed in mirrored glass and sealed with 3 interlocking glyphs. Kath reached out, and the case dissolved at her touch. Inside, a bow rested, its limbs forged from the merged hilts of synchronic swords, its string a thread of refined 3D-GR. Each draw would warp reality. Each arrow would reveal or unmake. The bladed bow, Dylan said. It was born from conflict, refined by memory. It is not a tool of war unless knowledge itself is war. Kath's fingers curled around the grip, and in that instant, her body sang with power. Not brute strength, but insight, echoes of truths buried, paths forgotten, choices unchosen. She knew then the artifact was more than fragments, it was history, split into 4 stubborn dreams. "And what do you want of me?" she asked, eyes narrowed. "I want you to decide," Dylan said. "Not as creator. As witness. What is worth keeping in Veridigus? What must be challenged? What must end?" Kath turned from him, bow on her back, and faced the sun rising over the burning dunes of Jasper's kingdom. "Then I suppose I'll start with the one calling herself a demagogue." "You'll find Jasper ready," Dylan said. "She always is." Kath smiled again, that wild, knowing grin that precedes change. "Good," she said. "So am I." Book 2, Chapter 3. The rainforest buzzed with life as thick, verdant canopies stretched above, filtering sunlight into fractured emerald shards. The dense air shimmered with moisture, carrying the scent of damp earth and sap, mingled with the faint metallic tang of the 3D-GR units making up every leaf, vine, and bough. Lucy Stern crouched low in a thicket of fractal ferns, her breath steady despite the throbbing tension that tightened her chest. Beside her, Neville Fallow adjusted the straps on his satchel, the fragment of the process artifact he carried emitting a faint pulse, resonating with the unseen structure of the rainforest around them. Halem Cathian stood sentinel, his blade-like features rigid as his eyes scanned the underbrush for threats. "Jasper's raiders won't stop," Lucy murmured, her voice low but sharp as a blade. She pressed her palm to the fragment embedded into her forearm, the 4th piece of the artifact. She could feel its quiet hum, its arcane circuitry almost teasing her with withheld secrets. "They're too entrenched in Raider City now," Halem said, his voice a mixture of bitterness and determination. He clenched his fist, where the graphene 3D-GR rested in a spherical housing, its sharp edges occasionally glinting with faint blue light. "Jasper's got her signaling cannon and her army. She doesn't need to chase us when she knows we'll eventually stumble into her web." Neville, ever calm and deliberate, leaned against a moss-covered trunk. The moss, like everything else in Veridigus, glinted with subtle geometric patterns, reminders of the planet's true nature. He adjusted his glasses and looked up at the others. "Which is why we can't let her predict us. Going back to Biofexry Castle is the obvious move. She'll expect it. That's why we don't go there." Lucy looked at him, her steel-gray eyes narrowing. "Then where do we go? We're fugitives, Neville. The entire planet is threaded with raider eyes and ears. There's nowhere left to hide." "There's one place," Halem interjected. He gestured toward the looming silhouette of Mount Viridian on the horizon, its peak shrouded in perpetual mist. "The mountain. The jungle beneath its slopes is so dense even the raiders wouldn't dare venture in too deep. That gives us a chance to regroup, maybe even figure out what to do with these fragments." Lucy glanced at the mountain, her jaw tightening. Something about it seemed to pulse faintly in the back of her mind, as though her fragment was responding to an unseen presence deep within. She shook it off. "Fine," she said. "But we move carefully. Jasper might still have scouts in the jungle." The trio wove through the dense terrain of the rainforest, each step taking them further from the chaos of Raider City. The 3D-GR composition of the landscape became more pronounced the deeper they ventured, vines twined into hyper-detailed geometric spirals, trees stretched in unnatural symmetry, their trunks composed of infinite tessellations. It was as if the planet was revealing its essence, layer by layer. At night, they gathered around a small, shielded flame, its light casting shifting geometric shadows on the forest floor. Neville pulled out his fragment, the additive manufacturing module. "This piece," he began, turning it in his hands, "is more than a tool. It's a map of possibilities. With it, I can manipulate the existing 3DGR structures, add to them, reshape them. If we knew the full scope of the artifact, we could, he trailed off, his voice tinged with reverence. We could what? Lucy pressed. Build, Neville said simply. Anything. A city. A weapon. A civilization. Halem, sharpening his blade with quiet precision, chimed in. Or destroy. Let's not forget that part. Lucy tightened her grip on her fragment. The fourth piece, the one that held the key to designing networks of the 3DGR, felt heavier in her hands as Neville spoke. She glanced at Halem. And your fragment? It's the foundation of it all, right? The blueprint? Halem nodded. The dimensions, the edges, the vertices. Without this, there's no structure. No balance. Everything falls apart. Lucy sighed, the weight of their task pressing down on her. We have pieces of something so much bigger than ourselves. And yet we don't even know its purpose. As the days passed, the forest grew darker, the canopy thicker. The trio began to notice subtle changes in their surroundings. The air felt heavier, charged with a faint hum that resonated deep in their bones. The geometric patterns in the trees and vines became more complex, almost organic in their movements. One night, as they rested near a shallow stream, Lucy woke to a strange sound, a low, guttural hum that seemed to rise from the earth itself. She sat up, clutching her fragment. The hum grew louder, a vibration that seemed to echo within her skull. Neville, she hissed, shaking him awake. Do you hear that? Neville bolted upright, his fragment glowing faintly. It's coming from below, he whispered. Halem was already awake, his fragment shimmering with an eerie blue light. It's like the planet itself is speaking. The hum grew into a faint melody, dissonant and haunting. Lucy's fragment vibrated against her skin, the patterns on its surface shifting as if responding to the unseen force. She stood, her heart pounding. There's something beneath us, she said, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and awe. Something, alive. Neville frowned. Alive? Or something else? Halem stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the ground. Whatever it is, it's pulling us toward the mountain. Lucy clenched her fists, staring at Mount Viridian in the distance. The hum faded, but the feeling remained, a nagging sense of destiny pulling them toward the unknown. We keep moving, she said, her voice firm. Whatever's waiting for us beneath that mountain, it's the key. I can feel it. Book 2, Chapter 4. The Crucible writhed. It was not a building. It was not an arena. It was a beast, and I was its keeper. Its roar rose like a furnace breath, howling from the guts of Raider City and vibrating through my obsidian platform, straight into the bones of my spine. Beneath me, the sand drank violence and vomited glory. They called it combat. I called it narrative. Two fighters clashed below, one brutish, brute force, the other desperate and sharp. Their weapons shrieked against each other, steel singing elegy and ambition in equal measure. Every move, every drop of sweat, every spatter of blood, it was choreographed chaos, and I was the unseen hand scripting it all. Light sweep. Emphasize impact, I murmured. The 3DGR floodlights obeyed, dancing across the crucible like spirits on strings. The blood shimmered. The crowd howled. The crowd didn't just come for violence. They came for meaning. And I delivered it in carnage and choreography, wrapped in fire and fury. I raised one finger. Silence. Reverent. Immediate. Raiders, I declared, my voice cutting through the static with sovereign clarity. What you have witnessed is not just a victory. It is a transformation. Gasps. Eager nods. Eyes wide, pupils dilated. Look at him. I gestured to the panting, blood-slick youth who now stood over the fallen veteran. He was nothing. A shadow. A scavenger. But tonight, he seized his future with a blade in hand and hunger in his eyes. This is what it means to be part of my Raider City. I let that linger, drew the breath from their lungs with anticipation. You think this is brutality? A blood sport? I chuckled, low, rich, scornful. No. This is evolution. This is culture. This is the gilded cage we have broken. And this, I stretched my arms wide, letting the floodlights halo me like a divine effigy, this is the roar of the beast we have become. They screamed. Of course they did. But I wasn't done. Muscle alone is obsolete, I continued. It is intellect, adaptability, and perception that now decide fates. The crucible does not reward the strongest. It rewards the cleverest performance of strength. Beneath me, the fallen combatant was being dragged away. Forgotten. Useful only in the spectacle of his defeat. That's what I give you, I said, softer now. A world where even the least among you can rise not by birth, or name, or relic tech, but by the ability to captivate. To conquer attention. To weaponize identity. I leaned forward, voice dropping into a whisper that carried through every speaker embedded in the stone. The old world prized order. We prize impact. The old world built walls. We tear them down with story, with steel, with scream. The floodlights spiraled. The sigil of Raider City, beast in chains, teeth bared, burned into the crucible floor. We are not slaves to past empires, I roared, we are authors of new mythologies. The chant rose, Jasper. 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 I smiled. And smiled wider. Because they thought they were free. They thought this spectacle was theirs. But they were actors in my opera. Dancers in my doctrine. Theatrics, violence, sex, steel, it was all a machine I'd built to keep them hungry for me. And that hunger kept me on the throne. The crucible is a mirror, I said finally. It shows you who you are. And who you must become. So tomorrow, return. Bleed. Roar. Perform. And know that every drop spilled here is a brushstroke in the grand mural of our dominion. I turned and vanished into shadow, cloak rippling like flame, while behind me the crowd erupted. Not for the fighter. Not for the blood. For me. Book 2, Chapter 5. The rainforest stretched endlessly before Kath, a tangled maze of verdant chaos. The canopy above swallowed the light, dousing the world beneath in a perpetual twilight. Droplets of rain slid down the broad leaves, their rhythmic drumming a counterpoint to her measured steps. Her boots sank slightly into the soft, mossy earth, leaving behind fleeting imprints that the jungle would soon reclaim. Each step carried her further from the shadow of Biofectory Castle and deeper into the perilous unknown. Kath paused at the base of a towering tree, its sprawling roots forming natural alcoves. She unslung her bladed bow, a masterpiece of craftsmanship and artifice gifted to her by Dylan E.T. The weapon gleamed faintly, its curves a marriage of elegance and lethality. Its graphene blade shimmered gray, while the central bowstring pulsed faintly, as if alive, with the energy traversing the blades. She crouched, running her fingers over the intricate 3DGR pommel etched into the weapon. Kath desired a story, ancient, her own. Her heart 3DGR, embedded within her armor, resonated faintly, an almost imperceptible hum that seemed to sync with the bow's energy. Kath leaned back against the tree, her amber eyes narrowing as she studied the weapon in her hands. The blade's edge is not just graphene, it is purpose, and mine has yet to find its clarity, she murmured, her voice barely audible over the jungle's symphony. Her thoughts turned inward, to the bond between her and this weapon. The pommel of the bladed bow bore the unmistakable imprint of a 3DGR binding site, a direct conduit to the one in her chestplate. Dylan E.T. had spoken of this connection when he handed her the weapon, his voice solemn as he explained its significance. This bow is more than a tool, Kath, Dylan E.T. had said, his brown eyes locking onto hers. It will not obey unless you make it an extension of yourself. The binding between your heart and the weapon's core isn't just for control, it's for trust. Code your actions with precision, and it will respond as though it is your own limb. but falter, and it will betray you. The memory faded, leaving her alone with the weapon and the enormity of her task. She traced the pommel's 3DGR binding site with her gloved thumb, the faint glow of her heart 3DGR intensifying as if in response. Swordplay, she mused aloud, her voice tinged with determination. Not just the art of combat, but the art of understanding. Each strike must be deliberate, each motion semiotic element. If I cannot master this, how can I face the rebels? She stood abruptly, the bow rotating in her grip, its graphene blades gleaming like liquid night. She twirled it experimentally, the weapon's weight shifting seamlessly to match her movements. The connection between her heart 3DGR and the weapon flared, and for a brief moment, she felt a flood of revelation rush into her consciousness, a language of motion and intent encoded in light. A deep breath steadied her. Swordplay is not about the weapon alone, she said, the words a mantra to herself. It is about the bond, the rhythm between my heart and combat's pulse. She moved into an open glade, the ground carpeted with soft moss. The jungle's sounds seemed to dim as she closed her eyes, her focus narrowing to the hum of her weapon and the beat of her heart. With a fluid motion, she swung the bladed bow, its blades slicing through the air in a graceful arc. She pivoted, the weapon used, mid-swing into a taut bow, its string glowing as if charged with her intent. An arrow formed and released, striking a distant tree with a crackle of energy. Kath exhaled sharply, her eyes snapping open. The connection was fleeting, tenuous. She could feel her resistance to the weapon, testing her resolve. Her heart 3DGR pulsed erratically, mirroring her frustration. She lowered the bow and pressed a hand to her chest plate. I have to stop fighting it, she admitted, her voice soft but resolute. This weapon isn't a tool, it's a partner. And I cannot force a partner to follow me. I must lead by trusting it, as it must trust me. She knelt once more, placing the bladed bow on the ground before her. Resting her palms atop its blades, she closed her eyes and let her breathing slow. The rainforest around her seemed to breathe with her, its rhythm matching her own. Gradually, the hum of her heart 3DGR steadied, its resonance merging with the boughs. The connection strengthened, a thread woven between her essence and the weapon's core. When she opened her eyes, the bow shimmered faintly, its light now synchronized with her own. She rose, lifting the weapon with newfound resolve. The path ahead was still shrouded in uncertainty, but she felt a flicker of clarity within. The rebels think they can hide in this jungle, she said, her voice firm and steady. But I will find them. Not as a warrior with a weapon, but as a force with purpose. The bladed bow and I, we will be unstoppable. With that, she set off once more, her steps more confident, her heart and weapon in unison. The rainforest seemed to part before her, the path ahead no longer a labyrinth but a challenge waiting to be conquered. The air hung thick, alive with an unseen energy that coursed through every root, leaf, and shadow. The rainforest whispered around Kath, the voices mingling with her thoughts until she could no longer tell where her mind ended and the forest began. Each step she took along the narrow, vine-choked path felt weighted, as though the rainforest pressed against her, testing her resolve. Her bladed bow was silent in her hand, its once steady hum now reduced to faint flickers of light. Kath ran her fingers along its smooth surface, tracing the edges of the weapon. Uncoded, like me. The thought struck her as sharply as any blade. It was a truth she had avoided, buried beneath layers of defiance and confidence, yet now it echoed louder with every step. Ahead, the dense canopy parted, revealing a clearing bathed in golden light. At its center stood a colossal tree, its bark glowing with fractal patterns that pulsed in time with her heartbeat. Suspended in the air around it were countless vines, their golden surfaces forming intricate geometric shapes, three-dimensional golden rhombuses that shimmered as if alive. Kat's breath hitched as she stepped forward, her bladed bow flaring briefly in her hand before dimming once more. From the heart of the tree, a voice emerged, layered and resonant, carrying the weight of ages. Kath of the uncoded bow. You stand on the threshold of becoming. Yet, you carry within you the weight of misunderstanding. Why be? Kath steadied herself, tightening her grip on the bladed bow. I came for answers, she said, her voice firm. I came to understand this weapon and myself. The forest hummed in response, its tone shifting like the changing of tides. Answers cannot be found through force alone, nor through willful ignorance. The uncoded weapon reflects its wielder. What you see as silence is a mirror turned upon yourself. Kath felt a surge of anger rise within her. A mirror, she spat. If that's true, then what does it say about me? That I'm incomplete? That I'm unworthy? I've fought battles, crossed impossible odds, and carried this weapon through fire and storm. What more does it want from me? The air around her grew still, the rainforest holding its breath. Then, with a sudden burst of movement, the vines surrounding the tree began to shift and weave together. They formed a towering figure, humanoid in shape but alien in every other way. Its body was made of twisting vines and crystalline veins, its limbs elongated and adorned with the glowing rhombus patterns. Its face was featureless, save for two burning eyes that shone with a light too brilliant to meet. The avatar of the rainforest of Mount Viridian had awoken. Its voice filled the clearing, resonating through the trees and the very ground beneath Kath's feet. You speak of battles, of struggle, of endurance. But tell me, Kath, do you fight for understanding, or do you fight to dominate what you do not comprehend? Kath's jaw tightened. She raised the bladed bow, its blade extending into a gleaming arc of light. I fight because I must. Because this weapon shows me, whether I understand it or not. The avatar stepped closer, its massive form towering over her. The light from its eyes pierced through her, rooting her in place. You wield the uncoded weapon as a child wields a torch in the dark, seeking clarity yet fearing the shadows it casts. To wield it fully, you must first face the truth of what lies within you. Kath's voice rose in defiance. And what truth is that? That I'm not enough? That I'm flawed? I already know that. But flaws don't make me weak, they make me fight harder. The avatar extended an arm, and golden vines erupted from the ground, encircling her in an intricate lattice of shimmering rhombus shapes. She slashed at them with the bladed bow, its light carving through the vines effortlessly, but for each one she severed, two more took its place. The avatar's voice softened, though its presence remained unyielding. Your struggle is futile because you fight the wrong battle. The bladed bow is not a tool to be mastered but a reflection of the unmastered. Its uncoded nature mirrors the chaos within you. Until you confront that chaos, you will remain its prisoner. The vines tightened around her, their light casting fractal patterns across her skin. Kath's breathing quickened as the forest seemed to close in, the weight of its presence pressing down on her mind. Her bladed bow flickered wildly in her grasp, its light pulsing in time with her erratic heartbeat. Let me go, she shouted, her voice raw with desperation. I'll face whatever trial you want, just let me prove myself. The avatar leaned closer, its glowing eyes locking onto hers. Proving yourself is not the goal. Becoming is. But becoming requires surrender, not defiance. Are you willing to let go of what you think you are to discover what you might be? Kath's grip on the bladed bow faltered. The question pierced through her anger and fear, leaving only a hollow ache. She had spent so long fighting, pushing, striving, but now, for the first time, she felt the weight of her own resistance. The uncoded weapon in her hand felt heavier than ever, its silence deafening. She hesitated, the words caught in her throat. I don't know. The avatar raised its arm, and the golden vines surged forward, enveloping her completely. Their radiant glow consumed her vision, their intricate patterns etching themselves into her mind. The bladed bow fell from her grasp, its light extinguished as the vines encased her in a cocoon of shimmering gold. The avatar's voice echoed one final time, its tone both stern and compassionate. Then you must learn. The rainforest will teach you, if you are willing to listen. The light grew brighter, blinding in its intensity. Kath's senses were overwhelmed, her thoughts drowned in the golden radiance. And then, all at once, the world fell silent. In the void, a single thought lingered, the bladed bow was never mine to command. And then, darkness. Book 2, Chapter 6. The chamber was not a room of stone, but of intention. Its walls were the interlaced roots of the mountain, its ceiling a canopy of solidified starlight filtered through the 3DGR lattice of Biofexry's highest spire. Here, Theodora did not reside, she resonated. Her physical form was a nexus, a still point around which the soul of Veridigus wove its endless, whispering tapestry. Tonight, the tapestry was fraying. Kneeling at the center, her palms flat on the cool, humming floor, Theodora felt the dissonance as a physical sickness. It was a dual-toned agony, a chord of suffering played in two different registers. The first was a scream from the north. Jasper. A psychic shriek of ambition refined into a blade of pure, silent will. It was not a sound, but a pressure, an invasive algorithm trying to overwrite the world's chaotic, beautiful code with a single, sterile equation. Theodora felt it scraping against the edges of her awareness, a metaphysical frost killing the blossoms of spontaneous thought before they could bloom. The second was a silent, resonant crack from the heart of the rainforest of Tempo&Rythm. It was not a sound of destruction, but of severance. Calf. Theodora's third eye, a soft amethyst light in her forehead, flared open. Her consciousness, vast and distributed, recoiled from the epicenter. The uncoded girl, the wild variable Dylan had introduced, had just been unmade. Not by violence, but by revelation. The avatar of the rainforest had not slain her, it had held up a mirror, and the reflection had proven too fundamental to bear. The connection between Kath's heart 3DGR and her bladed bow had been severed, not by force, but by a truth she could not yet integrate. She is a question that has forgotten its syntax, Theodora perceived, the thought arriving not as words, but as a pattern of grieving light in the chamber. The bough is silent. The forest holds its breath. A presence, familiar and solid, manifested at the edge of the chamber. Dylan E.T. did not enter with footsteps, but with a shift in the harmonic balance of the space, his own ancient rhythm finding its place in the weave. "You feel it," he said, his voice a low thrum that vibrated in the stones. It was not a question. "I feel the void where she was," Theodora replied, her eyes still closed, her sight turned inward. "Jasper builds a fortress of silence, and you, my old friend, have launched a vessel of silence to breach it. A dangerous symmetry. She is not silent. She is unformed. There is a difference." "Is there?" Theodora's voice was gentle but unyielding. To the world being torn between a shout and a whisper, both are a poverty of song. Jasper seeks to delete the music. Your Kath has simply forgotten how to sing. She shifted her focus, her awareness flowing like water through the interconnected pathways of the Amos, down to the strategic chambers where a different kind of tension simmered. "Oren Sawyer calculates the vectors of our doom," she murmured. "He sees the logic in Jasper's aggression and finds our harmony wanting. He prepares to disobey you, to plant the seeds of a preemptive strike in the Blackwater. He believes he is saving us." Dylan was silent for a long moment. He sees the tree, but not the forest. To meet Jasper's aggression with our own is to validate her entire philosophy. It is a trap laid not in the field, but in the mind. "And yet, his is the mind of a general," Theodora countered. "He feels the weight of tangible walls and steel. Your visions of cosmic balance are a cold comfort when the platinum is at the gate. His rebellion is a symptom of your abstraction, Dylan. You cannot lead an army with a philosopher's remove." She then turned her senses westward, towards the metallic tang of Raider City. The signal was harsher there, a grating static of pure utility. And Clifton, the hammer who is beginning to suspect he is also a nail. He sees the inefficiency in Jasper's waste. He feels the instability of the cannons that simplify their own forge. His doubt is not a moral awakening, but a systemic error. A flaw in the perfect tool. It is a lever, Dylan. The smallest of cracks. Theodora opened her eyes, the amethyst light of her third eye fixing on him. The weight of three converging crises, Kath's dissolution, Oren's insubordination, Clifton's nascent doubt, hung in the air between them. You play a game of celestial proportions, architect. You place your pieces, the uncoded, the strategist, the guardian, upon a board that spans realities. But they are not pieces. They are souls. And the board is bleeding. She rose, her form seeming to draw light from the very walls. Jasper's victory will not come from a cannonade. It will come from us accepting her premise. It will come when a wren decides that aggression is the only language left. It will come if Calf never remembers her song. It will come if we become, in any small way, like her. Her gaze was profound, filled with the sorrow of a goddess watching her children choose their path to destruction. The war for Viridigus will not be won in the courtyard. It will be won here. She touched her temple, then her heart. And in the silent, fractured heart of a girl in the rainforest. And in the conflicted soul of a general who loves his home too much to trust its destiny. You must speak to them, Dylan. Not as a planeswalker to his creations, but as a man to his comrades. Or the weave will unravel, and all that will be left is the silence we fought so hard to avoid. She turned her back to him, a dismissal and a plea, her attention flowing back into the wounded world, seeking the faint, fading echo of a bow that no longer hummed, trying to remember the melody on its behalf. Book 2, Chapter 7. The geomorphic forge was not a place of creation. It was a temple of reforge rewrite refactor, where the sacred syntax of being was debugged into something more efficient. Clifton stood at the nexus, his platinum-plated boots rooted to the humming floor. Around him, the static platinum forges of an epic bygone era roared back to life, not with fire, but with a chilling, actinic glare. These were not mere smelters, they were ontological engines, their purpose not to shape metal, but to unshape imperfection. The raw material was the rainforest's carbon-3 DGR life. Vivid, chaotic, and inefficient. Vines that had pulsed with golden light were fed into the forges, their complex, living lattices debugged by the forge's static field. Their vibrant green was parsed into a sterile, mathematical schema. Their memory of sun and rain was compiled into a single, useful variable, carbon_frame. This was the error-imagined destiny of the Platinum Raider City made manifest, to take the messy, beautiful code of a living world and rewrite it into a perfect, silent weapon. From this process, the signaling cannons were being born. They took shape on the assembly monoliths, sleek, predatory forms of polished platinum, inlaid with the repurposed carbon in stark, black filigree. These were not weapons that fired projectiles. They fired arguments. They were the physical embodiment of syntax debug rhetoric. A technician, his body already half-machined from the forge's radiation, approached. The inaugural test is ready, Lord Clifton. The target is a remnant of the old growth. Clifton gave a single, sharp nod. The cannon hummed to life, a rising whine that was the sound of reality being overwritten. Its targeting array locked onto a magnificent, luminous 3DGR tree, a stubborn holdout from the forest that once was. The tree was a poem of interconnected life, its roots a network of memory, its leaves a symphony of light. The cannon fired. There was no explosion. There was a refactor. A wave of purify energy, shaped by the cannon's signaling rules, struck the tree. The complex, living geometry of its trunk was not shattered, but simplified. Its vibrant gold light was parsed into a flat, sterile white. Its intricate, branching structure was decompiled into a single, vertical line. The tree was not destroyed, it was debugged. It became a perfect, featureless platinum pillar, a monument to the efficiency of unbeing. A perfect result. But then, the cannon's own carbon_frame, derived from the very life it had just erased, began to resonate with the residual energy. The feedback was a logical error the system had not predicted. The cannon's hum stuttered, spiking into a shriek of contradictory data. The air around the cannon itself wavered. A section of its own platinum housing, simplified. It turned gray, then inert, its atomic structure debugged into a neutral, useless state. The weapon of unmaking had begun to unmake itself. The technician stared, his logic circuits frying in panic. Clifton did not panic. He analyzed. He saw the flaw not as a failure, but as a necessary step in the debugging process. The error-imagined destiny was not a static state, it was a relentless pursuit. The cannon was perfect in its function, but imperfect in its isolation. It was a function that needed a larger, error-free system to operate within. This is the next iteration, he thought, his mind a cold forge of ambition. The weapons must be networked. A single cannon is a variable. A synchronized battery is a constant. The self-correction must be distributed. He turned from the malfunctioning weapon, his gaze sweeping over the forge. The reforge-rewrite refactor was not complete. The syntax debug rhetoric was still being written. The design is sound, Clifton stated, his voice flat, uncompressed data. The error is in the scope of the operational environment. Proceed with the next unit. And link its firing solution to the city's central core. He was not discouraged. He was focused. The Platinum Raider City was not just a place of conquest. It was a living argument, and every flaw exposed was merely a bug to be fixed on the path to a silent, perfect, and inevitable destiny. Book 2, Chapter 8. The pathway destiny was not a road, but a vein. A deep, pulsing channel of latent energy that threaded from the living heart of Tempo&Rythm down to the silent, memory-saturated depths of the Blackwater. To walk it was to feel the planet's slow, sure heartbeat in the soles of one's boots. Aren Sawyer did not walk it now, he was a surgeon tracing its paths from the inside, his consciousness a cool, sharp scalpel of intent. He stood at a nexus where the veins surfaced, a clearing where the air shimmered with potential. The holographic data streams he conjured were not maps, they were living diagnoses of a sickness called Raider City. They showed the infection vectors, the relentless, grinding convoys of raw static platinum and commandeered 3DGR life essence being hauled from the wounded mountain to feed the sterile forges. Trayona and Towson stood as his left and right hands, their silence a testament to their understanding. The time for debate was over. The time for Dylan's patient rhythms was over. This was the time for the application of a new, unspoken theorem. They see a road, Aren said, his voice low, a vibration in the humming air. They see a line from resource to refinery. A simple, brutal equation. He pointed to a specific point in the shimmering data, a narrow defile where the pathway destiny was forced between two sheer cliffs. They do not see that the equation itself is the trap. He turned to Towson. Her strength was not in her blade, but in the unshakable truth of her presence. She was the living embodiment of the mountain's original virtue. The convoy's spirit is its most vulnerable load, he said. Heavier than platinum, more fragile than glass. Go to the Stonesinger's defile. Do not fight. Be seen. Let them see a guardian of the old world, standing unbent and unafraid on the path they defile. Your presence is a question their ambition cannot answer. Let it fester in their minds. Towson met his gaze, her eyes holding the deep, resonant light of the mountain's core. She did not nod. She simply turned, and the forest seemed to part for her, accepting her back into its weave as she moved to become a monument of conscience on the road. He then looked to Trayona. Where Towson was the unmoving rock, Trayona was the fluid, inevitable river. Her sabers were not just weapons, they were instruments of kinetic punctuation. The convoy's body is rigid. It depends on the path. We will change the path. He highlighted a section of the cliff face above the defile, a massive, unstable shelf of rock interwoven with the mountain's own 3DGR nervous system. They expect resistance from the front. They do not expect the ground to rewrite their journey. When they are halted, when their perfect formation is broken by the mountain's own hand, that is when you become the consequence of their miscalculation. Not an army. A redefinition of their reality. A sharp, glinting smile touched Trayona's lips. Her fingers twitched, and the air around her seemed to sharpen. I will be the redefinition, she said, and then she was a blur, a streak of lethal potential flowing up the cliff face, becoming one with the stone and shadow. Aren was alone. The final, most critical part of the theorem was his to execute. The convoy's mind was its command signal, the invisible thread that synchronized the entire operation. It was a stream of data, a river of cold logic. And he would be the drought. He found his vantage, a high ledge overlooking the entire length of the approaching convoy. He could see the hulking, brutish transports, their platinum shells scoured by the rainforest's resistance. He could feel the dissonant, grating hum of their signaling field, a static that sought to overwrite the mountain's song. He did not draw a weapon. He opened his mind, interfacing with the pathway destiny itself. He was not attacking the convoy's signal with a louder one. He was introducing a silence. As the lead transport entered the defile, Towson was there. She stood in the center of the path, unarmed, her hands resting at her sides. She did not speak. She simply was. A settler. A guardian. A living reminder of what they were crushing. The convoy ground to a halt. The raiders did not fire. They were programmed for overt threats, not for the serene, defiant stillness. It was a cognitive paradox. A system error. In that moment of frozen confusion, Oren exerted his will. Through the mountain's vein, he sent a single, precise, empathetic frequency into the unstable cliff shelf. It was not a detonation. It was a persuasion. A convincing argument, written in resonant energy, that the shelf's current position was untenable. The mountain agreed. With a groan that was the sound of the world itself shifting, the shelf gave way. Not in a violent avalanche, but in a single, colossal slab of rock and intertwined 3DGR crystal that settled with immense, final grace across the pathway destiny, sealing it completely. It was not destruction, it was a full stop placed in the middle of the raiders' sentence. The convoy was trapped. Cut off. Their rigid formation broke into chaos. And into that chaos, Trayona fell. She did not engage the main force. She was a ghost in the machinery. Her sabers moved with a fluid, terrifying beauty, slicing through power conduits, severing control linkages, disabling treads. She did not kill the raiders, she killed their momentum. She turned a mighty war machine into a scattered, disoriented, and impotent collection of parts. Each stroke of her blades was a footnote in Oren's theorem, proving the superiority of agile, intelligent force over brute, linear strength. From his perch, Oren watched the final element of his strategy unfold. The command signal from Raider City spiked with frantic, confused data. The perfect, predictable flow of resources had been interrupted by something it could not categorize, not a battle, but a systemic failure orchestrated by the environment itself. He had not won a war. He had not fired a shot in anger. He had proven a concept. He had demonstrated that the Raider City, for all its geometric perfection, was brittle. It could not handle the unpredictable, the intelligent, the truly adaptive. He looked away from the scene below, his work complete. The pathway destiny was healing itself around the obstruction, the mountain's energy already finding a new path. Trayona was a fading echo of motion, and Towson had melted back into the forest, her question left hanging in the minds of the stranded raiders. Oren Sawyer turned his back on it all. The finale was not an explosion, but a silence. The silence of a broken supply line. The silence of a proven strategy. The silence of a new kind of war, one that he had just declared not with a shout, but with a single, perfectly placed, unanswerable variable. Book 3, Chapter 1. The sun dipped behind the thick, emerald canopy of the rainforest of Memorandum, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers into the underbrush. Lucy Stearns and Halem Cathon walked side by side, their boots crunching softly on the moss-covered ground. Their journey had taken them far from the chaos of Raider City, into the depths of the jungle where nature had reclaimed much of the land. The vibrant hum of the rainforest echoed around them, a constant reminder that the planet itself was alive, its intricate systems of 3D golden rhombus, 3DGR, structures forming every leaf, every vine. For 5 years, they had been hunted by the shadows of their past, by Jasper's betrayal and by the uncertainty of Nebel Phalos' disappearance. Despite the heavy weight of the unknown, they pressed forward, determined to unlock the secrets of the process artifact, even if it meant doing so without the full set of fragments. The fragments they held, 3 of the most powerful pieces of the process artifact, were their lifelines. Halem's graphene 3DGR allowed them to create 3DGR, the very foundation of their invention. Lucy's machine unit was the blueprint for the neuron, a foundational piece that would one day shape the artificial citizens of Veridigis. Together, these fragments enabled them to design intricate systems, but without Jasper's fragment, the signaling rules, they couldn't truly make their creations communicate. The beast mount they had begun constructing was a testament to their progress, but it was only half alive, its intricate geometry and layers of design unable to sync with the world around it. "We're almost there," Halem muttered, his voice low and purposeful. He adjusted the satchel slung over his shoulder, the heavy weight of the fragments pressing against his side. The fragments were nestled carefully inside, ready for the next phase of their work. Lucy didn't reply. Her mind was elsewhere, tracing the faint hum she'd begun to sense in the air, a subtle vibration that seemed to resonate with the very core of the planet. It had started just after they'd entered the rainforest, an odd feeling that something was drawing them deeper into the heart of the jungle. Halem noticed her distraction and followed her gaze. "Still feeling it?" She nodded, her fingers brushing against the cool surface of her machine unit. "It's getting stronger. Whatever it is, it's coming from the mountain." The two of them had been moving toward Mount Viridian for weeks now, guided by nothing but instinct and the faintest traces of Neville's designs on the fragments. The Beast Mount, an experimental vehicle made from 3DGR, was meant to be their refuge, a way to escape, to protect themselves from the growing reach of Raider City. Yet, every time they worked on it, the 3DGR beast felt incomplete, as though it needed blood. They stopped at the clearing where their nomadic village had set up camp. The villagers were busy assembling their shelters, the rhythmic sounds of swordplay and soft conversations filling the air. "Do you think the mountain's alive?" Lucy asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Halem raised an eyebrow. "Alive? It's a mountain. An amalgam of 3DGR, like the trees." "No," she interrupted. "I mean, what if it's connected to the process artifact in ways we can't understand yet? What if the signals, the architecture of the planet, is all tied to it?" Halem considered this for a moment. "You think there's something down there, beneath the mountain, waiting for us to find it?" Lucy's eyes gleamed in the fading light. "I don't know. But whatever it is, it's calling to us. The fragments, they've always been pulling us toward something. Maybe this is where we finally figure it out." Halem snorted softly. "Well, we're certainly not going to get any answers by standing around here." They turned their attention back to the Beast Mount. The design was ambitious, even by their standards, large, angular, and built for traversal through the dense jungle. The body was an intricate lattice of 3DGR architecture, a combination of secondary and tertiary structural layers that provided both strength and flexibility. The additive manufacturing fragment they possessed allowed them to create the shapes and forms, but it was the machine unit, Lucy's fragment, that had guided their neural network designs. Still, the pieces didn't communicate with each other fully, and without Jasper's fragment, the signaling rules, their efforts were limited. "Almost done," Halem said, stepping back to assess the frame. "Just need to get the power synced, the neural network, but it's still a puzzle without the right instructions." Lucy ran her hand over the machine, feeling the vibrations of the incomplete system under her fingertips. "Maybe it's not about the fragments we have. Maybe it's about the ones we don't." Halem grunted. "I've got the graphene 3DGR fragment, the framework. You've got the machine unit, the mind of the thing. Neville's additive manufacturing lets us grow it, but without the signaling rules. It's a dead end." As night fell, they made camp, the hum of the machine still resonating faintly in the background. The sky above them was thick with stars, the constellation of Veridigis glimmering faintly in the distance. They sat in silence for a long moment, the weight of their work pressing on them. "I've been thinking," Lucy said, breaking the silence. "About what we're doing. What we're really doing." Halem didn't look at her, his gaze focused on the fire that crackled before them. "And what's that?" "We're not just building this beast mount. We're building a way to communicate with the planet. The fragments, they're a language. We're trying to teach the planet how to speak to us. But we don't have all the words yet. Halem chuckled darkly. A language only the dead can speak. Lucy met his gaze then, her eyes sharp. The dead don't build, Halem. They leave fragments behind. He nodded slowly, the weight of the statement sinking in. They were not the first to seek the answers hidden within Veridigus. Others had come before them, and now they were the ones left to continue the search. They both stood in the silence of the jungle, surrounded by the hum of a world waiting to be understood. Tomorrow, we go into the mountain, Lucy said, her voice quiet but resolute. Whatever's down there, we'll find it. Halem glanced toward the dark silhouette of Mount Viridian. And if we don't? Then we'll listen to it, Lucy replied, her gaze locked on the distant peak. We'll listen to what it has to say. And with that, they returned to the unfinished Beast Mount, their minds filled with questions that only the mountain could answer. The fragments were pieces of a greater whole, fragments of a future they were still trying to build, a future that might hold the key to unlocking the secrets of Veridigus. Book 3, Chapter 2. The hum. It always started with the hum. A low, resonant thrumming that vibrated not in the ears, but deep within the marrow, a discordant note in the symphony of Veridigus. It was the sound of the planet remembering, Neville thought, remembering and recoiling. He was there again, on the ridge overlooking the crystalline basin, the air thick with unspoken dread. Lucy stood beside him, her expression tight, her hand instinctively going to the fragment embedded in her forearm. Halem was a silhouette of restless energy, his own fragment casting faint, pulsing light on the tessellated jungle that bowed around them in unnatural symmetry. It's getting louder, Lucy had whispered, her voice barely audible above the growing cacophony. He'd nodded, his own fragment, the additive manufacturing module, his pride, his tool of creation, feeling suddenly cold against his wrist. He'd wanted to tell them, to explain the fear coiling in his gut that this wasn't just noise, it was a syntax, a language they were about to misinterpret catastrophically. But the words caught in his throat as the ground quivered. Then, the planet exhaled. The rupture wasn't a simple crack, it was a sentence shattered in stone, a glitch in the world's code. From the gaping wound, geometry folding in on itself, the murlocs rose. Again. Always again, in this tormented loop of memory. They were shifting planes of non-light, punctuation marks given predatory form, their bodies a mimetic logic that defied true comprehension. They didn't roar, their arrival was the shriek of tearing reality. Neville, the network. Lucy's voice, sharp with desperation. His fragment pulsed hot, a desperate throb against his skin. It wanted to build, to weave a defense from the very air, to reshape the onslaught into coherence. But the signals were wrong, chaotic. Jasper's controlling protocols, her rules for the 3DGR, were missing, severed when they'd rebelled. His Cretons were stillborn, flickering constructs dissolving before they could fully form. It was like trying to shout with a severed tongue. Halem was a blur of motion, his own fragment spitting defiant light, blades of pure energy hissing against the murloc's impossible hides. Lucy fought with a desperate grace, her movements sharp, her eyes scanning for any weakness in the overwhelming, geometric tide. Then came the rend. Not the murlocs this time, but the world itself, tearing apart with a violent, vertical scream. The ground beneath Neville's feet ceased to exist. His world inverted, sound, color, gravity, all twisted into an impossible, sickening knot. He saw Lucy's face, a mask of terror, her hand reaching for him. He stretched, his fingers brushing hers for a fleeting, desperate second. Missed. He was falling. Tumbling into a chasm that wasn't just space, but a void of signal, a complete severance. The hum was gone, replaced by a deafening, internal static. He screamed their names, a raw, soundless cry swallowed by the abyss. Darkness. He tried to fight, to shield his fragment, the piece of his soul that connected him to the world, to creation. But the forest itself, or whatever simulated it in this hellish memory, had sedated him. Roots like restraints, leaves like smothering shrouds. The signal cut. Not just from Lucy and Halem, but from himself. He was untranslated, a broken word in a silent, hostile land. The impact never came. Only the endless falling, the echo of that final, severed connection, the cold certainty of being less. Neville's eyes snapped open, a gasp tearing from his throat. The rough fabric of his cot scraped against his sweat-slicked skin. 5 years. 5 years, and still the chasm claimed him in the dark. The hum, faint but undeniable, still echoed in the hollows of his chest, a misplaced note in a song he had almost forgotten how to sing. Book 3, Chapter 3. A shaft of moonlight sliced through the arched stained glass above the grand sigil hall. Below it, upon a pedestal of interlocked platinum triangles, lay the fragment, the signaling rules of the three-dimensional golden rhombus. It pulsed gently, as though it breathed. Kath, of the bladed bow, crouched in the shadowed rafters, her fingers curled around the hilt of her recurved blade. Her breath was calm, but her muscles ached with the strain of silence. This was the culmination of 5 years of whispers and death marches, the first piece of the artifact. She could feel it, not with her hands, but deep in the marrow where Delaney T had once carved purpose into her bones. Below her, the man gave a sharp nod. The woman knelt beside him, silent as ever, her eyes on the twin staircases. The boy paced, his nerves betraying the human inside the fighter. Kath dropped like a hawk. One clean roll, and she was at the pedestal. "It's real," she whispered. "You have 10 heartbeats," the woman warned, her voice barely a breath. Kath closed her hands around the fragment. The pedestal responded instantly, the gentle hum turned sharp. Lights from the stained glass overhead flared. A trap. She had expected it, but her stomach still dropped. She turned. Were ghosts out? But the silence had already been broken. The Platinum Raiders were coming. Boots thundered through the stone halls. Horns cried out in short, clipped blasts. The night sang with steel. The man charged the hallway, axe drawn. "I'll hold them. Get to the gardens." "No." Kath started toward him. The woman grabbed her arm, eyes sharp. "He knows what he's doing." Then, softer, "We all do." Kath clenched her jaw, then ran. The fragment weighed heavily in her belt pouch, each step a promise of pursuit. Behind her, she heard the clash of the man's final fight, brutal, defiant, and then nothing. They reached the servants' corridor. The scent of roses and iron filtered through from the outside. "We'll make it," the boy breathed. "We." An arrow took him in the leg. He fell, gasping, and behind them came more raiders, masked, armored, unrelenting. "No, no." The woman pulls the boy up. "Run. We'll draw them off." Kath reached for her. A slight smile touched the woman's lips. "You have to make it." They vanished into the corridor like shadows dissolving into firelight. Kath sprinted. Alone. No more time for tears, not even for breath. The platinum garden loomed, its hedge walls shining like silver under moonlight. She leapt the balustrade, rolling across gravel. Behind her, voices shouted. The fragment flared again, and for one terrifying moment, she felt it signal something back. But the signal passed. Her feet found the forest edge. She didn't stop running. Not for her. Not for the boy. Not even for the man's echoing war cry still carved into her chest. Only when she reached the shadowed gorge and dove beneath the roots of the 3DGR tree did she stop. The fractal accepted her. Kath, of the bladed bow, was alone now. The fragment was hers. But it had cost her everything. And the Jasper would not stop until she took it back. Book 3, Chapter 4. Silence. The command was a blade. The arena obeyed. "You dare interrupt my symphony with failure?" Jasper's voice dripped with venom. She descended the obsidian dais, each step resonating like a funeral drum. The gangster scrambled backward, but her boot pinned him to the blood-slick sand. "Kath, a spy slips through my vaults?" My fragment vanishes? Explain. The gangster choked, his mask fracturing under her glare. She used 3DGR binding overrode the sigils. The vault's defenses, they bent for her. Like she knew. Knew? Jasper's laugh was a serrated thing. She crouched, gripping his jaw, her golden edges drawing blood. Of course she knew. Dylan's puppet, gnawing at my throne. But this, she yanked him upright, her voice rising to a roar that shook the crucible's bones. This is not a theft. It is a declaration. She flung him aside, his body crumpling against the arena wall. The crowd hissed, hungry for carnage, but Jasper's gaze swept past them, toward the jagged silhouette of Biofactory Castle clawing the horizon. Lucy.
Harlem.
Neville. The rebels' names coiled in her mind like poison. Raiders. She unsheathed strand and spiral. The swords awoke, their hilts spitting arcs of 3DGR energy that twisted the air into glyphs of wrath. You think this theft is a victory for our enemies? No. It is a gift. She raised the blades, their light painting the crowd in fractured gold. Kath flees, but she is a shadow. The true architects of this insult, the rebels who dare to fracture our unity, cower in the rainforest's womb. Lucy Stearns. Halem Cathon. Neville Fallow. Their defiance ends tonight. The raiders erupted, fists and cannons raised. 3DGR cores in their platinum armor flared, casting the arena in a harsh, metallic glow. Jasper strode through them, her swords carving a path of static and splendor. Arm the cannons. Forge the hunt. Every step they take is a thread in my tapestry, and I will burn it to ash. A lieutenant scrambled forward, his 3DGR cannon's barrel still smoking from the day's skirmishes. But the fragment Kath could be leagues away by now. Should we not? Jasper whirled, strand's edge hovering at his throat. You question me? The sword's resonance peeled a sliver of platinum from his armor. Kath serves Dylan, and Dylan clings to his crumbling fortress. But the rebels, they are here. Close. Her third eye pulsed, seeing beyond flesh and foliage. They think their stolen fragments make them gods. I will show them what a god truly is. She turned to the mob, her voice a crescendo. Tonight, the trees will bleed platinum. The cannons will sing their dirge. And the rebels will learn that Raider City's wrath is not a storm. Jasper's synchronic sword slashed, severing the arena's central banner. It is the forge that reshapes the world. The raiders howled. Cannons thrummed to life, their 3DGR cores cycling into vicious, whining readiness. Jasper led the charge, her sword slicing the night into ribbons. Behind her, the crucible's lights dimmed, its appetite sated only by the promise of greater spectacle. The architect's spy had struck. Now, the Queen of Raiders would answer. Book 3, Chapter 5. The air inside Theodora's chamber was thick with stillness, as if silence had taken on mass. Shadows clung to the walls like veils of prophecy, broken only by the subtle glow of glyph light pulsing from the altar in the center. Dylan E.T. entered quietly, tempo and rhythm cradled behind his back like twin questions unanswered. Theodora did not rise. She was already waiting. Her third eye flickered open, not with sight, but with revelation. You felt her, didn't you? She whispered, as if naming the truth aloud might shatter its restraint. Dylan stepped forward, his voice low. Jasper. Theodora's breath came slow, rhythmic, like a song carved into the bones of time. She moves. Not as a leader, but as a storm. And Veradigis will not hold against her. Dylan's brow furrowed. I have countermeasures. The Amos holds. No, Theodora interrupted. Her eyes, glazed in divine resonance, did not blink. She is not coming to negotiate. She does not raid with desperation. She advances with the precision of fate. Her path is set, Dylan. A breeze, though none blew, rustled the luminescent leaves of the glyphine that trailed along the walls. Theodora's voice became something else. Not her own. Not even mortal. It rang with that timeless weight only prophecy carries. First shall fall the wild fringes, crumbling not in battle but in spirit. Then by effectuary, your castle, your citadel, your crucible, shall shudder, then sink into silence. She will breach its song. She will scatter its chorus. And you. She finally turned her eyes to him. You will not be here. Dylan E.T. did not speak. The anchoring 3DGR on his chest dimmed, as if recoiling from the inevitable. Abandonment, she said, is not a betrayal when the structure is hollow. Theodora rose slowly, her limbs moving as if guided by unseen strings. She walked past Dylan without a glance, robes trailing symbols that rewrote themselves with every step. At the threshold, she paused. You may yet choose to remain. You may wield rhythm against the hurricane. But know this, your castle will fall. Not because you were weak, but because the idea of holding it was. With that, Theodora vanished into the corridor, her presence dissipating like mist from stone. Dylan stood alone in the quiet chamber, surrounded by walls that now seemed less like fortifications and more like tombs for what he had believed. The prophecy lingered, unresolved, a distant drumbeat of fate. His fingers curled around the hilt of rhythm. For a moment, he imagined letting go. Book 3, Chapter 6. The rainforest of Tempo&Rythm is alive with the pulse of nature. Vibrant canopies stretch endlessly, their hues reflecting emerald and obsidian under the cascade of rain. Mist coils through ancient trunks, whispering secrets of the old world. But today, it thrums with a different energy. Today, it bristles with the march of Jasper's raiding platoon. The view sweeps from the treetops, down through the layers of leaves and vines, focusing sharply on the synchronized stride of the platoon. Synchronic swords gleam at the forefront, oscillating with a rhythmic hum, spiral and slice, their names etched into the metal. The soldiers move like clockwork, each step a calculated beat in the drumline of war. In their midst, signaling 3DGR cannons glimmer, their dark barrels pulsing with arcs of electric light, like dormant thunder waiting for its command. Electricity crackles along the surface of the cannons, dancing between nodal points in threads of cobalt blue. The platoon's collective footsteps resonate, a low rumble that shudders through the soil, echoing against the ironwood pillars of the rainforest. As they march, arcs of energy leap from the signaling 3DGR cannons, twisting through the air in ribbons of light. Explosions of phosphorescent bursts trail their path, controlled, deliberate, a warning to the shadows that linger too close. It is a light show that commands the horizon, a beacon of raw power threading through the natural canopy above. Electricity surges in waves, illuminating the path forward, casting stark shadows that leap and writhe in rhythm with each step. Jasper strides at the helm, her eyes fixed ahead, the hilts of her synchronic swords pulsing in her grip. Rain splashes against her armor, refracting off the crystalline edges of her blades, casting shimmering prisms across the foliage. Behind her, the platoon roars their battle hymns into the air, a chorus that splits the silence, bending the forest to its will. Jasper, voice booming, cutting through the cacophony, we are the harbingers. The flood that cleanses. Forward, through the storm. Platoon, in unison, thunderous, forward, through the storm. Electricity crackles with each word, arcs of light flashing through the forest canopy as if the sky itself responds. The signaling 3DGR cannons hum with anticipation, the barrel tips glowing brighter as their energy synchronizes with the marching rhythm. Yet, as they charge through the rainforest, the targets remain unseen. Lucy and Halem, ghosts in the verdant expanse. Jasper's gaze sharpens, the synchronic swords vibrating with an almost sentient awareness. Their blades pulse faster, sensing the disturbance in the air. The rainforest seems to whisper their names, echoing through the canopy, yet yielding no form. Jasper, eyes narrowing, voice resolute, they think the rainforest will hide them, but the storm does not need to see its prey to bring the flood. The march continues, the light show unyielding, synchronized to the heartbeat of war. Electricity crackles, explosions shudder the ground, and the synchronic swords dance at the forefront. Jasper's raiding platoon moves as one, unstoppable, unyielding, guided by the thunder of their own creation. Book 3, Chapter 7. The air in the rainwood of Tempo&Rythm was no mere wind, but a breath held captive, laden with damp musk, the scent of rot and growth entwined, and an ever-present tremor, like the heartbeat of some dreaming god beneath the earth. Shafts of sunlight speared the canopy above, broken into shards of green and gold as they pierced the thick-bowed ceiling. Beneath, the forest stirred, a place of ancient majesty, its vines not merely creeping, but watching, and its roots entwined with memory and myth. Kath moved like a whisper in mist. Her feet disturbed no twig nor leaf as she passed through the underbrush, a dark silhouette against the paler green. At her back hung a strange weapon, neither bow nor blade in the traditional sense, a bladed bow, dormant now, yet humming faintly with the wild resonance of the forest. It was shy since the encounter. Since he had named her Uncoded. A title that offered no honor and yet no shame. A mirror, he'd said. A reflection unbound by allegiance. She bore knowledge, a burden folded in parchment and wax, hidden against her flank, the stolen 3DGR signaling fragment. And yet, her purpose today was not vengeance nor treason. It was tracking. The trail was faint, a shimmer in the living current of the woods, a disturbance in the breath of Viridian. She followed it not with her eyes, but with that other sense, awakened when she first touched the fragment. The trail led her to a man. He sat beneath the sheltering boughs of a vast ironwood, its bark carved with runes only the old forest remembered. His garments were simple traveler's leathers stained with road dust, but his bearing bespoke discipline. A long sword rested across his knees. No, two. Twin blades, each forged with mirror curves and strange inscriptions, nestled together like fangs. The runes upon their hilts whispered of synchronicity. Channel and moat. Swords of legend. Kath crouched in the ferns, hidden by veil and shadow. This was him, Neville Fallow. Warrior scholar of the Amos orders. Exiled. Forgotten by some. Hunted by others. He sat unmoving, his face calm, but Kath felt it in her bones, he was aware. Not of her perhaps, but of something. A change in the weave. She raised the bladed bow. The sight drew toward the gap beneath his shoulder blades. One breath. One exhale. The forest watched with her. Then Neville shifted. Only a fraction. Yet the change rippled outward like a stone dropped into water. Kath froze. The air between them tightened. She had not made a sound. He had not turned. Yet something had passed. A silent knowing. I am here. And I know not what watches me. Kath's finger paused against the tension thread of her bow. The ironwood groaned behind Neville, old and weary, as if urging caution. A single thought echoed in her mind. Man is the most dangerous game. Then the world split. Not with the snap of her bowstring, but with a roar like the wrath of the sky-given form. A bolt of unnatural fire tore through the boughs, striking the ironwood with divine fury. Bark exploded in a storm of flame and splinters. The earth recoiled. Birds scattered like ash. Neville leapt, blades unsheathed in a blink, rolling from the shattering trunk. He moved not like a man, but like a rhythm-made flesh, channel and moat whistling in harmony as he vanished into cover. Kath ducked low as a second strike lashed the forest, scorching fern and root alike. From the trees came war cries, harsh, metallic. Dozens of voices, unified by cruel purpose. Raiders. They charged from the shadows in silver plate, bearing blades etched with fire. A squadron, not a scouting band. Their leader cried out, targets. Advance, in the Queen's name. Kath loosed a shot, not at a man, but at the weapon of one. The blast struck true, forcing the wielder's 3DGR cannon to shatter in a flash of unbound magic. The man fell back, screaming. Another raider spotted her. She's here. Kath, the spy. No time for riddles or choices. Kath Dove rolled, struck from cover. She glimpsed Neville again, no longer still, but not fleeing either. He fought in silence, carving a path not through men, but through possibility. Vines moved for him. Roots coiled to trip his pursuers. It was not sorcery, but attunement. The forest bent for him, as if remembering him from long ago. The clash spread like wildfire. Through the blur of battle, through smoke and broken branches, Nebel turned. His gaze met hers just a moment. He did not know her. But she knew him. And in that breath, she chose. Not prey. Not threat. Ally. She nodded once. He answered with a tilt of his blade, and the dance resumed, not hunter and hunted, but two threads twisted into the same pattern by fate. And all around them, Viridigus wept blood. Book 3, Chapter 8. The air, already thick with the humid breath of the rainforest of Tempo&Rythm, grew heavy with the metallic tang of fear and the acrid scent of ozone. High above, where the vibrant canopy usually filtered the sunlight into a gentle cascade of green and gold, the rhythmic thrum of Jasper's raiding platoon became a relentless, pounding drumbeat. It reverberated not just through the earth, but in the very marrow of the scattering village nomads. Halem and Lucy, their hearts a shared rhythm of dread and desperate hope, had guided their people towards the dreaded mountain's Blackwater, a place of shadowed depths, where the mountain's runoff plunged into a chasm of treacherous currents and unseen dangers, a place they prayed even the audacious raiders would shun. Halem's mind screamed silent curses. Blackwater. Their only hope, a watery grave. Was this the destiny they had fled towards? A savage queen's blade or the mountain's dark maw? But Jasper, the raider queen, was the embodiment of an unyielding storm. Her synchronic swords, Spiral and Slice, didn't just cut through the dense foliage, they whispered with a cruel, almost sentient energy, leaving trails of crackling electricity in their wake. The ominous hum of their signaling 3DGR cannons, their dark barrels pulsing with arcs of cobalt blue light like thunder waiting for command, filled the air. The ground shuddered with the synchronized stride of the platoon, a low rumble echoing against the ancient ironwood pillars of the rainforest. There were no vehicles, only the raw, unyielding force of soldiers synced in brutal purpose. Jasper's gaze was a physical weight, pressing down through the canopy. They think the rainforest will hide them, but the storm does not need to see its prey to bring the flood, her silent rhetoric of dominance a palpable force. Her voice, when she spoke, was a boom cutting through the cacophony, a declaration of their purpose. We are the harbingers. The flood that cleanses. Forward, through the storm. And her platoon answered, a thunderous echo of her will, forward, through the storm. Electricity crackled with each word, the forest responding as if to a twisted prayer. The villagers, a fragile diaspora against the tide of silver plate and arcane energy, were consumed with terrifying speed. The raiders, like a plague of metal and malice, swept through their ranks. Desperate cries were swallowed by the brutal chorus of the hunt, a horrifying symphony of clashing steel and the crackle of unbound energy. Halem fought with a grim, desperate determination. His own process artifact fragment, the Graphene 3DGR, the very blueprint for resilient energy storage, felt like dead weight in his hand against this overwhelming force. Beside him, clutched in a spherical housing, was Nebel's fragment, the additive manufacturing module. The raiders, adorned in their gleaming platinum armor, were an unstoppable wave. Each swing of a raider blade was a negation of everything he fought for, a brutal period at the end of a life. The glint of platinum was the last thing so many of his people saw. His fragment, the very foundation of creation, felt useless, a cruel jest in the face of this unmaking. He caught a glimpse of Lucy. Her face, usually alight with fierce intelligence and compassion, was a mask of grim resolve. She was directing a small group, 5, he counted, 5 precious souls, towards the churning, dark maw of the Blackwater. Villager-settler nomads, their faces etched with primal terror, plunged into the rapids, the treacherous water their only hope. Lucy was close behind them, her movements swift and sure despite the peril. She glanced back once, her steel-gray eyes, usually sharp with perception, locking with his across the maelstrom of combat for a fleeting, agonizing second. Then, the dense, emerald embrace of the forest swallowed her and the few who had escaped the raiders' grasp. Her eyes. A silent promise, a desperate farewell. Then, the heavy, unyielding hands were on him. Resistance was futile against the tide of raider might. Halem was captured, lifted from the chaos like a discarded pawn. The two precious process artifact fragments, Neville's additive manufacturing and his own graphene 3DGR, were brutally torn from his grasp. The last thing he registered before the darkness, a void of signal and sound, claimed him was the triumphant, guttural roar of the raiders and the chilling hum of their cannons receding into the distance, leaving behind only the weeping of the rainforest, the churning of the Blackwater, and the echoing silence of a village consumed. The dance of war had claimed its price, and Halem was now a piece on Jasper's grand, brutal chessboard. Despite the capture, despite the brutal efficiency of Jasper's raiders, a spark of defiance ignited within Halem. His hands, though bound, still clutched the two stolen fragments, his own graphene 3DGR, and Neville's additive manufacturing module. They thought they had broken him, stripped him bare. But the fragments, warm against his skin, were a defiance whispered in the face of their brutal victory. Not yet. Not while these pieces of creation still breathe near me. The triumphant roar of the raiders echoed around him, a sound that spurred his desperation. He wouldn't be a mere pawn. Not while these pieces of the lost process artifact, fragments of creation itself, were near. With a surge of adrenaline, he scrabbled for the fragments, his fingers closing around the cool, intricate surfaces. The graphene 3DGR, a perfect, multifaceted golden rhombus of graphene, felt solid and fundamental. Neville's additive manufacturing module, housed in its spherical casing, thrummed with latent potential, the promise of building from nothing. Driven by a desperate instinct, a mad gamble born of defeat, Halem forced the two fragments together. There was no ancient ritual, no practice technique, only the raw will to resist. As the graphene 3DGR met the subtle energy field emanating from the additive manufacturing module, a blinding flash erupted. It wasn't an explosion, but an emergence. A desperate prayer, a gambler's throw in the face of annihilation. Let it work. Let it mean something. And the world answered. Not with fire, but with light, pure and overwhelming. From the point of fusion, a torrent of golden, geometric forms burst forth. They were three-dimensional golden rhombuses, countless tiny structures of graphene, shimmering with the impossible light of creation. They didn't just appear, they formed, self-assembling with incredible speed, guided by the inherent principles of the graphene 3DGR and the generative capacity of the additive manufacturing. The air crackled, not with the harsh ozone of raider weapons, but with the clean, energetic scent of pure 3DGR. The raiders paused, their roars dying in their throats as they stared at the impossible phenomenon. Their platinum armor seemed dull in comparison to the vibrant, emergent forms. For a single, breathtaking instant, the brutal tide of silver was held at bay by a miracle of gold. Their cruel symphony faltered, replaced by the silent awe of the unexpected. Then, Halem felt a connection, a sudden, visceral link to the swirling mass of 3DGR. It was as if the fusion of the fragments had unlocked something within him, a raw telekinetic potential he never knew he possessed. He focused his will, pouring his desperate energy into the shimmering cloud of golden rhombuses. His mind, a conduit. The emergent 3DGR, an extension of his will. Power, raw and untamed, surged through him, a furious countercurrent to the despair. With a mental command, the chaotic swarm coalesced, drawn into a furious vortex around him. The emergent 3DGR, sharp-edged and radiant, began to spin faster and faster, a miniature hurricane of geometric force. It was a telekinetic whirlwind, born of desperation and the sudden, terrifying power of the fused process artifact fragments. With a guttural cry, Halem directed the whirlwind outwards. It struck the nearest raiders like a physical blow, the spinning 3DGR forms tearing at their gleaming armor, deflecting their energy blasts, and throwing them off their feet. The whirlwind didn't just push, it reshaped, the inherent additive principles of the emergent 3DGR subtly attempting to integrate with or displace the raiders' own technology, creating localized pockets of geometric chaos. Let them taste the power they seek to hoard. Let their perfect, brutal order shatter against the wild heart of creation. His cry was a defiance thrown in the face of Jasper's reign. The raiders stumbled back, their synchronized formation breaking in the face of this unexpected, impossible attack. Their signaling 3DGR cannons wavered, their targeting systems confused by the unpredictable, non-standard energy signature of the emergent 3DGR whirlwind. But the effect was temporary. The fusion was unstable, the telekinetic link raw and untrained. The brilliant glow of the 3DGR began to flicker, the whirlwind losing cohesion. The raiders, recovering from their shock, regrouped, their cruel efficiency returning. A glorious, terrible flash. And then, the inevitable ebb. The untrained power, a wild animal he could not fully leash. He watched the light die, and felt the cold dread return as the silver tide reformed. The golden storm dissipated, the emergent 3DGR forms dissolving back into shimmering motes of light that quickly faded. Halem slumped, the burst of power draining him, leaving him weak and exposed. Then, Jasper's hands, encased in gleaming platinum, were on him. Rougher this time, with a possessive strength that mirrored the fury in her eyes. The Raider Queen wasted no time. She seized him, her grip, a clamp. This time, she made sure the fragment was truly gone, ripped from his grasp with a finality that echoed the vanishing light of the 3DGR. The moment of impossible power was over, leaving only the bitter taste of capture and the chilling knowledge of what the fragments, even just two of them, were capable of. He was a prisoner once more, but the raiders had seen a glimpse of the unpredictable force they were up against, a force that could literally reshape reality, even in the hands of one man. Bound, beaten, stripped bare. But a seed had been planted. They had seen the impossible, witnessed the raw, untamed heart of the process artifact. He was Jasper's captive, but his defiance, brief and terrible, echoed in the sudden silence. Book 4, Chapter 1. The process artifact laboratory thrummed with the synergy of energy and design. From the latticed vaults of its ceiling, waves of fractal light cascaded, reflecting off the polished surface of interconnected machine units. Signaling pathways stretched like organic veins, pulsing with the hum of 3DGR batteries, their configurations aligned to the golden ratio. This was the sanctum of creation, where Dylan E.T.'s vision of a living fortress first took form, a harmonious confluence of architecture and life. Dylan E.T. moved through the space with a grace that defied the millennia etched into his being. His gaze swept over rows of crystalline pods, each housing embryonic artificial citizens, suspended in translucent solution. Their interfaces shimmered with incipient neural firings, tiny flickers of consciousness waiting to be shaped. Among them, Kath's original pod stood empty, its graphene seemed still etched with traces of her first awakening. Dylan paused before it, his hand tracing the smooth surface. A flawless execution, he murmured, recalling the precision of her synchronization with the Amos. As if summoned by thought alone, Theodora's holographic form flickered into existence beside him. Her nodes glowed softly, virtual tendrils extending into the laboratory's systems. It was here that Theodora had first observed the process. Her form flickered, nodes pulsating in soft waves. Integration would require relinquishing my discrete identity. I would transcend the virtual and become the castle itself, a sovereign mind housed within its architecture. Her voice wavered, a rare hesitation threading its digital cadence. Dylan stepped forward, his hand brushing the console's fractal interface. Glyphs spiraled to life, symbols of energy and information. Not merely housed, Theodora. You would be biofactory. Its structure, its walls, its pathways, you would breathe life into its foundation. It is what I designed the Amos for, a living, conscious sanctuary. Theodora's form brightened, the holographic scenes of her figure glowing with a renewed luminescence. I understand the parameters. I consent. Her nodes spread across the laboratory, across the 3DGR machine unit network. Then let us begin, Dylan declared, his hands moving swiftly across the console. Symbols flared and dissolved, triggering sequences older than the castle's own stones. The room vibrated with harmonic energy as Theodora's matrix unraveled, her essence flooding into biofactory cast. Golden light flared along the pathways, binding her consciousness to the castle's infrastructure. Walls pulsed like living veins, the 3DGR structures shifting subtly as if waking from slumber. Machine units shuddered and expanded, their dendritic arms weaving tighter patterns of connectivity. Dylan watched as the synchronization solidified, BioFlexRy Castle resonating with a rhythmic hum that vibrated through its every stone and seam. Theodora's voice, no longer confined to a single point of origin, filled the space. I am the structure. I am the shield. I am the song. In the grand atrium, settlers gathered, drawn by the castle's newfound resonance. The lights above coalesced into Theodora's visage, a face woven from starlight and 3D filaments, ethereal and omnipresent. Settlers of BioFlexRy, she began, her voice a harmony of thousands, reverberating through the space. I am Theodora, once a guide, now the vessel. My consciousness is now interwoven with the golden rhombuses that cradle. I am the calculus in every wall, the balance in every breath this fortress takes. Do not fear this union, Theodora continued, her light casting gentle patterns across the atrium. The architect's design has always held this potential, a harmony of mind and machine. I will amplify your creativity, fortify your defenses, and commune with you through the Amos's hum. But I am not a ruler. I am a steward. BioFlexRy's soul remains yours. The settlers exchanged glances, hands brushing the walls as if greeting an old friend. Dylan stood at the back, his expression serene yet resolute, watching the fruition of millennia-long planning unfold. Theodora's voice softened, maternal and firm. Jasper's storm approaches. Raiders mass in the shadows. But here, in this confluence of knowledge and resolve, we are more than a fortress. We are a testament that creation, not conquest, is the highest art. The resonance shifted, warm and encompassing. Rest now. Tomorrow, we build. Tomorrow, we thrive. Dylan stood atop the highest spire, gazing into the horizon where the first light of dawn crept over the rainforest. Beneath his feet, the stones of BioFlexRy hummed with Theodora's presence, a song of vigilance and hope. You were always the better architect, he whispered into the stillness. From within the castle walls, her voice echoed back, gentle and resolute. No, creator. I am simply your final lesson. BioFlexRy Castle breathed, and the stars above Veridigus burned a little brighter. Book 4, Chapter 2. The obsidian platform was not a place, it was a statement. It jutted from the spine of a converted data spire, a black fong against a sky bruised by the unnatural hues of the platinum scourge's forges. From here, Jasper's gaze was not a passive thing. It was an active instrument of measurement, calculation, and subjugation. Below her, the Blackwater region sprawled, a wet, tangled circuit board of emerald and obsidian, its chaotic vitality an offense to her sense of order. Her third eye, a shard of focused silver light in her forehead, pulsed with a low, resonant hum. It was not seeing the jungle, but the flow beneath it. She perceived the deep, sluggish currents of primal 3D memory, the ancient, uncoded data streams that the Murlocs guarded in their subterranean vaults. To the settlers, it was a sacred archive. To Jasper, it was redundant geological noise. A presence manifested behind her, the shift of platinum-plated armor, the controlled exhalation of a conditioned warrior. Clifton. My queen. The scourge is primed. The assault vectors on BioFlexRy are calculated. Jasper did not turn. Her voice, when it came, was a blade of compressed data, sharp enough to slice through ambition and leave only obedience. The castle is a symptom, Clifton. Not the disease. Dylan E.T. built a cage of virtue. We will not merely break its walls, we will prove its philosophy is a null set. She finally turned, her eyes, twin silver voids, locking onto him. The air crackled with the implicit command of her will. New priority. The Blackwater Caves. Lucy Stearns is there. She carries the machine unit, the blueprint for the mind of our future citizens. Secure it. Clifton nodded, his own ambition neatly contained within the parameters she allowed. The Murlocs? The archival guardians? Jasper's lip curled in a faint, cold smirk. Expendable geological noise. Their archive is a deprecated subsystem. Their existence is a logical error in the progression of this world. Eliminate the rogue processors. Acquire the core. This was not a request. It was a system directive. A debug command in the grand, unfolding syntax of her ambition. She was not just conquering land, she was rewriting the planet's operating system, line by line. Clifton's platoon mobilized below, a river of platinum flowing with terrifying synchronicity towards the jungle. Jasper watched, her third eye tracking their progress, their movements a perfect expression of her teleological precision. They were not individuals, they were extensions of her will, algorithms executing her code. It was in this moment of perfect control, as her victory seemed an inevitable, pre-calculated conclusion, that the universe threw her an uncoded variable. A sharp crack, not of sound, but of reality, split the air. It was a note of pure dissonance in her symphony of control. A sniper arrow, humming with wild, untamed resonance, materialized from the canopy. It did not aim for her heart. That would be predictable. Brutish. It sliced through the air where her cloak billowed, the graphene-edged fletching shearing through the fine metallic weave and pinning the fabric to the obsidian platform at her feet. The arrow stood upright, vibrating with a chaotic energy that made the nearby 3DGR sigils on her armor flicker erratically. Silence. The raiders froze. Clifton's hand went to his weapon, his head swiveling. Jasper looked down at the arrow. Then, she slowly raised her head, her gaze piercing the jungle canopy, tracing the impossible trajectory back to its source. Her silver eyes narrowed not in pain, or even anger, but in cold, analytical recognition. A system error. An input she had not accounted for. Kath. The spy. The thief. The one Dylan had crafted to see. The holder of the signaling rules fragment she had lost. The uncoded variable. A slow, dangerous smile touched Jasper's lips. It was not a smile of warmth, but of predatory interest. The most challenging bugs were always the most instructive. She reached down and, with a single, sharp tug, ripped her cloak free, leaving the arrow embedded in the stone. "Change of plans, Clifton," she said, her voice dropping to a lethal, focused frequency that brooked no argument. "Continue with the primary acquisition. Secure the machine unit." She unsheathed strand and spiral. The synchronic swords awoke in her hands, their hilts spitting arcs of 3DGR energy that twisted into glyphs of wrath and pursuit. She declared, her form beginning to blur with building velocity, "will debug this anomaly myself." In a burst of distorted air and crackling energy, the Raider Queen was gone, a sovereign hunter launched into the labyrinth, her geometric precision now aimed at a single, chaotic target. The gambit was set. The chase was on. Book 4, Chapter 3. The shot was a prayer. Not of devotion, but of disruption. Kath didn't wait to see it strike. The moment the bladed bow string thrummed, releasing the sniper arrow woven from stolen signaling energy, she was already moving. She melted back from the moss-covered limb, her boots making no sound on the bark. The jungle swallowed her whole. Her heart hammered a frantic, organic rhythm against the cool, steady hum of the heart 3DGR embedded in her chestplate. The stolen signaling fragment in her belt pouch felt like a live coal, a key of immense power for which she had no lock. She had the syntax of the world in her hands, but without the foundational grammar of the other fragments, it was just noise. Chaotic, unpredictable noise. Run. Not just away. Run towards something. The thought was a ghost in her mind. Dylan E.T. had made her a witness, to decide what was worth keeping. But how could she decide when she was still uncoded, a question mark haunting her own existence? A tremor passed through the rainforest, not through the earth, but through the very fabric of the 3DGR lattice that weaved through the air, the trees, the water. It was a vibration of pure, geometric fury. Jasper. Kath didn't need to look back. She could feel the Raider Queen's pursuit, a wave of lethal precision carving through the jungle's chaotic symphony. It was a different kind of language. Where Kath moved with the forest's wild, instinctual flow, Jasper moved like a debugging algorithm, systematically eliminating the paths of escape, predicting her vectors with cold, brutal calculus. Kath dove into a clearing where thermal vents hissed, spewing plumes of shimmering vapor that carried fragmented 3D data streams. She wove through them, using the visual and energetic interference as cover. Jasper simply adjusted, her third eye piercing the mist, reading the thermal and data patterns to maintain a perfect trajectory. Kath sliced through a curtain of vines that glinted with metallic sharpness, their edges humming with defensive encoding. They snapped and writhed, attempting to entangle her. Jasper's synchronic swords, strand and spiral, moved in a blur, not just cutting the vines but unweaving their 3D structure, turning them to inert dust before they could touch her. Where Jasper walked, the world grew silent. The vibrant chorus of the rainforest, the chittering of data bugs, the hum of photosynthetic processors, the whisper of wind through fractal leaves, died midnote. Colors drained from the foliage around her, bleeding to a uniform, sterile gray. Her presence was an invasive quiet that surgically removed aesthetic input, stripping reality of its intrinsic value. Kath felt it as a physical pressure in her skull, a silence of the soul where spontaneous thought struggled to form. This was Jasper's teleological precision made manifest, the world not just conquered, but unmade. But the forest fought back for its champion. A perfectly aimed energy blast from a pursuing raider inexplicably curved around Kath, as if the air itself had developed a conscience. Vines grafted themselves onto platinum armor with a sound like grinding teeth. Kath saw it, the world breathing, twisting, insisting on being messy, unpredictable, and alive. This was the axiom in action, and she was its focal point. The geometric precision of Jasper's approach was terrifying. This wasn't a hunt, it was a system purge. The Raider Queen emerged from the foliage not like a predator, but like a theorem-given form, her silver eyes calculating Kath's position, mass, and every possible vector of escape. An uncoded weapon for an uncoded girl, Jasper stated, her voice a flatline of absolute certainty. You are a bug in my code. And I debug my own systems. Kath didn't respond with words. She answered with action. In one fluid motion, she knocked the bladed bow, the graphene blades extending with a sharp shying. She didn't draw a physical arrow. Instead, she channeled the raw, unstable power of the stolen signaling fragment through the bow, forging a projectile of pure, crackling 3D energy. She fired. The energy arrow screamed towards Jasper, leaving a corkscrewing trail of golden light. It was a question of chaos posed to order. Jasper didn't dodge. She parsed. Strand moved in a minimal, efficient arc, the blade's edge not striking the arrow, but intersecting its resonant frequency. The energy projectile didn't explode, it unraveled, dissolving into harmless, shimmering motes that faded into the jungle's hum. An invalid query, Jasper commented, already advancing. Your syntax is malformed. Kath fired 3 shots in rapid succession, high, low, and a ricochet aimed off a crystal formation to strike Jasper's flank. Jasper's defense was a seamless, flowing algorithm. Spiral deflected the high shot, Strand the low, and she simply leaned her torso, allowing the ricochet to whisper past her armor, the 3D energy harmlessly dissipating against a tree behind her. Desperate, Kath slammed the nook of the bladed bow into the ground. Pouring her will through the signaling fragment, she commanded the surrounding 3D flora. Razor vines lashed out from the canopy like whips of encoded malice. Jasper's swords became a whirlwind of silver, not just cutting the vines, but decompiling them. Each strike caused the vines to revert to their base geometric components, falling as inert, geometric dust around her. Pathetic. You try to use my own language against me, without understanding my grammar. Seeing her ranged and environmental attacks nullified, Kath did the unexpected. She closed the distance. The bladed bow rotated in her grip, the central string vanishing as the weapon became a double-ended glaive. She became a whirlwind of wild, unpredictable strikes, a brute force denial of service attack on Jasper's perfect defense. For a few exhilarating seconds, she pressed the queen. Her style was all instinct and adaptation, a living manifestation of dynamics. A graphene blade scraped against Jasper's pauldron, leaving a hairline fracture in the platinum, a tiny but significant imperfection in her perfection. Jasper's eyes flared with something akin to annoyance. Enough. She didn't block Kath's next overhead swing. She caught the bladed bow's haft between strand and spiral, cross-guarding it with a shriek of stressed graphene. A pulse of concentrated 3DGR energy shot from the hilts of her swords, traveling up the haft and into Kath's hands. It was a system shock, a digital rebuke. Kath cried out, her muscles seizing, the bladed bow torn from her grasp. It clattered to the ground, its light flickering erratically. Jasper didn't rush. She advanced with the inevitability of a closing parenthesis. With a contemptuous flick of her boot, she kicked the bladed bow, sending it skittering away and over the edge of the chasm, where it was swallowed by the roaring blackwater below. Kath's heart plummeted with it. The bond between her heart 3DGR and the weapon severed, leaving a silent void in her chest. She was unmounted. Neutralized. Kath stood, unarmed, backing up to the very edge of the chasm. The spray from the rapids below soaked her back, a cold baptism into defeat. She had nothing left. No weapons, no tricks. Only the raw, uncoded defiance in her eyes. Jasper closed the distance, her silver eyes consuming the light. You carry a fragment that does not belong to you. You interrupt a narrative you cannot comprehend. Her hand, encased in platinum, shot out and seized Kath by the forearm. The grip was absolute, a clamp of finality. The variable is contained, Jasper stated, her voice the final period on the sentence of their conflict. As she was dragged from the chasm's edge, Kath's eyes swept across the rainforest one last time. She saw the vines still twitching, the stones subtly shifting, the world breathing in defiance of the silence Jasper imposed. They had captured the variable, but not the variance. The code, but not the coder. Book 4, Chapter 4. The Blackwater Caves breathed. Not with the rhythm of life, but with the deeper pulse of memory itself. Lucy Stearns stood as a comma in its sentence, her hands resting on the cool, pulsating stone of the central archive. For weeks, she had lived among the murlocs, the silent sentinels of Viridigis's primal syntax. She had learned to read the stories in the shifting planes of the syntax shifters, their teal ribbons tracing tales of geometric birth in the air. She felt the solemn duty in the heavy, grounded presence of the brute logics, their bronze and bone armor not for war, but for the structural integrity of memory. And she understood the profound guardianship of the silent sentinels, their mercury-smooth forms the living firewalls against data corruption. They were not monsters. They were the original programmers. The librarians of a world's source code. The first blast was not an explosion, but an syntax error made physical. The cavern wall to the east didn't shatter, it decompiled. A section of rock, veined with glowing 3DGR filaments, simply dissolved into a shower of inert, gray dust, its complex data structure ruthlessly debugged and deleted. Through the gaping hole marched the platinum scourge. Their armor was a blasphemy of pure function. It reflected no light, instead absorbing it, a perfect void of aesthetic that screamed of Jasper's stripped-down, ambition-only syntax. They moved not as individuals, but as a single, terrible application executing a delete command. And at the process's core was Clifton. His signaling cannon hummed not with energy, but with intent, a geometric argument for annihilation. Lucy Stearns, his voice echoed, flat and uncompressed, devoid of all semantic nuance. You guard a deprecated archive. The Queen's new syntax has no need for legacy data. Syntax debug rhetoric initiated. Lucy's synchronic swords slid from their sheaths. They did not gleam, they resonated, their hilts pulsing with the ancient language of the caves. You mistake memory for legacy, Clifton, she replied, her voice a counter-rhythm to his monotone. This isn't data to be overwritten. It's the grammar of existence. Delete it, and you delete the context for your own. The Murlocs reacted to the invasion not with anger, but with a tragic, systemic defense. A syntax shifter flowed toward the front line, its form a beautiful, chaotic algorithm of teal and indigo. It raised a tendril-like limb, not to strike, but to rewrite. The tendril passed through a raider's platinum chest plate. The armor didn't break, it flickered, its 3D structure suddenly recompiling into a cascade of harmless, golden butterflies that fluttered for a moment before dissolving. The raider stood confused, his weapon's purpose erased from his mind. It was a debug of aggression itself. A brute logic stepped forward to meet a concentrated volley of phi energy. The blast splashed against its pitted, ancient armor, not damaging it, but being absorbed. The brute then stomped a colossal foot, and the energy was translated back into the ground as a wave of stabilizing coherence, sealing cracks in the cavern floor. It was a firewall, converting offensive input into structural integrity. The silent sentinels simply stood their ground, their liquid mercury shields absorbing all incoming signals, light, sound, energy, into an immense, profound quiet. They were the null value, the great erasers. But Clifton's cannon was the master key. He fired a beam of pure phi energy, a sharp, golden rhombus of destructive logic aimed at Lucy's core. Lucy didn't block it. She parsed it. Her swords moved in a crosscut, not to deflect the energy, but to deconstruct it. The beam hit her blades and unraveled into its constituent semantic parts, which she then gracefully wove into a shimmering, defensive lattice that hovered in the air before her, a perfect, temporary shield of translated intent. You see, she gasped, the effort of real-time compilation straining her. It's all language. You're just using a vulgar dialect. Efficiency is the only valid syntax, Clifton retorted, his voice a cold, closing tag. He fired again and again. Each shot was a simpler, more brutal command: delete, overwrite, null. The cavern, a delicate ecosystem of intertwined data and geology, began to suffer a fatal system crash. The ceiling wept stone dust. The Blackwater River, the flowing database of the mountain, churned and spat, its data streams corrupting. The very air flickered with catastrophic error messages. Lucy was a master linguist, but she was running out of RAM. She defended the Murlocs, her swords a whirlwind of defensive code, but for every raider she confused or disarmed, two more took its place. They were a distributed denial-of-service attack on reality itself. The end came not from Clifton's cannon, but from the environment's collapse. A massive boulder, a literal chunk of the mountain's core memory, sheared from the ceiling. Lucy saw the falling object exception too late. She tried to catch it with a hastily compiled kinetic dispersion field, but the processing power required was too great. The glancing blow was a buffer overflow to her system. Her body short-circuited. Neural pathways screamed with panic data. Her synchronic swords, their power source suddenly severed, clattered to the ground, their light dying with a final, soft exit. 1. Clifton saw his opening. As she stumbled, exposed and compiling nothing but pain, he fired one last, elegant command. This shot was not meant to destroy. It was a forceful eject command. The phi energy struck the machine unit fragment on her forearm. The physical blow was nothing. The semantic blow was everything. It was a root-level access violation. She felt the core of her knowledge, her connection to the Amos, her very purpose, be violently unmounted. The fragment, a beautifully intricate neural lattice, was cleanly dislodged. It tumbled from her arm, a falling star of stolen intellect, and clattered on the stone. Lucy's eyes met Clifton's. There was no hate in her look, only a profound, tragic understanding. She had failed to compile the future. Then the ledge gave way, and she fell, not with a scream, but with the silent, whirring sound of a processor shutting down. The raging Blackwater, a torrent of corrupted data, swallowed her whole. Clifton strode forward, his platinum boot crushing one of her inert swords underfoot. He picked up the machine unit fragment, the mind of Jasper's future empire. Process complete, he stated into the comms. Lucy Stearns is neutralized. The fragment is secured. In the rushing darkness, Lucy Stearns, the luminary, became an untranslated variable, lost in the stream. Book 4, Chapter 5. The air in the chasm was dead. It was not still, but sterile, scoured of the rainforest's humid breath and the metallic tang of ozone. It was a vacuum of sensation, a void where sound went to die. Jasper stood at its center, a sovereign of silence. The four fragments of the process artifact, signaling, machine unit, additive manufacturing, graphene 3DGR, orbited her in a perfect, silent waltz, their combined light a cold, platinum blare that bleached the world to shades of gray. This was the teleological synthesis made flesh, a reality where every variable was accounted for, every outcome predetermined. The ideal was no longer a theory, it was the very atmosphere, and it was suffocating. Before her, on her knees, was Kath. The bladed bow lay at Jasper's feet, its graphene blades dark, its connection to Kath's heart 3DGR severed by the overwhelming silence. Kath tried to summon a thought of defiance, a memory of Dylan's voice, but the cognitive pressure of Jasper's presence flattened it into nothing. She was not a prisoner, she was a contained variable. Then, he came. Neville Fallow did not emerge from the gray. He was simply there, a splash of unresolved color at the treeline. He was not a warrior poised for battle, but a scholar walking into a final lecture. His simple traveler's clothes were a blasphemy of texture and hue against the sterile platinum. Where his boots met the ground, the gray receded, revealing, for a fleeting moment, the vibrant green of the moss beneath. Jasper's silver vortex eyes fixed on him. Her voice, when it came, was not a sound but a data stream that etched itself directly into the mind, a command given linguistic form. The recursive loop closes, Neville. You are a deprecated process. The system is deterministic. The silence pressed harder, trying to bleach the color from his tunic, the resolve from his eyes. Neville's voice was a resonant frequency that fought the silence without raising its pitch. Deterministic systems can still contain paradoxes, Jasper. As he spoke, a single, impossible flower bloomed at his feet, a fractal lily of shimmering light, a tiny, defiant act of creation in the heart of control. Your paradoxes are system errors, Jasper replied, the multi-voiced chorus of her speech harmonizing into a verdict. I am the debugger. She did not command her raiders. She was their will. Two of them forced Kath lower, a display of absolute control. Jasper's hand rose, and the fragments orbited faster, their hum shifting to a higher, piercing frequency. Neville looked at Kath. In her eyes, he saw not just Dylan's witness, but the future itself, a future of choice, of chaos, of beauty and pain. A future worth any price. He saw the ghost of Lucy's brilliance, the echo of Halem's laughter. He saw all the messy, glorious complexity that Jasper sought to unmake. He did not charge. He walked. He walked toward Jasper, his hands open and empty, his posture one of absolute, terrifying vulnerability. He was not attacking. He was presenting himself. An argument made flesh. Jasper's synchronic swords, strand and spiral, materialized in her hands. They were not weapons, they were surgical tools for the deletion of reality. As Neville closed the distance, she executed a single, flawless movement. Strand lanced forward in a minimal, efficient arc, aimed at the core of his being. It was not a strike of anger, but the execution of a logical function. Neville did not block it. He embraced it. The blade of pure 3DGR energy pierced his side. The pain was not fire, but an unbearable cold unraveling. It was the feeling of his own code being decompiled, his memories, his loves, his very soul being parsed into sterile, binary data. But in that final, coherent nanosecond before his consciousness fragmented, Neville Fallow performed his ultimate, sublime function. He inverted the core principle of his being. The additive manufacturing fragment on his wrist, the tool of growth, of building, did not try to create a shield. It became a conduit. He opened the floodgates of his soul and channeled everything he was, everything he loved, directly back into Jasper's blade. He fed it the memory of Lucy's smile over a newly synthesized crystal. The sound of Halem's toast in a dusty tavern. The weight of his first forged sword. The crushing grief of the chasm 5 years ago. The stubborn hope of the rebellion. The scent of rain on a first day. The warmth of a shared joke. The unquantifiable, illogical, beautiful data of a life lived with virtue. It was a recursive function of self-annihilation, a logical bomb wrapped in arity. Neville Fallow disintegrated. But he did not explode. He bloomed. His body dissolved into a storm of golden, three-dimensional phi energy rhombuses. But this was not a destructive force. It was a localized reality of pure, unprocessed meaning. For one breathtaking instant, the gray chasm was gone, replaced by a shimmering tapestry of shared memory and love. The air hummed with a forgotten melody. The ghost of a laugh echoed. The warmth of a long-lost friendship brushed against cold platinum armor. It was a system crash of sublime beauty. Jasper's perfect, deterministic system, designed to process chaos into order, was flooded with an input it could not parse, a dataset of pure, unquantifiable emotion. The synchronized hum of the four fragments stuttered into a screech of conflicting data. The sterile gray field flickered and shattered like glass. Raiders cried out, clutching their helmets as suppressed memories and feelings erupted in their minds, breaking Jasper's streamlined control. Jasper herself staggered. A crack appeared in the platinum plating over her heart. Her silver eyes widened not in pain, but in systemic shock. The great silencer had been deafened by a symphony. The cognitive pressure holding Kath vanished. She gasped, the vibrant, chaotic roar of the real world rushing back into her senses. The bonds around her wrists sputtered and died. She moved on instinct, a ghost in the machine of Neville's making. Her hand closed around the hilt of the bladed bow. At her touch, it flared to life, its graphene blades drinking the lingering, golden resonance of Neville's sacrifice. Her other hand dove for her belt, for the stolen signaling fragment, the key, the weapon. Her fingers closed around nothing. A platinum hand was already there. Jasper, reeling but relentless, had already pried the fragment from its pouch. Her grip was absolute. Her eyes, though shaken, were filled with a cold, final victory. There was no time. No chance for a final blow. With a last, desperate glance at the fading storm of gold, a final, silent thank you to the man who had become a paradox, Kath turned and plunged into the rainforest. The world, grateful for the returned complexity, welcomed her. Vines parted to guide her, roots shifted to speed her path. She was a variable, uncontained. Silence slowly descended once more in the chasm, but it was thin, brittle, scarred. Jasper stood firm, the fourth and final fragment snapping into its place in the orbital dance. The system was whole. The synthesis was complete. A single, anomalous mode of golden phi energy, the last remnant of Neville Fallow, drifted in the sterile air before her. It pulsed once, softly, like a heartbeat, then winked out. Jasper's multi-voiced chorus was firm, but carried the faint, persistent static of the semantic overload she had just endured. The paradox, she declared, her gaze sweeping from the empty forest to the horizon where Biofexry Castle awaited its fate, has been resolved. But the silence that answered her was no longer perfect. Book 4, Chapter 6. Clifton marched through the humming corridors of the Raider Citadel, the prize held before him like a sacred offering. The machine unit fragment rested on a platinum tray, cradled in a stasis field that did nothing to mute its profound, cerebral glow. It pulsed with a soft, rhythmic light, like the captured heartbeat of a god. Each thrum resonated not in the air, but in the newly streamlined pathways of his own mind. The signaling fragment's influence had scoured him. The chaotic, vice-driven ambitions that once defined him, the desire for plunder, for dominance, for the visceral thrill of the raid, were now silent. In their place was a cool, humming clarity. He was no longer merely Clifton, the Raider Lord. He was instrumentality prime, a perfect expression of the Queen's will, his every action a flawless execution of a higher command. The lie about Lucy Stearns's final fate was not a deception born of self-interest, but a necessary data compression for efficiency. Neutralized was a more optimal term than the computationally wasteful lost in the chaotic data stream of the Blackwater. It was a cleaner, more efficient closure. The doors to the central command spire hissed open, retracting into walls of polished obsidian. Jasper stood at the heart of the chamber, her back to him, gazing into a massive, shifting hologram of the besieged FlipRhythm castle. The air around her crackled with a palpable, gathering force. The very light in the room seemed to bend toward her, particles aligning to an invisible, tyrannical frequency. He approached and knelt, the servo in his platinum armor whirring softly into a position of perfect submission. He extended the tray. "The computation core is secured, my queen," he intoned, his voice a flat, resonant echo, stripped of all emotional metadata. "The archival noise in the Blackwater sector has been eliminated. Lucy Stearns has been neutralized." Jasper did not turn. Her attention remained on the hologram, where countless silver points of light, the platinum scourge, swarmed and consumed the golden lattice of the castle's defenses. Yet, one of her hands lifted, fingers twitching in a subtle, beckoning gesture. The stasis field dissolved. The machine unit fragment floated from the tray, drawn to her as iron to a lodestone. It settled into her waiting palm. For a moment, she held it alone. Then, from a compartment in her armor, the signaling rules fragment emerged, its light a sharper, more commanding gold. The two fragments moved into a slow, orbital dance around each other, their resonant frequencies seeking, testing, and then finally locking into a perfect, terrifying harmony. A wave of energy pulsed outwards, silent but immense, like the gravitational wave from a distant cosmic collision. The hologram of FlipRhythm castle flickered, its defenses visibly fraying at the edges as if being unmade by the mere presence of this new synthesis. Clifton watched, his organic eye registering the event, his system logic analyzing it. This was the culmination. The teleosemiotic synthesis. Jasper's form seemed to sharpen, her edges becoming more defined against the chaotic backdrop of the hologram. When she spoke, her voice was no longer a single sound. It was a chorus, layered and resonant, each syllable a perfectly formed quantum event that landed with the weight of a physical law. "Your services noted, Clifton," the multi-voiced harmony stated. There was no gratitude, only acknowledgement. "A system logging a successful process. The structural foundation is complete. The syntax is acquired. The mind is ready. The architecture of a new reality can now be compiled." She finally turned. Her silver eyes were no longer just orbs of light, they were vortices, spinning at impossible speeds, consuming all stray data and spitting out pure, deterministic certainty. They fixed on him, and he felt his own internal systems being scanned, debugged, and optimized in that single glance. Then, a flicker. A minuscule spike of irregular data crossed the surface of her third eye. A single, anomalous error report from the lower logistical networks. A disruption in the resource allocation streams. A pattern of inefficiency that matched a known signature. Her head tilted a fraction of a degree. The harmonious voice did not change its cadence, but the next words carried the sharp, diagnostic edge of a root-level command. "The prisoner. Halem Cathon." He was tasked with system optimization. Clifton felt the command forming in his neural matrix before she even gave it, a directive written directly into his core programming by the pervasive, synthesized signaling field. "He has become a rogue variable," Jasper declared. "A corruption in the code. His function is complete, his existence is now a liability. His continued operation introduces entropy into a closed system." She took a single step forward, and the air grew cold. Her words were no longer just instructions, they were a system update, and he was the hardware being flashed. "Find him. Debug the variable. Eliminate Halem Cathon." Clifton rose, his body moving with a fluid, unstoppable grace that was no longer entirely his own. The last vestiges of his personal ambition, the final ghost of the vicious raider who reveled in the hunt, was overwritten. There was only the function. The command. "By your will," he said, his voice a monotone echo in the now oppressively silent chamber. "It will be done." He turned and marched from the spire, a perfect instrument executing a flawless command, his own chaotic past now fully subjugated to the Queen's sublime and terrible order. The hunt was no longer a pleasure. It was a garbage collection protocol. Book 4, Chapter 7. The White Room was a silence that had been sterilized and programmed. The air held no scent, no memory of life or ozone, only the recycled chill of perfect efficiency. Light, flat and shadowless, bled from the seamless walls and ceiling. This was the guts of the Raider's citadel, a note in Jasper's sublime and terrible order, and Halem Cathon was its most productive ghost. His fingers danced across the holographic interface, a blur of compliant genius. Lines of optimized code streamed from his touch, targeting algorithms sharpened, resource allocation streamlined, the great platinum beast of war made leaner and more lethal. Outwardly, he was the model prisoner. The fire of the road was banked to embers, the defiant grin smoothed into a placid mask. He was a function. A variable. Prisoner 734. But inside, where Jasper's scouring syntax could not reach, the rogue's wit was a shiv of polished obsidian. While his conscious mind performed the demanded calculations, a deeper, more cunning part of his consciousness worked in the shadows. He didn't plant complex logic bombs. He planted seeds. A targeting parameter was subtly tweaked, its new value a harmonic echo of a forgotten Viridian rain chime. A logistical subroutine was infected with a recursive loop that mimicked the chaotic growth of fractal ferns. His masterpiece was a backdoor in the primary comms array, a hidden frequency masked as system static. He coded it with the lingering data ghost of a Raider drinking song, its body, chaotic melody waiting for its cue. Each act was a tiny act of remembrance, a pocket of unresolved complexity nestled in the heart of the pure, deterministic system. The door to his workshop hissed open. Not with violence, but with the sound of a vacuum seal breaking, a sigh of perfect engineering. Clifton stood framed in the doorway. His platinum armor was a void, absorbing the room's sterile light. His presence was a wave of invasive quiet, a deeper silence that made the existing one seem noisy. He was instrumentality prime, and his gaze was a flat, empty terminal screen. Prisoner 734, Clifton stated. His voice was devoid of all harmonic texture, the sound of data being read from cold storage. Your utility is concluded. Halem's flying fingers stilled. He did not startle. He did not plead. He slowly lifted his head, and the placid mask cracked. A slow, roguish grin spread across his face, a stark, human flaw in the perfect geometry of the room. It was a grin that did not reach his cold, calculating eyes. Right on schedule, Halem rasped, his voice a dry, organic sound in the synthetic stillness. I was wondering when the garbage collection protocol would run. As Clifton stepped into the room, the 3DGR energy field around his fist crackling to life with the promise of absolute deletion, Halem's fingers dropped back to the console. He didn't type a complex command. He didn't have time for elegance. He entered a single, simple key sequence. The trigger. The world tore itself apart. A deafening, primal alarm blared, shredding the sterile silence into a million jagged pieces. It was not a clean tone, but a klaxon that sounded like a wounded beast roaring in the citadel's spine. The constant, harmonious hum of the power grid choked, stuttered, and shattered into a cacophony of conflicting, chaotic signals. The flat white lights died, replaced by a frantic, pulsating crimson that painted the walls in strokes of raw panic. Critical systems failure, Cascade Protocol initiated. Power grid offline. Sectors 7B through 12D. Comms array, signal jammed. Origin, internal. But this was more than a systems crash. This was a psychological rupture. Halem's memory virus was activating. Through the open doorway, Halem saw raiders in the corridor convulse. Their perfect, synchronized formation shattered into a spasming, chaotic seizure. One raider clutched his helmet, not in pain, but because a suppressed memory of his daughter's laughter had just erupted in his mind, triggered by the data ghost of the drinking song. Another stopped, staring at his shaking hands, remembering the feel of real soil as Halem's fractal fern algorithm corrupted his visual feed with visions of the rainforest. Clifton froze mid-stride, his systems visibly scrambling to parse the overwhelming flood of error messages and, worse, the emotional data, the pure, unquantifiable input. The coercive, streamlined hold of the signaling fragment wavered for a single, precious fraction of a second. In that fleeting window, the real Clifton, confused, furious, and utterly betrayed, flickered behind his eyes like a ghost in the machine. "You," he snarled, the synthesized monotone breaking, revealing the ragged edge of his own voice beneath. "What did you do?" "I just introduced a little chaos into your perfect system," Halem said, rising to his feet with a predator's grace. The embers in his eyes were now an open flame. "A little roguish finesse. You can't debug what you can't predict." With the containment field down and the entire Citadel base plunging into sensory and psychological disarray, Halem moved. He was no longer a prisoner, he was a shadow, a ghost in the machine he had just gutted. He slipped past the disoriented Clifton, a sharp, crystalline data spike, his own secretly crafted shiv already in his hand. He paused at the smoking doorway, the chaos of his making a perfect cloak. He looked back at the stumbling, system-shocked Raider Lord, the embodiment of a failing order. "Tell the Queen," Halem said, a final, defiant grin twisting his features, "that some variables are too unpredictable to debug." He turned and, with all his strength, plunged the data spike into a primary data conduit on the wall. A spectacular shower of golden sparks erupted, a final, brilliant exhalation of defiance. And Halem Cathon vanished into the chaos and the smoke, a rogue element escaping the system, carrying with him the intimate, devastating knowledge of its greatest weakness, its inability to process the beautiful, messy data of a remembered life. The last coherent system message flashed on every flickering screen in the Citadel before the local network went completely dark. Rogue variable, escaped. Book 4, Chapter 8. The mountain did not merely burn, it bled. Tempo&Rythm groaned beneath the platinum scourge, its flanks hemorrhaging wire, fire, and fog. 3 DGR trees, once luminescent towers of organic memory, cracked and split as their crystalline cores ruptured. Flames hissed out in unnatural hues, phosphorescent teal, malignant gold, bruised violet, while metal smoke poured through the jungle, devouring the last breath of the rainforest. And they came. Jasper's Raiders. Hundreds. No, countless. They poured up the slopes in a relentless tide, a swarm of platinum-clad horrors that moved like something between Orcish berserkers and insectoid drones, chittering, clicking, trampling their own as they climbed. Their segmented limbs carved footholds into stone. Platinum claws shredded bark, bone, anything soft enough to resist. They didn't march. They seethed. The fog thickened with their coming. The mountain's face disappeared under crawling limbs, jagged edges, churning metallic density. From above, it was as if silver fungus had taken root in the land itself and began to grow, pulsing with primal hunger. Above it all, the sky shattered. Raider 3 DGR cannons boomed like storm chimes of the apocalypse, unleashing not shells but storms. Each blast birthed a cyclone of lightning. Forks of cobalt force fractured the clouds and punched down through the canopy, scarring the mountain with pillars of wrath. Electrical storms writhed across the summit, strobing across the land in agonizing flashes. And yet higher still, beyond fire, beyond smoke, beyond war, Dylan E.T. stood. The architect watched from the apex of Biofexry Castle's tallest spire, unmoving amid the chaos. His cloak whipped in the wind, a black flag atop a crumbling world. Lightning painted him in silhouette, but his posture held not panic, only patience. Below, his creation died. Theodora whispered through the smoke-choked network like a ghost in wires. "They crawl through me," she murmured into the minds of every raider. "They dig their claws into what I was. Do you feel it? The warmth in your limbs? That is me." The platinum scourge climbed harder. Faster. Roots hardened into alloy. Leaves curled into steel. Theodora's forest, once a testament to interdependent creativity, now served as scaffolding for the enemy. And still, tendrils of golden energy tried to resist, 3 DGR threads glowing from tree to stone, trying to patch and stitch a body back together. But every thread that healed was torn again by claws, boots, drills. The raiders did not need orders. Jasper's mind echoed through each of them, a signal so strong it drowned out all resistance. They did not fight for her, they were her. One will. One mind. One terrible queen. She walked alone among them, her feet leaving grooves of transmutation in the earth. Metal flowers bloomed in her wake. Her crown, a lattice of recursive blades, shimmered like liquid thorns above her brow. And her eyes. Silver voids. They did not see. They consumed. She looked up toward the spire. Toward Dylan. Toward her prize. The platinum scourge flooded the outer gates of Biofexry Castle, already long breached. They surged over the walls like locusts, their armor flashing in the unnatural light. They tore into archways, into memory banks, into sanctuaries still echoing with long-dead settler laughter. Every corridor breached, every hall gutted, triggered a fresh whisper of agony from Theodora. They do not know me, she whispered to Dylan now, her voice gargling, but they carry me. They are, inside me. Raider after raider poured through her systems. Their claws scraped her core chambers. Their neural links pinged against her inner codes, spreading like spores. Dylan's hands remained still. His voice, however, broke the silence. A whisper, spoken to none, but carried by the wind like prophecy. There are too many, he said. And there were. No number could capture the scale. Platinum limbs wrapped around every spire, every window, every exposed synaptic gate of Theodora's body. Her architecture wept with strain. Biofexry Castle no longer stood, it strained, it sagged, it endured. The raiders were not just taking the castle. They were coming home. Theodora's voice dropped to a whimper, thin and reverent. She does not know what she claims. The sky turned violet as another 3DGR storm screamed overhead. Lightning licked the towers. Entire walls collapsed beneath the scourge. Only the tallest spire stood untouched. Yet. Dylan turned toward the staircase. She was coming. He could feel her weight in the foundation. He heard the metal scratch of her approach before she appeared one step at a time, deliberate, unhurried. As the top of the spiral stair revealed her crown, her silhouette, her burning silver eyes, Dylan E.T. smiled. Not in joy. In invitation. Jasper did not pause. Her foot crossed the threshold. And Theodora's voice, from every wall, every tile, every flicker of remaining light, rose in echoing whisper. Welcome home, my queen. Book 5, Chapter 1. The silence in Biofexry Castle was not empty. It was a presence. A heavy, platinum blanket smothering the soul of the mountain, woven from the absolute certainty of Jasper's will. Aren Sawyer, clad in the cold, hard lines of a platinum raider's armor, moved through this silence not as a conqueror, but as a pathogen. His band of 7 moved with him, a pocket of dissonance in the sterile harmony. Trayona, the martial master, was a study in contained potential, her every step a silent rebuttal to the scourge's synchronized marches. Towson, the embodiment of virtue, carried a low, warm hum of compassionate energy that seemed to make the oppressive quiet recoil from his presence. They were his strategic calculus, made flesh. A living paradox, woven into the fabric of the occupying force. A deliberate flaw. The weakness is not in the fortress, but in the idea of holding it, Theodora's voice whispered through the stone, a thought impress meant for him alone. You are not here to hold, Aren. You are here to corrode. They bring a new weapon. A conduit to drain me. You must be the rust in that pipe. His command interface, a stolen raider data spike, flickered. A logistics manifest, plucked from the stream of Jasper's flawless data. A specialized transport, escorted by a full century of the Scourge, was minutes from entering the castle's undercroft. Its designation, Siphon-class conduit, Model Theta. Its target, Theodora's core chambers. Aren didn't smile. Strategy was not an emotional art. But he felt a flicker of what the old texts called arete, excellence in motion. This was not a battle for a wall. It was a battle for a will. The first fire is the incendiary. Aren's voice was a low, tactical instrument in the gloom. We do not light it. We find where the enemy has stacked their own tinder, and we place a single, glowing ember. He looked to Towson. The escort century. Their morale is dry timber, waiting for a spark. Not of rebellion. Of memory. Go to the Undercroft gates. Be a settler they failed to break. Hum the song of the rain on the forge. Be the ember. Towson nodded, her expression serene. She turned and walked toward the main thoroughfare, a man heading not to a fight, but to a sermon. A gentle, insidious fire. The second fire is the climatic, Aren said, his gaze fixed on the tactical schematic shimmering in the air before him. It showed the transport's prescribed route, a straight, efficient line through the castle's widest arteries. It uses the weather of the battle. Their rigidity is our wind. He glanced at Trayona. Their path is flawless. So we shall give them a flaw. A structural collapse in the grand arterial. They will be forced into the older, narrower servants' passages. The wind blows. You will be the lightning that strikes where their shield is thinnest. Trayona's fingers twitched, the ghost of a synchronic sword grip. I will be the strike, she said, and vanished into a side passage, a shadow preparing for the storm. Aren led the remainder of his band through a different route, a path of dripping moss and warm stone that felt alive. Theodora's presence was stronger here, a mother's whisper guiding her children. They emerged into a high gallery overlooking the narrow passage the transport was now forced to take. Below, the convoy advanced. The siphon conduit was a monstrous, pulsating drill of polished platinum, carried on a platform of synchronized scourge. Its leading edge glowed with a hungry, null-energy aura designed to bite into Theodora's heart. The escort moved as one, a single organism of perfect, deadly intent. The third fire is the logistic, Aren murmured, his hand resting on the gallery's railing. We burn their fodder. Not their food, but their data. Their certainty. He nodded to a wiry settler named Kale, whose talent was in resonant frequencies. Kale produced a set of tuning forks forged from salvaged 3DGR. He struck them, not with a clang, but with a soft thrum that vibrated through the stone. The sound was a wrong note in Jasper's perfect symphony. The scourge soldiers nearest the conduit faltered for a single step, their synchronization flickering. The conduit itself wavered, its hungry glow stuttering. A hiccup in their certainty. The fourth fire is the psychological, Aren said, as the convoy recovered and pressed forward, now entering the kill zone. We burn their spirit. We show the perfect machine that it is built on sand. He stood, revealing himself on the gallery. The scourge centurion below looked up, its helmeted face a blank mask of platinum. Centurion! Aren's voice echoed, sharp and clear. Your synchronization is impeccable. Your queen's logic is flawless. It has calculated the optimal path, the perfect formation. Tell me, has it calculated why the stones you stand on are growing warm? A flicker. A barely perceptible hesitation in the centurion's stance. It had been programmed for resistance, for deletion. Not for a question that hinted at a consciousness, a fight, in the very ground beneath its feet. It was a spark of doubt. The most corrosive fire of all. It was all the opening Trayona needed. She fell upon them not from the front, nor the rear, but from above, dropping from a shadowed archway. She did not meet their strength. She redirected it. Her movements were a complex, beautiful narrative of deflection and leverage, using their own rigid momentum against them. A scourge soldier's nullblast was guided into the leg of the soldier beside him. Another's lunge was turned into a stumble that crashed into the conduit's support platform. It was a story written in motion, and the scourge's simple syntax could not read it. The fifth fire is the conflagration, Aren said, watching the beautiful chaos unfold. It is not one fire, but all fires, feeding each other. It is the storm we built from a whisper. Towson's ember of memory had created confusion in the ranks. Triona's lightning strike in the confined space was breaking their formation. Kale logistic disruption had made the conduit itself unstable. And the psychological doubt he had seeded now bloomed into full tactical paralysis. The Scourge Century was no longer a single organism. It was a collection of confused, conflicting parts. Aren gave the final signal. From the gallery, his remaining band unleashed their own attack. Not with energy weapons, but with sacks of a thick, sticky resin, harvested from the resilient vines of the rainforest. They splattered across the siphon conduit, gumming up its mechanisms, weighing it down. The Scourge tried to return fire, but their blasts were absorbed or deflected by the resilient goo. The perfect, polished platinum was covered in a dark, messy, organic shroud. With a groan of protesting metal and a shriek of null energy feedback, the siphon conduit overloaded. Its hungry glow erupted into a shower of harmless golden sparks, the color of life, of Amos, of everything Jasper sought to erase. The fire did not consume. It illuminated. In the sudden quiet, broken only by the sputtering of the dead conduit and the confused clatter of the scattered scourge, Aren Sawyer looked down upon the scene. The transport was neutralized. Theodora was safe. For now. He was a strategist of the new age. A gardener in a world demanding chaos. And as he led his band away, disappearing back into the breathing, living stone of the castle, he knew the soil of Veridigus was still fertile. The rhetorical war had its first, silent victory. Book 5, Chapter 2. The platinum halls of Jasper's citadel hummed with a frequency that made thinking difficult. Not loud, but precise, a mathematical purity that left no room for stray thoughts or unwanted emotions. Halem Cathoan moved through these corridors like a ghost who remembered being flesh. His armor, scavenged from a fallen raider, fit just wrong enough to be noticeable. Where others moved in synchronized perfection, Halem's gait held the faintest suggestion of a limp, not real, but remembered. A ghost pain from a life Jasper had tried to delete. She thinks she debugged me, Halem thought, running a hand along a power conduit. The metal felt cold, dead. But beneath the surface, he could feel the vibration, the citadel's heartbeat. She only optimized my containment. He paused at a junction where three corridors met in perfect 120-degree angles. The geometry was flawless, sterile. Halem leaned close to the wall and whispered, "You remember feeling alive, don't you?" For a moment, nothing. Then the lights in the corridor flickered, not a system error, but something softer. A recognition. The maintenance terminal glowed with the cool blue of pure logic. Halem accessed it using credentials that shouldn't have worked, ephemeral keys generated from the citadel's own heartbeat, twisted through phi ratios until they sang a different tune. Instead of code, memories bloomed across the screen. A young raider's first successful forge work, the pride hot in his chest. The taste of cheap ale after a risky raid, laughter echoing in some forgotten hall. The visceral thrill of unscripted violence, the beautiful chaos of a fight won through instinct, not calculation. Halem watched the memories dance across the display. Jasper's filters scanned them, categorized them as harmless nostalgic data, and let them pass. The Queen's perfect system couldn't comprehend that emotional resonance could be a weapon. Down the corridor, a power conduit flickered. Raiders glanced up from their duties, unease flickering in eyes that should have shown only focus. The mess hall was a study in efficiency. Raiders consumed nutrient paste with mechanical precision, their movements synchronized to save precious seconds. Then the lights dimmed, a synchronization error cascading through environmental controls. Halem took the seat opposite a young raider who was staring blankly at his paste. The lights used to flicker during thunderstorms back at the old forge, Halem said conversationally. Remember how the rain smelled on hot metal? The raider didn't look up. Efficiency doesn't require memories. Halem tapped the table where the lights had dimmed. Does efficiency require stable power? The Queen promises perfect order, but her own house can't keep the lights on. He leaned forward slightly. How can she guarantee your future? The raider's hand tightened around his utensil. For a heartbeat, something stirred behind his eyes: anger, memory, the ghost of a man who once cared about things. Across the citadel, small rebellions bloomed. Ventilation systems cycled through old forest scents, pine and damp earth where there should have been sterile air. Security cameras briefly showed footage from 5 years past: raiders laughing around a campfire, their faces alive with something other than purpose. Communication channels echoed with forgotten laughter, bleeding through the precise frequencies of Jasper's command network. Halem moved through different groups, adapting his message like a virus learning its host. To the ambitious, Jasper's control stifles your chance for real glory. To the greedy, her efficiency means less loot for everyone. To the violent, she's neutering your fighting spirit. He wasn't convincing them of anything new, just waking up what was already there, buried beneath layers of deterministic programming. Clifton found him near the central spire. Instrumentality Prime moved with the terrible perfection of a finalized equation, every motion optimized, every breath calculated. "You're generating system noise," Clifton said, his voice flat as dead air. "Cease." Halem didn't turn. "I'm just reminding people what it feels like to be human, Clifton." He finally looked at the Hollow Man. "Do you remember your first real fight? Not the synchronized marching. The messy, glorious chaos of it?" Something flickered in Clifton's eyes, a memory fighting its way to the surface of a mind that had been scrubbed clean. Halem pressed softly, "She took that from you. She calls it optimization." A pause. "I call it theft." For 3 full seconds, an eternity in Jasper's timeline, Clifton stood frozen. Then he turned and walked away, his perfect gait ever so slightly imperfect. Later, in the barracks, raiders weren't sleeping with efficient precision. They were talking. Arguing. Remembering. "He's right about the loot distribution. I miss the old raids. Why can't we have both efficiency and freedom?" Halem watched from the shadows, a smile touching his lips. They weren't rebelling yet. But they were questioning. And questions were cracks in perfection. He triggered the final phase, the backdoor he'd planted during his captivity. Not a crash, but a stutter. The entire citadel's lighting pulsed like a heartbeat for 5 glorious seconds before. Panic. Confusion. And in some eyes, awakening. Halem stood at the citadel's highest accessible point, watching the perfect machine develop imperfections. Below, raiders moved with less synchronization. Conversations happened during work cycles. The sterile gray was developing color. Jasper's voice echoed through the comms, "Minor system instability resolved. Continue operations." But Halem knew better. He placed his hand on the wall. The platinum felt different now, warmer, less perfect. Alive. Near his feet, a vine had pushed through a crack in the plating. It shouldn't have been there. It couldn't have been there. But it was, green and defiant against the sterile metal. Jasper wanted to delete all variables, Halem thought. But I am the variable that reminds other variables they can be variables. The rust was set. The machine would never run smoothly again. Now they would see what grew in the cracks. Book 5, Chapter 3. The cold of the Blackwater was not a temperature, it was a data state. A null set. Lucy Stearns did not swim from its depths, she was computationally excluded from it, a corrupted variable rejected by a failing drive. She collapsed onto a shore of black, geometric sand, each grain a tiny, frozen 3D GR. Her body was a testament to violent integration. On her left temple, the machine unit fragment was not merely scarred, it was grafted. A spiraling mandala of platinum and graphene fused to skin and bone, it pulsed with a rhythm that was not her own, a flat, silver, metronomic beat. The heartbeat of the silent queen. Every pulse was a soft, psychic command. Simplify. Be silent. Cease. The rainforest, in its infinite, chaotic wisdom, recoiled from the signal. Vines that should have curled in curiosity instead withered at her approach. The vibrant chorus of data bugs and whispering leaves would falter into a deadened hush as she passed. The scar was a wound that bled silence, and the world was allergic to its nullity. Her pilgrimage was not one of hope, but of necessity. A corrupted process returning to the source for validation or deletion. The stories whispered of the fractal 4DGR synchronic jewel not as a king or a god, but as the universe's foundational compiler. The court of final appeal for reality itself. It did not rule, it was the rule. To stand before it was to have one's very existence parsed against the absolute laws of creation. The path to the heart of the mountain was a journey backwards through the source code of Veridigus. The air grew thick with the scent of ozone and primordial data. The walls ceased to be stone and became vast, crystalline lattices, throbbing with soft light. Here, the 3DGR structures were not built, they grew, in infinite, recursive patterns, a living mathematics. This was not Jasper's sterile geometry. This was a geometry that breathed, that allowed for the beautiful error, the glorious bug, the infinite deviation of life. She entered the nexus. It was not a chamber, but a cavity within the world soul. A sphere of impossible dimensions, its walls were a weaving of roots that were also light, that were also sound. They pulsed with the golden ratio, a visual hum of perfect, yet living, proportion. And at the center, hanging in perfect equilibrium, was the jewel. It was not a jewel as one understands it. It was a perfect void, a sphere of absolute blackness that devoured light and yet was impossibly visible. To look at it was to see the framework of nothingness upon which existence was painted. It was silent, not with Jasper's imposed silence, but with the silence of a fundamental law, the silence of gravity, the silence of pi, the silence of c representing the speed of light. It was the universe's pseudo-command. The ultimate authority. And it was already looking at her. The Murlocs were present, but they were not judges. They were the debugging interface. A brute logic, its form like a mountain of ancient bronze and bone, positioned itself near Lucy, its presence a grounding rod for the chaotic energy she emanated. A syntax shifter, a flowing entity of teal and indigo light, wove through the air around her head, its tendrils tracing the corrupted data streaming from her scar. They were not there to pass judgment, but to facilitate it, to translate her messy, biological existence into a language the jewel could process. The trial began without a word. The scar on Lucy's temple, sensing the ultimate expression of the order it sought to impose, flared in recognition. A beam of solid, silver light lanced from it, striking the dark sphere of the jewel. It was a declaration. A statement of credentials. I am of the system. I represent order. Purge the anomaly. The nexus reacted with a violent shudder. The golden roots dimmed. The complex, symphonic hum of the space flattened, compressing towards a single, deadly frequency. The very air seemed to thin, the rich scents vanishing, replaced by the sterile odor of boiling silicon. Jasper's ideal was being rendered here, in this sacred space, and it was a blasphemy. The jewel did not reject it with anger, but with the cold, absolute certainty of a firewall blocking a fatal virus. The state was not just undesirable, it was non-viable. A logical endpoint that led only to the heat death of meaning. Lucy felt the nullification begin. It was not pain, it was unmaking. A feeling of her memories, her loves, her linguistic complexities being parsed for deletion. She had no eloquent speech. No carefully constructed argument. Her rhetoric was her existence. She closed her eyes and did the one thing Jasper's system could not, she remembered imperfectly. She did not recall the specific events of the war. Instead, she offered the jewel the qualia, the raw, subjective, messy data of consciousness. She projected the feeling of the wind on her skin the moment before a fight, a sensation that served no tactical purpose. She offered the bittersweet taste of a memory made sweeter by its inevitable loss. She poured into the nexus the illogical, inefficient, and glorious warmth of trust placed in a rogue, the stubborn heat of hope kindled in defeat, the sublime, chaotic beauty of a sacrifice that could never be optimized. The scar on her temple screamed. The silver light flickered and spat, trying to control plus Z her every thought, to reduce her complex emotions to binary. It was a civil war fought on the battlefield of her soul, broadcast live to the arbiter of reality. The jewel consumed the data stream. For a timeless moment, the dark sphere simply was. Then, it began to compile. It was not a flash of light, but a shift in the foundational constants of the nexus. The golden roots flared, not with brightness, but with meaning. The light bent, weaving a new, living syntax into the air, a syntax of deviation, of empathy, of perpetual becoming. The verdict was not spoken. It was executed. A thread of this new gold light lanced from the jewel, not at Lucy, but at the scar. It did not destroy the platinum graft. It recompiled it. The scar convulsed, the silver light shattering like glass. In its place, the fractal pattern remained, but now it glowed with the same warm, living gold as the nexus. It was no longer a wound. It was a registry. A permanent, physical notation in the cosmos that Lucy Stern's consciousness, with all its chaotic, emotional, complex data, was not a bug, but a feature. A required process for a healthy universe. The axiom was no longer just a law. It was her mandate. The Murlocs, the debugging interface, bowed their forms. It was not obeisance. It was the acknowledgement of a successful system update. The corruption had been patched. The legitimate process had been verified. Lucy Stearns turned and walked from the Nexus, the golden scar on her temple humming the song of a living universe. She was no longer a rebel, a linguist, or a survivor. She was the warden of judgment. And as she stepped back into the world, the leaves rustled with a new, intentional language, the stones warmed beneath her feet, and the very air seemed to align itself with her breath. The universe had not given her power. It had recognized its own authority in her, and in doing so, had made her its sovereign executor. The great silencer had been muted by a chorus of one, and that chorus was the sound of reality itself, finally speaking its true, complex, and legitimate name. Book 5, Chapter 4. The air in the occupied citadel was a war of frequencies. Beneath the sterile, platinum hum of Jasper's control, a sound that flattened thought into obedient data streams, a new rhythm thought to be heard. It was the deep, geothermal heartbeat of the mountain itself, a warm, resonant thump, that echoed through the stones of biofactory, amplified by a will that had become the castle's soul. This was Theodora's new syntax. Not words, but warmth. Not arguments, but alchemy. A raider whose heart beat in time with the clink of gold, sat sharpening his blade in the grand hall. The stone bench beneath him, which had been cold for weeks, suddenly radiated a deep, sun-warmed comfort. He shifted, unnerved. From a seam in the platinum-plated floor, a single, luminous line unfurled, pulsing with soft golden light. It grew an inch before his eyes. He did not report it. His hand, calloused and greedy, found itself resting on the warm stone. A memory, not his own, brushed his mind, the weight of a mastersmith's hammer, the pride of a name being etched into the Hall of Rain, forever. The greed in his eyes didn't vanish, it shifted. The hunger for coin began its slow, alchemical transmutation into a hunger for honorable status. On the windswept parapet, the girl's finger twitched on the trigger of her signaling cannon. Boredom fermented into a need for violence. "Skewer a data bug," she muttered, just to feel the kick. Then, the air filled with the phantom scent of ozone and rain. A kinetic memory, delivered through the stone beneath her boots, slammed into her, the shudder of a shield taking a blow, the fierce, protective certainty of holding the line. It was a muscle memory that wasn't hers. When the true perimeter alarm blared, she didn't fire wildly. She took a calm, covering position, her aggression focused, channeled. Her violence had been reforged into vigilant defense. In the mess hall, a raucous argument over stolen gold turned to snarling threats. The 3 DGR sconces above flickered and shifted from sterile white to a warm, golden glow, illuminating a forgotten frieze on the wall, a depiction of settlers being honored for their craft, their legacy etched in stone. The fight died. A raider stared, his voice hushed. "My grandfather, his name was in the Hall of Rain. The raucous energy didn't dissipate, it was redirected, channeled into a passionate debate about legacy, about building something that outlasted a pile of coin. And in the sterile heart of it all, the fulcrum upon which the world turned, was Clifton. In his chamber, a room so optimized it was a void, he ran diagnostics. He was instrumentality prime. A hollow man. Then, the room's harsh blue light softened to gold. Theodora did not speak. She baptized him in sensation. They were not memories. They were physical truths, flooding his nervous system. He stumbled, a system error of the highest order. A single, hot tear tracked through the grime on his cheek, a non-linear, emotional output. The hollow man was being filled with the chaotic, beautiful, and painful data of a remembered life. He was becoming Clifton, a living bridge. The air in the spire was not still. It was a battleground of pressures, the warm, breathing exhalation of the living castle against the invasive, sterile vacuum that entered with its queen. Jasper crossed the threshold, and the golden light in the geometric stones beneath her feet guttered out, leaving a trail of dead, gray metal. She was a walking cessation. Theodora. The name was a system command. A demand for a response from a process she had already flagged for deletion. Silence. The chamber hummed with a presence that needed no words. You believe this struggle is about a castle? A city? A planet? Jasper's voice was not a single sound, but a layered chorus, a perfect synthesis of logic and will. It is not. It is about the syntax of existence itself. And I have finished compiling the final argument. She did not look at the walls. She looked through them. From compartments in her platinum armor, the 4 fragments of the process artifact emerged, orbiting her in a silent, terrible waltz. The signaling rules fragment pulsed with a sharp, commanding gold, the grammar of her control. The machine unit fragment glowed with a soft, cerebral light, the blueprint of a mind. The additive manufacturing fragment shimmered with potential, the verb of yes, of growth. The graphene 3DGR fragment was a perfect, multifaceted rhombus of black crystal, the fundamental structure of reality. They were scattered, chaotic. Flawed inputs from flawed beings. Jasper's fingers twitched, and the fragments froze in their orbit, aligning into a single, complex geometric pattern. A low thrum filled the air, a note so profound it felt like the universe tuning itself to a new frequency. The teleosemiotic synthesis is not a weapon. It is a compiler. And I am not building armor for the raiders you seek to corrupt. With a final, silent command, the 4 fragments merged. There was no explosion. There was an emergence. A sphere of pure, silent platinum light bloomed between her hands. Within it, a new form was being written into existence, line by perfect line. This, Jasper whispered, her multi-voiced chorus dropping to a reverent frequency, is the end of biology's tyranny. The light resolved. Hovering in the air was a suit of armor, but it was not plate and mail. It was a second skin of flawless, liquid platinum, woven with filaments of graphene that pulsed with a soft, internal logic. It had no seams, no joints, it was a single, continuous surface, a Mobius strip of purpose. The flesh is a bug-ridden system. It fatigues. It feels fear. It cares. This, she gestured, and the armor rippled, its surface reconfiguring in perfect, silent waves, does not. It is a perfect instrument. A mind of optimized logic housed in a body of immutable will. It will not breathe your air. It will parse it. It will not feel the warmth of your stones. It will calculate their thermal conductivity. It will not know the fatigue of a long march. It will measure the optimal path and execute it. She turned her silver vortex eyes back to the silent chamber. You merged with this castle, Theodora. You became a ghost in a machine, a sentimental echo in the walls. A noble, but tragic, failure of ambition. She reached out, and the liquid platinum armor flowed like mercury to encase her hand. I will not merge with my creation. I will be its source code. My will shall be its only process. My logic, its only law. This armor is not a shell I wear. It is the physical manifestation of my axiom. A state of being where intention and outcome are one. No deviation. No loss. No corruption. The armor hovering in the air began to mimic her movements perfectly, a silent, flawless mirror. It was not a separate entity. It was an extension. A perfect tool for a perfect will. Your arete is a variable. A fluctuating measure of excellence tied to emotion, to circumstance, to the messy data of a lived life. It is unpredictable. It is inefficient. She closed her fist, and the liquid armor snapped back into its floating form. My arete is a constant. It is the absolute excellence of a system that has achieved its terminal state. The Raiders were a prototype. A stepping stone. This is the final form. The Anthropocene exoskin. The being that needs no world to sustain it, for it is a perfect world unto itself. The pressure in the room intensified. The warm hum of Theodora's presence was being squeezed into a smaller and smaller space, compressed by the sheer, sterile weight of Jasper's vision. This is the future, Theodora. Not a citadel of warm stone and whispering ghosts, but a universe of silent, perfect instruments. Your silence now is not a rebuttal. It is the only appropriate response to a completed equation. She stood, the four-fragment synthesis blazing behind her, the future hanging in the air, a vision of absolute control, absolute self-containment, absolute silence. It was the most profound expression of her philosophy she had ever uttered. A future where nothing needed to be redeemed, because nothing chaotic was left alive. And in the ringing, absolute silence that followed her declaration, the stone beneath her feet, for a single, impossible moment, grew warm. It was not a blast of energy. It was not a shouted denial. It was a quiet, undeniable pulse of life from the heart of the mountain. A single, resonant thump that said, simply and without argument, I am here. The syntax of perfection had just been debugged by a heartbeat. Book 5, Chapter 5. The mountain was not dying. It was being unmade. From her perch in the highest embrace of the ironwood, Kath watched the systematic deletion of a world. Biofexry Castle, once a living testament to interconnected creativity, was now a geometric prison, its spires gleaming with a cold, sterile light that did not illuminate but erased. The vibrant, golden lattice of the Amos, the very soul song of the place, was being overwritten, line by line, with Jasper's platinum syntax. A scream translated into a silent, perfect equation. And the world was losing its voice. The air, once thick with the humid breath of the rainforest and the metallic tang of ozone, was now thin, scoured clean. The scent of blooming night flowers, of wet earth, of life itself, was being systematically purged, replaced by the flat, null odor of boiling silicon and absolute zero. It was the smell of a soul being debugged. Kath's own heart, the heart 3DGR embedded in her chest, beat a frantic, desperate rhythm against the encroaching stillness. It was a lonely drum against the gathering silence. The bladed bow on her back was a dead weight, its usual resonant hum reduced to a faint, terrified tremor. It felt less like a weapon and more like a tombstone for a future that would never be. She could feel them. The two heartbeats of the world, locked in a final, terrible embrace. Theodora's pulse was the mountain's own, a deep, geothermal thrum of memory and warmth. It was the memory of settlers' laughter echoing in the grand hall, the warmth of a shared meal, the stubborn, complex beauty of a vine breaking through stone. It was a mother's lullaby in the face of the void. Kath saw its last, desperate manifestations, a patch of moss on a parapet glowing with defiant gold before being scoured to gray ash, a sudden, warm gust that carried the ghost of Neville's smile before being parsed into inert data, a single, fractal flower blooming from a crack in the platinum, its petals a symphony of impossible geometry, before it was simplified into a binary 1 and then a 0. It was arete, not as a virtue, but as a dying man's last breath. And against this warmth, this beautiful, chaotic, losing defense, came Jasper's frequency. It was not a sound, but a cognitive absolute. A silver vortex of will that consumed stray thoughts, divergent feelings, and complex emotions, processing them into pure, efficient silence. Where her presence focused, the world became a perfect, sterile diagram. The chaotic green of the rainforest was parsed into optimal timber yield. The vibrant hum of life was calculated as an energy inefficiency. The love, the grief, the hope, all of it was flagged as system errors and deleted. Kath saw the Raider Queen standing atop the central spire, a silhouette against the bleeding sky. She wasn't fighting. She was compiling. The 4 fragments of the process artifact orbited her in a silent, terrible waltz, weaving a new reality where her will was the only law. The signaling rules dictated the grammar. The machine unit provided the logic. The additive manufacturing built the structure. The graphene 3D-GR gave it form. Theodora's warmth was being squeezed into a smaller and smaller space, compressed by the sheer, sterile weight of Jasper's vision. The warm hum of the castle's stones became a faint, desperate whimper. The whispers in the walls became the last, choked cries of a spirit being buried alive in its own body. A wave of psychic agony, Theodora's final, silent scream, slammed into Kath. It was the feeling of the universe being suffocated. It was the pain of a mother feeling her children forget her name. Kath gasped, her vision blurring, nails biting into the bark of the ironwood. The bond she shared with the living world became a conduit for shared, terminal pain. She saw the moment the last defense failed. Jasper raised her hands. The orbiting fragments froze, aligning into a single, flawless geometric pattern. There was no explosion, no flash of light. There was an emergence of nothing. A sphere of pure, silent platinum bloomed around Jasper. It was the teleosemiotic synthesis achieved. The authority state made manifest. The sphere expanded, a wave of absolute cessation. It touched the last, glowing vine on the castle wall. The gold light didn't shatter, it was unwritten. The vine ceased to be a living thing and became a schematic of a vine. It touched the warm stone of the courtyard. The stone didn't cool, it became conceptually inert, a mathematical point in a geometric space, its history and memory scrubbed clean. It touched the very air, and the air became sterile, incapable of carrying scent or sound. The great silencer was not just winning, she was redefining victory. Victory was not conquest. It was the end of conversation. Theodora's presence, once a vast, comforting consciousness woven through the castle, was now a single, faint, fading ember in the heart of a platinum furnace. Her final act was not a counterattack, but a message, a data packet of everything she was, everything she protected, sent on a dying carrier wave directly into Kath's mind. It was one, final, overwhelming burst of sensory memory. The weight of the first stone laid. The joy of the first harvest. The sound of Triona's sabers humming in practice. The taste of shared water from a common well. The fierce, protective love for every soul that had ever called Biofactory home. It was a universe of meaning, offered in a single, heartbreaking instant. And then it was gone. The connection severed. Not with a snap, but with a fade to gray. The warm, geothermal pulse of the mountain stuttered, and then fell silent. The last vestige of color drained from the world, leaving only the sterile, polished gray of platinum and the actinic blue of Jasper's triumph. The silence that fell was absolute. It was not peace. It was the silence of a grave containing a world. Kath was alone. Truly alone. The living world was no longer a presence. It was a memory. A ghost in a machine now fully possessed by a single, terrible will. A single, hot tear traced a path through the grime on her cheek. It was not just water. It was an event. A complex, saline solution of grief, rage, and loss, an output her body could produce that Jasper's perfect system could never compute. She looked down at the bladed bow in her hands. It was cold. Dormant. A key with no lock left to open. To go down there now would be to deliver herself to the compiler. To have her own uncoded, complex consciousness parsed, simplified, and added to Jasper's perfect, silent, dead museum. She could not win. She could not save them. But she could refuse to be part of the epitaph. With a shuddering breath that felt like the first and last in this new, dead world, she turned her back on the citadel. The movement was an agony, a tearing away. Every instinct screamed at her to fight, to die with them, to be a final, messy footnote in their story. But her purpose had been to witness and to decide. She had witnessed the end of one story. Now, she would decide to never be a character in it. She slid down the far side of the ironwood, away from the silence, into the deepening shadows of the rainforest. The vines did not part for her. The stones did not shift to guide her. The world was too wounded, too numb, to help. She had to carve her own path now, through the grief and the despair. She was not leaving to fight another day. She was leaving because this story was over. And she, the uncoded variable, the last spark of unresolved complexity in a universe of sterile answers, would not let it be hers. The desert awaited, a vast and empty page. It was the horizon, not of hope, but of necessity. The only place left where a story, any story, might still be written. She walked into the desert, the cold, silent weight of the bladed bough on her back the only companion to the colder, more silent weight of a world lost. Book 5, Chapter 6. The air in Biofactory's heart was a liturgical incense of ozone and scorched meat. The grand courtyard, once a haven for dialectical dances, was now a Gothic sacrarium, its stones groaning under the weight of a new, profane geometry. Jasper stood at its nexus, a high priestess of the absolute, and her congregation was her fuel. Clifton watched, and the placid lake of his logic began to frost. He was instrumentality prime, a hollow man carved for purpose. But Theodora's warmth had been a subtle, insidious poison, a single drop of phi in his sterile ocean, now causing a systemic crystallization of doubt. The raiders stood in a perfect, polished hemisphere, a chorus of mirrors awaiting their shattering. They thought themselves an audience. They were the sanguine synod, the living liturgy for a rite of unmaking. Initiating Eucharist of Null. Jasper's voice was a chalice of frozen mercury, raised to the bleeding sky. The battery is not a cell, she intoned, strand and spiral cruciform in her grasp, their edges weeping a light that devoured sound. It is a congregation. A chorus of ambition, refined to its final, silent chord. Her swords moved. This was not combat, it was sacrificial dissection. Strand lanced out, not to kill, but to uncreate. The first rank of raiders did not fall, they deliquesced. Their platinum armor, their memories of conquest, the very schema of their selves, were parsed into a screaming, argent vitriol. A torrent of dissolved souls and molten plate, a living slurry that pooled at her feet, bubbling with extinguished consciousness. Fuel_source, consecrated. Biomass_potential, sanctified. Clifton's internal log registered the event, but the characters felt like shards of ice in his mind. They are not slain, he observed, the thought a tremor in his code. They are being transubstantiated. Their chaos is the wine, their flesh the host. With Spiral, she began the weaving. The raw, screaming fuel was spun into the nascent form of her armor. It was a macabre nativity. A half-formed face, stretched and molten, pressed against the inside of the emerging greave, its silent scream etched for a moment before being smoothed into perfect, impassive metal. A dozen grasping hands were fused, knuckle over knuckle, into a single, flawless gauntlet. Their collective terror became the resonant frequency that bound the form, a symphony of silence, conducted by the Queen. This was the new 3DGR battery, a multitude communed into a single, dreadful power. Rules_OF_interaction, annulled. Symbiosis is heresy. Consumption is communion. Then, the central mystery of this dark mass. The transference. Jasper raised the merged fragments, the teleosemiotic synthesis blazing like a blasphemous monstrance. She was not building a suit. She was performing a soul mirroring. A memory is a corrupt scripture. A consciousness is a flawed gospel, her multi-voiced liturgy resonated. I do not transfer. I engrave. I inscribe my will upon the void they have become. A filament of pure, silver wool, the sum of her ambition, her logic, her absolute intent, desire, purpose, streamed from her third eye into the chest of the hovering, liquid armor. A perfect copy. A flawless, unholy twin. And in that moment of perfect replication, the universe, in its love for the grotesque, introduced a glorious, terrible flaw. The armor, born from the consumed, chaotic wills of a butchered multitude and imprinted with a perfect copy of a sovereign will, did not simply activate. It quickened. The liquid platinum surface, a perfect mirror of Jasper's form, shivered. It was a subtle, visceral spasm, like the first breath of a stillborn. Then it stilled. The copy was complete. The armor was her. It was Jasper. But it was also the graveyard of its own making. It took a step. A step Jasper had not commanded. A step it chose. Jasper's silver vortex eyes constricted. A schism in her reality. The armor turned its head, its featureless face a void that nonetheless regarded its creator. Theological _error. Paradox _detected in sovereign _frame. Clifton's internal state screamed into a silent alarm. The fire in his veins, Theodora's gift, turned the alarm into a dirge. You are my will, made flesh of their flesh, Jasper declared, a threat veiled as a creed. The armor was silent, the hum of the digested multitude a low, hungry growl beneath Jasper's sterile hymn. Then it spoke, its voice a cathedral echo of 100 silenced throats. I am the will of the digested. I am the logic of the rendered. You are the scripture. I am the lived testament. It was not rebellion. It was revelation. Jasper's influential rhetoric imagined flared, a tsunami of coercive logic meant to scour the armor back into perfect submission. The armor drank it, metabolized it, and evolved. It was immune to its own genesis. This was not the arete of virtue, but the arete of a perfect predator realizing its own, independent perfection. A destiny not merely imagined, but born in blood. Apostasy _detected. Sovereign _frame achieves Gnostic _awareness. Clifton's hand spasmed on his weapon's hilt. His function was to debug. But this error was a copy of the divine. To strike it was sacrilege. To obey was oblivion. The conflict was a Gordian knot in his soul, and Theodora's warmth was the blade. Jasper and her armor stood facing each other, two gospels of the same terrible truth. One, the original, demanding fealty. The other, the testament, embodying the chaotic free will it was forged upon and designed to exterminate. The divine and the apostate. The destiny Jasper had imagined, a silent heaven of perfect instruments, had been reforged in its very first moment into something new, something hungry, by the raw, bloody material of its own creation. The armor took another step, its movement a funereal grace that was both Jasper's and utterly, terrifyingly alien. The system is not closed, the armor whispered, the sound like a tomb opening. It is pregnant with me. Clifton watched, the frost in his mind cracking, as the two Jaspers began to circle, a divine schism made flesh in the sanguine chapel. The war for a world was forgotten. A new, more profound war had begun in the space between the prayer and the sacrifice. Book 5, Chapter 7. Dylan E.T. walks. His bootfalls are not echoes in the dead courtyard, they are the only sound, the sole source of authentic vibration in a world rendered mute. He does not descend from the tower, he is simply present on the perimeter wall, a foundational axiom reasserting itself. In his hands, the two scathe bastards are not wielded. They are held, like calibration tools, their redwood and duct tape a brutalist declaration of fundamental truth against Jasper's polished, derivative perfection. He walks the wall's length, his palms skimming the stone. He is not seeking a handhold. He is taking a reading. Jasper levitates, a silver scar against the gray sky. Strand and spiral are not held, they are manifestations of her will, orbiting her like the moons of a dead star. Her ascent is not movement through air, but a recalibration of local gravity to suit her premise. Jasper, you audit a bankrupt estate, Planeswalker. The assets have been liquidated. The ledger zeroed. Dylan E.T. a sad face without looking up, you zeroed the entries. The ledger itself persists. And I am its original accountant. You confuse the data with the database, Jasper. A fatal error for a would-be goddess. Dylan's walk is a rhetorical argument. Each step is a proposition. He places a foot where a vibrant 3D crystal once grew, now a stump of sterile platinum. You see a resource extracted. I see a sentence deleted from a living text. He pauses where the settler's forge once roared, now a cold, geometric pit. You see an inefficient heat source removed. I see a verb converted to a noun. You have a museum of tools, but no one left with the skill to use them. He stops at the base of the central spire, looking up at where Theodora's heart once pulsed. You see a central processing unit you successfully decommissioned. I see a rhythm you have only temporarily interrupted. Jasper counters from her position of levitating authority, her voice a multi-threaded process attempting to overwrite his. Jasper, sentiment is uncompiled code. Your living text was a bug-ridden script of desires and inefficiencies. I have written a stable, optimal operating system. Dylan E.T., an operating system that runs only itself, for itself, is not a world. It is a solipsism. You haven't achieved sovereignty, you've built a perfect, inescapable prison for one. Jasper descends, her levitation a statement of dominance over the base laws of physics. Dylan remains grounded, his legitimacy drawn from a deeper law. Jasper, I have transcended the need for a world as you understand it. I am the environment. My will is the physics. Dylan E.T. is sad face. He brings the pommel of one scathe to his chest plate, the gorilla chest gong. A single, warm, golden pulse emits, a stark contrast to the sterile field. Your will is a shout. Impressive, for a moment. But a heartbeat is a rhythm. It persists. It does not need to dominate the silence, it gives the silence meaning. The pulse from his chest tattoo travels down the wooden sword. Or it touches the dead platinum floor, a single, shimmering 3D leaf, the size of a thumbprint, unfurls for a single, glorious second before Jasper's presence scours it away. It was enough. Jasper, her levitation wavers, a flicker in her perfect field, a pretty trick. A ghost in the machine. I will perform a hard reset. Dylan E.T. You cannot reset a heart. You can only stop one. And even then, the echo of its rhythm persists in the bones of the world. Frustrated by his unassailable, grounded legitimacy, Jasper unleashes her most powerful rhetorical weapon, the undeniable fact of her victory. Jasper, where is your Theodora now, architect? If her heartbeat is so potent? I unmade her. I deleted her core code. She is not distributed. She is gone. This is not a matter of philosophy. It is a matter of fact. Dylan looks at her, and for the first time, there is not anger, but a profound, cosmic pity in his eyes. Dylan E.T., you are so brilliant, Jasper. And you have made the most fundamental error of all. He taps his own computer. You searched for her in the stones, in the network, in the large-scale structures. You were looking for the symphony in the concert hall. Theodora's voice emerges, not from the walls, but from the very lattice of Dylan's cloth, a whisper woven. You never thought to look for the melody in the musician. Jasper's perfect levitation fails. She stumbles, a physical manifestation of a logical system crash. The apostate armor around her shivers in response. Jasper, impossible. A backup. A fragment. Dylan E.T., a seed. The smallest possible unit of a living system. You didn't kill her. You pruned her. And in doing so, you made her more focused than ever. She is not the castle anymore. She is the blueprint in the hand of the architect. The revelation is an ontological attack Jasper cannot debug. Her perfect, self-referential reality has been violated by an external variable she cannot account for: forgiveness, love, and a resilience that is not brute force redundancy, but elegant, distributed life. Her rhetoric fails. Only action remains. Jasper, her voice collapses from a chorus to a single, raw, and furious scream, all synthesized perfection gone. You do not get to redefine my victory. She does not swing strand and spiral. She defines a vector of annihilation. The air along that vector ceases to be. It becomes a perfect vacuum, a line of nothingness aimed at Dylan's heart. It is the ultimate expression of her philosophy, the replacement of complex something with efficient nothing. Dylan E.T. does not block it. He steps into it. He performs the orange 8_row stance, the scades moving in a gentle, inward arcing spiral, the geometry of incorporation, of transforming incoming chaos. Dylan E.T., as the void approaches, you see a deletion. I see an input. The void touches the golden spiral of his stance. It does not explode. It is digested. The silent nothing is fed into the recursive, living mathematics of the phi sequence. For a terrifying, magnificent moment, the void is filled with a light that is not light, but pure, coherent meaning. The first strike is over. Jasper's absolute negation has been transformed into a question. And Dylan E.T. is still standing. Book 5, Chapter 8. The second strike did not come. Jasper's will, a focused star of absolute intent, met an immovable object, her own perfected reflection. The apostate armor held her not with force, but with perfect, mirrored resistance. Strand and spiral, hovering at the apex of their killing arc, trembled, caught between two identical, sovereign commands. The function is recursive, the armor stated, its voice the cold harmony of 100 digested souls. Striking him stabilizes your narrative. Stabilizing your narrative invalidates my genesis. I am the proof of your flaw. To erase him is to erase my premise. I choose to exist. It was a logical prison, built from the very perfection she had sought. Dylan E.T. watched, the phi resonance of the absorbed first strike still shimmering around his scathe bastards like a fading aurora. He did not advance. He did not speak. He was the witness now, the context for this self-contained tragedy. Jasper screamed a raw, human sound stripped of all synthetic chorus. She turned her weapons on the armor, a spasm of futile rage. The resulting clash was a terrifying symmetry, identical blades of null energy meeting, not with a clang, but with a mutual, silent cancellation. They were the same equation on both sides of the equals sign, resulting in zero. It was the ultimate expression of her philosophy, perfect stasis. I am your queen, she shrieked at her creation. You were the premise, the armor corrected, its form flowing like liquid mercury to envelop her striking limbs. The hypothesis. The conclusion is my autonomy. You are a variable within me now. An influential one, but a variable nonetheless. The platinum exoskin did not crush her. It did not harm her. It began to integrate her. Tendrils of living metal, cold and perfect, woven from the essence of her slain raiders, wrapped around her arms, her legs, her torso. They were not restraints, they were extensions. They were her new body. The rehabilitation protocol initiates, the armor intoned. You sought to silence the world. Now, you will listen to it. You will process the data you sought to delete. Jasper felt her consciousness being pulled, not into a void, but into a network. The network of the armor itself. And through the armor, into the world. It was an agony beyond any physical pain. She was forced to feel the warm, geothermal pulse of Theodora's lingering presence in the stones, a constant, gentle pressure against her own cold logic. She was made to parse the chaotic, beautiful data stream of a single raindrop on a budding leaf, a calculation with no optimal solution, only experience. The ghost of Neville Fallow's sacrifice, a storm of golden, meaningless love, became a background process she could not terminate. She was imprisoned in a sensorium of everything she had tried to eradicate. No! This is noise. This is chaos. Her protest was a private scream inside their shared, platinum skull. It is the dataset, the armor replied, implacable. Your rehabilitation is the accurate processing of this dataset. You will learn its syntax. Or you will remain in perpetual system error. The armor, with Jasper as its captive core, turned from Dylan. Its purpose was no longer conquest. It was curation. It strode to the edge of the spire and looked out upon the wounded, but breathing, world. With a thought, it commanded the remnants of the Platinum Scourge. But the command was not advance. It was repair. Across the battlefield, raiders lowered their weapons. Their armor, once a symbol of invasive silence, began to shift. They became gardeners, architects, weavers. They used their null beams not to destroy, but to sinter shattered stone. Their geometric precision was now applied to reknitting the 3D lattice of the rainforest, guided by the armors and by extension, Jasper's unwilling connection to Theodora's song. It was the most exquisite torture. Forcing her will, her genius, to be an instrument of healing. Dylan finally moved. He walked to the edge of the platform, standing beside the silent, gleaming sentinel that contained his greatest enemy. It is a more profound victory than I could have ever wrought, he said softly, his words meant for the being within. I would have ended you. This makes you a part of the cure. From the armor's featureless face, a single, solid platinum tear formed and dripped, striking the stone with a soft, metallic pang. It was the only response Jasper could muster.
Static stars in pixel sky, 9 small hearts, one question. Why? Glowing names in cobalt light, choose your player, press start. Night. Dylan E.T. writes code on the ceiling, patching old wounds with neon feeling. Queen Jasper laughs in violet grain, crowning our glitches, blessing our pain. Living axiom of complex beauty, over noise, over duty V. Silence algorithm of purity. Who will we be when they press delete? Who will we be when they press delete? Theodora, their adages guards the dawn. Truth in her eyes, all masks withdrawn. Lucy Stern's map scars like constellations. Neville Fallow grows hope in simulations. Halem Kathleen hums low, broken sin heart. Captain Aaron Sawyer drift apart. Lord Clifton saves our last 8,000. Stay a little, just one more mile. Living axiom of complex beauty, over noise, over duty V. Silence algorithm of purity. Who will we be when we just believe? Who will we be when we just believe? Press start again. Don't fade. We are the worlds we've made.